Chapter 751-500, Seclusion and Recuperation. In the midst of chaos, Zhengchu felt like he was in a boundless darkness, floating in seething lava, as if he had experienced endless ages. His consciousness, like the shattered wreck of a ship, painstakingly piecing itself together from the abyss of chaos, slowly ascending. With a start, Zhengchu opened his eyes. All around was pitch black, with only extremely faint light seeping in through unknown crevices, barely outlining the coarse wooden textures. Cough, cough, violent coughing tore through his throat and chest like a broken bellows, each cough bringing a fiery, excruciating pain. His throat felt as if it had been repeatedly rubbed with coarse sand, filled with an unbearable spiciness and dryness, a burning sensation mixed with the scent of blood rushing to his head. He raised his hand to draw on the water element essence in the void, transforming it into a clear spring, pouring it down his throat, and only then did the burning sensation gradually subside. His whole body felt much more at ease, the previous weakness from the loss of essence blood no longer present, having been replenished. Zhengchu's gaze appeared somewhat dispersed, as tumultuous thoughts swirled in his mind. Just now, he seemed to have had an extremely chaotic and bizarre dream. Broken images, like paintings torn by the wind, kept flashing in his mind. Did he see Lingxue? At the very thought, this name was like a cold needle, piercing through his chaotic memories. Besides Lingxue, there were many other memory fragments. These memory fragments were illogical, jumbled, like a scrambled puzzle, leaving only intense emotional impact and a dizzying sense of chaos. After a while, he finally calmed down the turmoil of his thoughts, his gaze slightly vacant as he glanced around, the air moist, permeated with the heavy scent of rotten wood and mud, along with a faint hint of blood. Zhengchu's gaze swept across the tree hollow, landing on Xueqing not far away. She was sitting sideways, silent, like a solemnized sculpture in the darkness, her head slightly lowered, occasionally taking a large bite of cloud-winged tiger's flesh, slowly chewing. Seemingly sensing his awakening and gaze, Xueqing's chewing paused. She slowly turned her head, in the dark tree hollow, their eyes silently met in the weak light. Xueqing's eyes, like icy springs, still bright in the darkness, she simply looked at Zhengchu quietly, a fleeting complex emotion flickered deep within her eyes. Her gaze lingered on Zhengchu's pale, cracked lips for an extremely brief moment, but in the end, she said nothing. She calmly averted her eyes, lowered her head again, and resumed eating. The tree hollow sank back into oppressive silence, only the sound of Xueqing's chewing remained, accompanied by the light crackle of bones being crushed by teeth. Zhengchu sensed that the atmosphere seemed somewhat off, but couldn't pinpoint the issue at the moment, nor did he spend much thought on it, instead sitting cross-legged, beginning to restore his depleted energy. In the current environment, the nature's spiritual energy was still quite abundant, and judging by the present situation, this ancient forest, seldom visited, was quite suitable for secluded cultivation. The spiciness and dryness in his throat still burned, but Zhengchu's consciousness had become completely clear. Leaning against the cold, coarse trunk wall, he slowly absorbed yuan qi, while his thoughts surged. The current situation for him and Xueqing seemed completely secure. With Yun Tianji's assistance in handling the aftermath, they should be free of Su Minghan's entanglement. Moreover, the cloud-winged tiger, prepared by Treasure Pavilion's top chef using a secret technique, had retained all its essence. The sixth-order peak beast, at the half-step demon emperor realm, its entire body, filled with abundant energy, was enough for Xueqing to use as her main sustenance, supporting her cultivation for a long while. The auctioning of Mystic Sun True Understanding brought him 270 million top-quality spirit stones. After giving Yun Tianji 100 million as a thank you, 170 million top-quality spirit stones remained. The 170 million is sufficient to support a super-major Sect's operations for centuries, and now it is completely in his hands. The path ahead seems clearer than ever. With such ample resources, combined with this perfectly secluded environment, there is no need to wander and flee as before. Even if the cloud-winged tiger is consumed by Xueqing, holding such a vast amount of spirit stones means there is no need for concern. He could directly purchase flesh and blood or hire cultivators to hunt, avoiding personal exertion. More importantly, in this world, without the ever-present curse of tribulation Chu Zheng didn't even need to consider incarnating for tribulations. With his thoughts clarified, a sense of inexplicable relief surged in Chu Zheng's heart. Chu Zheng silently breathed a sigh of relief, his nerves, tense for who knows how long, relaxed for the first time in a true sense. During this period, he could delve into some refining divine abilities. Basic techniques like the heavenly divination technique, their principles aren't too difficult, with some time, he could fully grasp them. And also, Chu Zheng slowly raised his right hand, unconsciously tracing in the void before him with his fingertip. A faint talismanic pattern appeared in midair. Lawbreaking Rune. The name, emerging from the depths of his fractured memories, resurfaced in his mind. This was from the beginning of his refining cultivation, a pattern researched to counter immortal path cultivators, but it was not complete. Later, when he himself pursued the immortal path, he never delved deeply into it. Currently in the near-immortal realm, most are immortal path cultivators, or rather, the immortal path that has yet to fully merge, with shared cultivation skills. The lawbreaking rune is equally effective for them, although it still requires refinement. In the blink of an eye, half a month quietly flew by. Chapter 752-500, Secluded Cultivation and Recuperation, Part 2. Inside the giant tree hollow, tender green spirit grass grew, encircling Chu Zheng, growing in rings. The damp, decaying aura was replaced by rich spiritual energy. Nourished continuously by the majestic essence blood of the cloud-winged tiger, the exhausted origins of Chu Zheng and Xue Qing, depleted due to significant essence blood loss, were finally effectively replenished, like drought-stricken land meeting sweet rain. The depleted energy and blood gradually filled, the pallor returned to a healthy complexion, and the persistent feeling of weakness within slowly receded like a retreating tide. This recovery speed, to an average cultivator, already seemed astonishing, comparable to consuming a top-tier holy medicine. However, Chu Zheng was dissatisfied with it. At the moment of complete replenishment, a subtle impatience flickered across his brow. Too slow. This long-term, cautious nurturing of injuries was unfamiliar to him, almost absurd. In his fragmented and chaotic memories, instant recuperation from injuries seemed a natural occurrence. The orderly process of healing now inevitably made him feel a sense of confinement. Xue Qing, on the other hand, was entirely different. As her energy and blood replenished, her aura became sharper and more solid. At the moment her injuries fully healed, a stronger wave of Gang Qi exploded, causing dust to fall from the cave walls. She broke through again, stepping into the mid-stage of the Yuan aura realm. She opened her eyes, her gaze flickering with a flash of brilliance, but her face showing little joy. After getting up and stretching her limbs, she tilted her head towards Chu Zheng. "Ah Zheng, should we change locations? The martial path requires one to sharpen their edge through life and death battles, to hone the great momentum of martial arts amid blood and fire. Long-term seclusion, tranquility, and safety are certainly beneficial for healing and accumulation but provide little benefit for progress in the martial path and could dampen her desire for advancement." Chu Zheng slowly opened his eyes, his body having just formed jade bone, naturally stepping into the mid-stage of the jade bone realm. After stabilizing his breathing, Chu Zheng looked towards Xue Qing, quickly noticing an anomaly, as her surrounding aura was somewhat restless. The protection of the tree hollow was a place for quiet cultivation for Chu Zheng, but for Xue Qing, it became an invisible cage. The martial will needs to gallop between heaven and earth, honing the edge during battles. The silence of this limited space was like warm water, slowly eroding the sharpness in her bones, making her feel a sense of suppression originating from her instincts. Chu Zheng understood immediately, rising to his feet, this place is no longer suitable for a long stay. Without further words, the two quickly packed and left the tree hollow. The air still carried the intertwined scent of decay and vitality, with towering ancient trees casting great shadows. The two concealed their aura, cautiously traversing the forest, while Chu Zheng's divine sense slowly expanded, searching for a more ideal resting spot. Days later, in a secluded area embraced by 3 solitary peaks, Chu Zheng's divine sense caught a trace of weak but exceptionally pure spiritual energy. Following the trail, they parted layers of entwined ancient vines, revealing a hidden valley entrance. The valley entrance was narrow, barely accommodating 2 or 3 people side by side. Looking inside, the light was dim, with mist swirling. As soon as they stepped within, a more refined spiritual energy rushed at them, carrying the refreshing scent of moist vegetation. A spirit vein. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Zheng's eyes. Although it was just a small spirit vein, the spiritual energy concentration was sufficient to support their current cultivation. Woo! A fierce roar accompanied by a foul wind came from the depths of the valley, shaking the ground. A massive black shadow burst out like a runaway war chariot. It was a fierce beast resembling a wild wolf, with 3 pairs of blood-red compound eyes, covered with obsidian-like menacing bone armor, a third-order beast. This place was evidently its territory. Discovering the intruders, its blood-red eyes glistened with intense hostility, its massive maw opening with a sharp roar, ready to bite down. Xue Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, advancing instead of retreating, her gaze igniting with scorching killing intent, as the long-repressed agitation since leaving the 10,000 Treasures Tower seemed to find an outlet. Boom! Xue Qing's toes touched the ground, and a formidable force roared through the accumulated decaying soil beneath her. A thunderous muffled explosion burst forth, using the wild recoil force, her figure shot upward like a reversing shooting star, rising above the menacing beast, with layers of earthen waves carrying decayed leaves and broken branches spiraling skyward, leaving a trail of turbid dust in her wake. Below, the wolf-like beast suddenly lifted its head, 3 pairs of blood-red compound eyes shrank tightly, locking onto the figure soaring into the sky, its obsidian bone armor shimmering, slowly exuding a layer of blood mist. Xue Qing's gaze turned slightly cold, her waist twisting, her long right leg slicing through the air in a powerful arc, carrying the shriek of tearing air, fiercely striking down. Crack, a muffled sound of bone and flesh collision, like a heavy hammer striking a mountain, followed by a hair-raising crunch of cracking bones. The seemingly indestructible dark bone armor of the beast, under Xue Qing's strike, condensed with terrifying force, instantly filled with countless fine cracks like glazed tiles struck by a sledgehammer. The cracks spread rapidly in an instant, emitting a piercing wail, the blood and flesh beneath the bone armor unable to withstand the immense force accompanied by the strike, exploding in a restrained muffled burst. Plop, the foul, hot blood mixed with pale bone fragments splattered everywhere. Gray-white brain matter spurted violently from the shattered skull, splashing like a fountain among the decayed leaves and soil. The beast couldn't even manage a howl of pain, its massive body collapsing like a puppet with all its strings cut, the 6 blood-red compound eyes dimming to emptiness, devoid of any vicious glow. Xue Qing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the previous restlessness around her dispersing, leaving a sense of lightness. Chu Zheng was not surprised by this result, as martial cultivators of the same realm were already exceptional in combat power, especially in the initial stages of cultivation. Those with extraordinary talent could battle across levels as easily as drinking water. The beast had reached the 3rd-order perfection, yet didn't even have the qualification to make Xue Qing exert her gang qi. Chu Zheng no longer delayed, heading deeper into the valley to survey the terrain. The interior of the valley was relatively spacious, with a crystal-clear cold pond at the center, the misty water being one of the manifestation nodes of the spirit vein, surrounded by steep rock walls and ancient, vigorous trees, providing a serene environment. This place is decent. Chu Zheng looked around, immediately beginning to set up an array, moving like the wind across crucial nodes in the valley, yuan qi flowing at his fingertips, embedding stone blocks engraved with talismanic patterns accurately into the ground or rock walls. After some time, a transparent light curtain like rippling water arose slowly from the valley's edge, closing at the top and enveloping the entire valley. Countless fine formation patterns flickered on the light curtain before quickly disappearing, merging perfectly with the surrounding rocks and vegetation aura. From the outside, the valley entrance was still obscured by ancient vines, with the interior shrouded in a veil as if covered in naturally generated mist, with no trace of spiritual energy or life. Aura leaking out. This array had the effect of isolating qi and gathering spirit, sufficient for their current needs. The spirit-gathering array slowly activated, and the already rich spiritual energy within the valley, as if guided by an invisible force, began to converge around the cold pond, with concentration gradually increasing, forming a mist of spiritual energy. Zhengchu, having completed these tasks, settled down cross-legged on a flat green stone by the cold pond, preparing to begin closed-door cultivation. "I'll take a look around," Xueqing said, her qi and blood still unsettled, urgently needing to find new prey. Zhengchu watched Xueqing's departing figure, his eyes flickering slightly. Xueqing possessed an almost primitive wild instinct, highly combative in nature. This kind of character could not remain in one place for long. He hoped to retreat from the world for 100 years and then enter the upper realm directly, but he feared that Xueqing might not be able to wait that long. Chapter 753-501, Severing the Tao Connection. 100 years, for cultivators with long lifespans, are but a fleeting moment. Holding a vast amount of spirit stones, occupying spirit vein nodes, isolated from external disturbances, is enough for Zhengchu to steadily push his cultivation to the 6th order of returning to void and even the 7th order of Tao integration, completing the accumulation before becoming a heavenly immortal. At that time, whether it is the enhancement of his own strength or coping with potential risks, he will be more confident. But Xueqing, after staying in the tree hollow for only half a month, she already felt uncomfortable. Though this deep valley is more spacious than the tree hollow, and the spiritual energy is more abundant, essentially, it is still a cage. For someone like Zhengchu, who has always been chased by tribulation qi, peaceful secluded cultivation is a completely comfortable thing. Without external interference or resource shortages, he even wishes to find a place to directly go into seclusion and cultivate to become a primordial golden immortal. However, for martial cultivators, the accumulation brought by quiet cultivation is far less effective than a thrilling, evenly matched life and death battle. It seems Xueqing cannot stay. Martial will, like a peerless divine weapon, refines its edge in the line between life and death. Away from killing, even the sharpest blade will gather dust, and the hottest battle intent will cool. This isn't weak will, but the need of martial origin. Forcefully suppressing is like rowing upstream, which could fatally damage the martial momentum. Continuing like this, the ancestral realm, let alone the 9 realms' great saint, might also be difficult to cross. 100 years of dormancy, feasible for him, but for Xueqing, it's a shackle. He cannot sacrifice Xueqing's path for his own stability. Yet should he let her go out to seek higher intensity battles for sharpening, the risk would suddenly increase, completely uncontrollable, and could bring unpredictable dangers. Deeper concerns originate from his own self. Regarding Xueqing's memories, he remembers too little, only some fragments obtained within the heart-burning corridor. Even by today, the first segment of memory within the heart-burning corridor, he has not recollected. That segment of memory remains in the mind, not completely washed away by the river of spacetime, yet continually remains shrouded by a thin veil, difficult to discern. Concerning Xueqing's life's experiences, he understands truly little. For a moment, Zhengchu's heart surfaced with some doubt. Has his act of keeping Xueqing by his side already altered her fated trajectory? He cannot even confirm entirely whether forcefully keeping her beside him in seclusion is truly the best choice for her, or just an unrealistic need or desire to protect her. This uncertainty about the future is more frightening than any formidable foe. He seems to be leading someone in the dark, yet doesn't know why she is willing to follow, nor whether this road is truly the place she desires to reach. A quiet valley, spiritual mist wafting, cold pond mirrors like a glass. In a blink of an eye, time flies, and more than 40 years quietly passes in this ancient, desolate forest. 40-some years passed like the ceaseless mountain stream in the wilderness, silently flowing, leaving indelible marks only in certain places. Outside the valley, ancient towering trees grew increasingly robust and twisted, their thick branches coiling like dragons, the dark green crowns layer upon layer, blocking the sky like a sieve, leaving only countless scattered light spots like shattered gold. In the valley, the permeating spiritual mist became increasingly dense and sticky, moving heavily as if gaining substantial weight, each breath carrying a penetrative chill and pure spiritual essence. The cold pond remained, the water deep and dark as an emerald mirror, reflecting the spiritual mist above and rugged stone walls below, unfathomably deep. By the pond, on a jade-smooth green stone, Chuzheng sits cross-legged. The aura around him is as steady as the rock beneath him, and like the deep pool before him, unfathomably profound. A faint aura, centered on him, pulsates incredibly slowly, drawing the surrounding spiritual mist to flow around. Each of his subtle breaths seems to move the entire valley, and the spirit vein deep under the ground breathes along with him. In more than 40 years, his cultivation has undergone earth-shattering changes. Starting from the jade bone mid-stage, a vast amount of top-quality spiritual stones being refined into the purest original spiritual power continuously injected into his limbs, hundreds of meridians like a surging river washing over the riverbed, broadening the channel and steadily advancing his cultivation. He successively passed through Tao embryo, coagulated the 9 orifices golden core, advancing all the way to golden core completion, and then breaking through the golden core barrier. To this day, the golden core ascends like the rising morning sun, suspended above the Dantian Qi Sea, achieving young god great success, 5th rank in the refining god realm, already nearing completion. At this moment, deep within his sea of consciousness, a cluster of pure radiance quietly suspends, that is his young god true form, which is still somewhat immature. Under the radiance of the young god, his entire divine soul exudes a kind of translucent and robust quality. The various obstacles caused by chaotic memories are all cleansed under the divine light of the young god, like ice and snow melting. 40 years of sitting in seclusion, he has refined qi into spirit. Time like a whetstone has polished his once slightly fluctuating Tao heart increasingly pure and firm, like the stubborn rock at the bottom of the deep pool, unyielding under the sweeping stream. However, in this valley, it wasn't just traces left by his cultivation, yet it's hard to feel another familiar aura's prolonged stay. Xueqing. Unclear since when, she was rarely remaining in this spirit-rich secluded valley. At first, it was a few days, later it was several months, and then, it became years without a trace. Chapter 754-501, Severing the Path of Fate, Part 2. Every time she left, it was as if a sharp blade pierced into the depths of the wild forest. Each return, her body bore heavy injuries, with a thick aura of blood and ferocity wrapping around her like a tangible armor, cold and biting. The honed edge of battle was completely integrated into the flow of her qi, born from countless struggles on the brink of life and death. Her path was completely different from Chuzheng's quiet meditation and qi refining into spirit. Over these 40 years, her cultivation was forcibly extracted from her blood and bones during repeated bloody battles with the terrifying beings deep within the wild forest. Starting from the embracing pill realm, she left bloody footprints with each step, crossed into the concentration realm, broke open the divine orifice, and finally, with unimaginable will and sacrifice, reached the divinity realm, 6th order martial god, which represents the ultimate in physical martial arts. At first, as Xueqing's absences grew longer, Chuzheng did try to find her. He spent considerable effort studying the heavenly divination technique, and though he might not have mastered it fully, finding someone in this wild forest was not difficult. Through calculations at his fingertips and following the imperceptible pull of qi, he accurately located Xueqing several times. When Xueqing did not return after more than a month for the first time, Chuzheng set out to find her, eventually spotting her figure deep in a swamp. Mud and filth bubbled around, with the foul stench spreading, and the massive carcasses of several poisoned swamp crocodile dragons lay like mountains, shells shattered, flesh bloody and blurred. Xueqing sat collapsed atop the largest dragon's head, with one of her arms almost torn off, loosely hanging by tendons and muscles, the white of bone clearly visible. Deep green poison sizzled at the edge of her wound, corroding the flesh, emitting wisps of green smoke. Her other hand clutched a bone blade with a chipped edge tightly, the blade tip deeply lodged in the shattered eye socket of a crocodile dragon. Sweat and blood mixed with mud covered most of her face, leaving only her eyes amazingly bright, like burning cold stars. When Chuzheng's presence appeared at the edge of the swamp, those eyes instantly lifted, the sharp gaze piercing through the swamp to fix on him. There was not a trace of surprise in her eyes, only a hint of coldness, keeping others at a distance. Chuzheng paused in silence for a moment, then quietly retreated. Another time, it was at the peak of a ravine, with jagged rocks and wind as sharp as blades. The Gangfeng held, lifting stones and emitting a ghostly wail. Xueqing was engaged in combat with a ferocious beast with wings on its ribs, shaped like a giant lizard. Her movements were extremely swift, as she weaved through the narrow cliffs and chaotic wind blades, leaving behind trails of afterimages. But the beast was faster, its claws tearing through space with each swipe, leaving deep bone-revealing scratches on Xueqing's back, flesh rolling back as blood was carried away by the Gangfeng, staining the sky red. Each clash with the wind pung sent her staggering, yet she never fell, her blood chi burned ever fiercer, and the martial arts true gang on her fists repeatedly struck the Peng's tough scale armor, creating deep thunderous sounds. When Chuzheng appeared at the edge of the ravine, trying to assist, Xueqing somehow sensed it, turning abruptly and shouted over the howl of the Gangfeng, "Get away!" Her voice contained an almost furious expulsion. Chuzheng halted outside the ravine, watching her battle, and finally, at the cost of nearly breaking a leg, she crushed the head of the fierce beast. After that, Chuzheng gradually understood that his presence, that so-called protection, was not a reliance for Xueqing but a formless shackle. What she needed was not shelter but a blood-drenched battlefield in the endless wilderness. He ultimately gave up, searching and focused all his efforts on honing and solidifying his own cultivation. Within the valley, it was silent, with only the spiritual mist flowing slowly over the pond's surface like a frozen river of spacetime. The abundant yuan qi within Chuzheng surged with his breathing, slowly returning to the 9 orifices golden core deep within his dantian. Every cycle, the light of the yang god condensed further, and his perception of the formless spiritual rhythm in the world became clearer. In the refining god realm, his divine sense reached the heavens and earth, where every detail was visible. He could even hear the long breathing of the spirit vein at the bottom of the deep pond. Amid the utter silence, from the direction of the valley entrance, an exceptionally intense life force entered Chuzheng's perception. Chuzheng slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze reflecting a calm and ancient light. With the sound of heavy, slow footsteps, the spiritual mist was parted by an invisible force, and a figure walked out from the hazy light and shadow, stepping onto the relatively open ground by the pond. "It's Xueqing." However, the scene before his eyes, even for Chuzheng who had long been accustomed to her returning bloodied, stirred a wave of emotion, causing his pupils to suddenly contract. The vestment robe she wore had completely lost its original color and shape, almost entirely soaked through with dark red and fresh bright red. Large areas of skin were covered in blood stains and dirt, and on the left side of her waist and abdomen, the flesh seemed to have been fiercely plowed by the claws of some giant beast, deep enough to see the bone, and even the edge of squirming internal organs was faintly visible. The rolled skin around the edges of the wound was a bizarre black-purple color, seemingly still retaining some kind of corrosive toxin, constantly eroding the surrounding healthy flesh, preventing the wound from healing. On her left shoulder blade, a terrifying fist-sized blood hole went completely through, with the edges of the bone shattered into jagged shapes, clearly caused by piercing teeth or sharp horns of some ferocious creature. Blood slowly and continuously seeped from these 2 deadly wounds, dripping onto the moss and gravel below, making a slight dripping sound that was extraordinarily piercing in the silent valley. Normally, a person suffering such severe injuries would have long failed to stand. Xueqing remained upright, her waist and back straight as a pole. She walked to the edge of the pond, washing away the blood stains, scraping off the rotten flesh from the wound's edges, revealing the underlying paper-like pale skin, her lips pressed into a colorless straight line. Immediately, she started to eat several pieces of flesh, even pulling at the wound, yet her expression remained calm. After a while, she bandaged the wounds herself and seemed to have regained some yuan qi, lifting herself up and walking towards Chuzheng. Ultimately, she stopped a yard or so in front of the green stone where Chuzheng was seated cross-legged. Chuzheng looked at Xueqing before him, his heart felt slightly complicated, as if he already had a foreboding of what Xueqing was about to say. Standing still, Xueqing said no more, her blood-stained right hand reached into her bosom. This simple action seemed to pull on the shoulder's piercing wound, causing her arm to tremble slightly. After fumbling for a while, she took out a storage ring, gently raising her arm and sending it across the air to Chuzheng in front of him. Only then did Xueqing lift her eyes, meeting Chu Zhang's gaze, her voice deep and steady, her eyes brimming with resolve. "Inside here is the corpse of a sixth-order perfect ferocious beast," and her voice paused slightly, then continued, "4,367,163 top-quality spirit stones. This compensates for the depletion from my cultivation over the years." In the valley, a deathly silence fell, the water surface of the cold pond undisturbed by ripples, even the flow of spiritual mist seemed stagnant. The bloodstained ring quietly lay on the green stone, making Chu Zhang's emotions complex despite having anticipated it, stirred slightly by Xueqing's actions. "Previously, you tended to me greatly," Xueqing's voice sounded again, interrupting Chu Zhang's swirling thoughts. "This favor, I will repay in the future." Paths diverge. From today on, Xueqing's voice raised slightly, resolute determination shining in her eyes. "We part ways." Today she returned, to sever the bond between the two. She was not narrating but dividing, calculating clearly and precisely. She intended to cut off all deeply intertwined emotions and debts from the past. The paths they follow are ultimately different. If this continued, the troubles she would bring forth would be unbearable for Chu Zhang. In the future, formidable enemies far more terrifying than the likes of Su Menghan will inevitably appear. At that time, even if she is able to handle it, Chu Zhang would certainly be implicated. Not every time would there be someone like Yun Tianji from 10,000 Treasures Tower to lend assistance. Separating now was beneficial for both. Paths diverge. This sentence erupted like thunder, instantly awakening Chu Zhang from his self-assured peace of mind. He seemed never to have been as clear-headed as this moment. The woman before him was Xueqing, not Songling Xue. Since arriving in the ancient times, his consecutive actions had completely altered Xueqing's original trajectory. Xueqing's actions now, perhaps, were to restore everything back to its rightful path. Chapter 755-502, Zhengchu Temple. Heal well before you leave. Chu Zhang put away the storage ring, his expression calm, slowly closing his eyes without speaking further. He had anticipated this situation a long time ago. 4,376,163 spirit stones. This number shows that Xueqing had been preparing for a long time. Perhaps the previous path was too smooth, and he made everything too simple. He almost instinctively forgot why he came to ancient times in the first place. Reincarnation Road, the great battle in ancient times, the heavenly destiny, true spirit, there were too many mysteries he needed to uncover. He thought that avoiding the world and waiting for his cultivation to become strong enough would naturally allow him to unravel those mysteries, but now it seems that if he keeps sitting in seclusion, what originally belonged to Zhengchu might be taken by others. Previously, he had a vague worry that his actions might change the future, leading to emptiness and eternity, but he instinctively ignored one point. The space-time law had already told him that if the future changes, then he should not exist here now. To Xueqing, without the tempering of life and death struggles, in the future, when facing unavoidable great calamities, lacking the accumulated foundation might trap her. Now he has unconsciously become an obstacle on Xueqing's path. Xueqing had clearly sensed this too, so between her own path and Chu Zhang, she chose her path. This decisive determination also felt very familiar to Chu Zhang. This familiarity didn't stem from Song Lingxue but from Song Lingqing. In Song Lingqing's eyes, it was the same. Her pursuit of the Tao was unwavering, with her path outweighing everything, unable to be compared to anything else. Unlike Song Lingqing, Xueqing seemed somewhat hesitant. She had evidently thought about today's decision for a long time. "Ah Zheng, you have helped me so much, and if this continues, I'm afraid one day I won't be able to repay your kindness." Seeing Chu Zhang put away the storage ring, Xueqing's expression softened considerably, speaking softly, "Great kindness is like a great enmity, I don't want us to reach that point." Chu Zhang lowered his eyelids, did not respond, and immersed himself in cultivation. Xueqing's recovery speed was startling. With the supplement of fierce beast blood, a severe injury enough to hurt her origin was 90% healed within 3 days, allowing her to move freely. She didn't seek Chu Zhang specifically to say goodbye but left directly. At the edge of the valley, Xueqing instinctively turned back, looking at Chu Jing seated by the pool, somewhat wanting to ask who Ling Xue was, but hesitated for a moment, and this question ultimately remained unspoken. Now, what does it matter to her? Outside the valley, deep in the wild forest, Gangfeng began to rise, stirring the ink-green canopy that blocked out the sky, making a dull, tidal wailing sound. Perceiving Xueqing's aura vanishing within the valley, Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes, lost in thought. In the upper realm of the near-immortal realm, characters from the ancient myths' first realm still exist. The fact that such beings can be nurtured proves that the near-immortal realm is still among the top great realms in the great universe. Why such a great realm would decline into the later Zhongyun realm obviously has special reasons. He needs to enter the upper realm soon to find some clues. On the 5th year after Xueqing's departure, the deep valley, silent for a long time, welcomed accumulated wind and thunder. The wind started faintly, initially just gently spinning the fallen leaves at the valley's bottom which had settled over countless years, rustling softly. Then, the heaven and earth primordial qi, rich enough to almost become tangible in the valley, began to uneasily stir, like a boiling cauldron, expanding in invisible ripples outward, compressing the surrounding air with a muffled wail. In the center of the valley, on that ancient unchanging boulder, Chu Jing sat cross-legged, figure like an ancient pine rooted in jagged rock crevices. Around him, there was no circulation of brilliance, no terrifying aura leaking out, only a silence so condensed it seemed solid. This silence was more imposing than any clamor, as if the weight of the entire valley and the rhythm of its breathing had quietly gathered in him alone. Another 5 years of meditative sitting, with wind, frost, and snow eroding the rock wall, and the sun, moon, and stars revolving relentlessly, only he remained the sole constant in this spacetime, holding the one and keeping the prime. Inside him, the primordial spirit honed to young God's great perfection was no longer an illusory light but after endless tempering, refined to perfection, condensed into an unparalleled true spirit. This true spirit, like the first ray of light born from chaos at the opening of the universe, was blazing and pure, infused with pure yang qi. After 5 years of refinement and sedimentation, his essence, energy, and spirit finally reached consummate perfection at this moment. Silent rumble, resonating only within Chu Jing's soul's depths. That piece of pure yang true spirit suddenly collapsed inward, as if to draw the entire universe within, immediately followed by a silent explosion, an expansion akin to the beginning of creation. An unprecedented sense of emptiness replaced the solidity and weight of young God's perfection. His consciousness was no longer confined to the ancestor acupoint at his brow, but like invisible tides, it spread, light and translucent. Every particle of dust in the valley, every vein of leaves in the outer wild forest, the leap of a droplet in a stream 1,000 miles away. The infinite and endless subtle information between heaven and earth no longer required deliberate perception. Naturally and vividly, it flowed into his now clear sea of consciousness. 6th rank of qi refining, returning to void realm. Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes. Within those eyes, there was no sharpness, only a tranquility akin to a deep pool. He spread out his palm, with long fingers and distinct joints. At this moment, the pads of his fingers and the palms were not of smooth skin but were covered with intricate and profound patterns that appeared and disappeared mysteriously. These patterns were not tattoos but seemed to grow naturally from the depths of his flesh and bones, like the rings of a great tree recording the traces of time and Tao laws. This was the result of years of painstaking research and exploration, an incomplete law-breaking rune that he had further enhanced. As a former ancestral realm, Chu Jing was well aware of the potential of this law-breaking rune, which pointed directly to the origins of all laws and implied a terrifying potential to tear through the rules and break through all obstacles. For the immortal path, if deduced to the peak, it would be enough to dismantle its foundation. After 5 years of sitting quietly, having achieved returning to void, the talismanic patterns were initially formed. The time had come. He stood up, and his bones emitted a series of light yet continuous crackling sounds, as if a slumbering mountain god was stretching its body. The moment he rose, the spiritual energy storm that had brewed for several days in the valley was smoothed by an invisible giant hand, calming instantly. The wild wind ceased, the dead leaves fell, and even the surging spiritual energy became gentle, encircling him to form a soft halo. He looked up, his gaze penetrating the dense canopy of the valley top, casting towards the high and boundless firmament. Taking a step forward, he did not control a sword, nor did he ride a cloud. Instead, his body floated upward lightly like a weightless feather. The silence of the vast forest and mountains receded behind him like an ebbing tide. The speed seemed slow but ignored the distance of space. Within a few breaths, the deep valley below, along with the vast and boundless wilderness of forests and mountains, rapidly shrunk, turning into undulating dark green folds on the expanse of earth. The Gangfeng layer, the first heavenly rift below the upper realm. This area was long beyond the reach of mundane living creatures. The Gangfen, sharp like real blades, endlessly held, enough to reduce refined gold and mysterious iron to dust instantly. The violent spatial turbulence tore twisted fissures in the void, emitting piercing shrieks. Chuzheng hovered amidst this destructive torrent, his vast and clear divine sense naturally spreading out. On his surface, the seemingly thin true essence protective shield flowed with the subtle light of talismanic patterns. The Gangfeng, capable of tearing fifth-order living creatures apart, swept past, and the protective shield's halo only gently rippled, like the surface of the water brushed by a light breeze. Those spatial fissures, when approaching within 3 feet of his body, were forcibly smoothed by an invisible and resilient power, unable to harm him in the least. He slightly bowed his head, his gaze piercing through the rampant storm, overlooking the 9 heavens and 4 seas. The vast landscape, captured in his view. An indescribable sense of vastness filled his heart. After part of his memory was washed away by the river of spacetime, he always had an indescribable sense of unreality towards the ancient times, which now seemed to be gradually smoothed over. Chuzheng no longer lingered. With a slight movement, like a star plunging into the deep sea, he instantly accelerated, tearing through layers of Gangfeng, heading towards the 9 heavens and 4 seas. He wanted to see if he could find traces of the future belonging to the Tsangyun realm on this land. Chuzheng's figure dived down from the 9 heavens Gangfeng layer, like a burning meteor, yet stopped abruptly before touching the sea surface. With a light tap of his toe, he stood steadily upon the vast, boundless waves. In front of him lay the East Sea. This was no ordinary sea. As far as the eye could see, the seawater was a heart-palpitating deep blue, nearly ink-colored, as if settling the passage of billions of years. Enormous whirlpools slowly rotated, covering unknown thousands of miles of sea, with centers unfathomably deep, seemingly leading to the 9 netherworld. Chuzheng hovered at the edge of the violent whirlpool, looking at the sea before him. After closing his eyes and sensing all directions, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. He had once ruled the Tsangyun heavenly way. As his cultivation improved, he became increasingly familiar with the heaven and earth laws of this world before him. The heavenly fate pervading the world was very complex, yet distinct, now managed by someone. He crossed the East Sea, concealing his aura and sensing the heavenly fate amid the unseen, starting to ponder deeply in his heart. To gain a foothold in the ancient times, the most crucial task was to quickly understand the operation method of the previous luck-stealing skill and the method of absorbing heavenly fate into oneself. Otherwise, in the ancient times where powerful races stood tall, he would not have the qualification to probe into the mysteries of reincarnation. Following a thread of intuition in the unseen, Chuzheng let his steps extend freely across the vast 9 heavens and 4 seas, measuring the world before him to deepen his understanding of the heaven and earth laws. His steps had long surpassed the mundane sense of trekking. In the returning to void realm, divine sense fused with the void. Where the mind willed, the form, like the moon reflected in water, the flower in a mirror, shifted between illusion and reality, crossing over mountains and rivers. He once again set foot on the 9 heavens Gangfeng layer, overlooking the cloud sea roiling like raging waves. The vast land shrank into a colorful scroll, and the joys and sorrows of billions of living creatures were merely inky dots on the scroll, hardly noticeable. Nearing the stars, he seemingly saw the phantom of the upper realm Qianglu, palatial and majestic, with celestial music echoing. Fairy maidens danced among the clouds, and the invisible barrier of heaven and earth prevented him from approaching any further. Then he sank into the abyss of the four seas, not to seek clues but to feel that ancient and silent dark water, where there also existed certain heaven and earth laws. Chapter 757-502, Zhengchu Temple, Part 3. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. The great sun dips westward, and the sky is covered with fiery clouds. Chuzheng stopped at the edge of the Kangming mountain range, where the spiritual energy was thin and the mountains exuded an almost primal desolation. At the foot of the mountain, next to a murky yet abundant river, scattered hundreds of households, constructing small huts with rough stone and sturdy vine wood, forming a tiny village. It should have been a tranquil countryside scene, but at this moment, the village was enveloped in extreme panic with cries echoing everywhere. Chuzheng's divine sense spread out like mercury pouring down, instantly enveloping the entire village. A dreadful giant beast was rampaging through the village. It resembled a giant ape, stood nearly 2 zhang tall, covered entirely in black iron like hard fur, with rows of sharp bone spikes on its back emitting a ghostly blue chill. Many villagers were terrified and ran scattered. A few brave young men wielding iron forks attempted to block it, but couldn't even pierce the beast's fur, and were casually swept away by its claws, bones broken and tendons snapped. The old, weak, and young huddled in corners, trembling, their cries heart-wrenching. Several houses at the village entrance had turned into ruins, with collapsed beams crushing the stoves and sparking fires that quickly spread, smoke billowing. Mountain Demon King, it's the Mountain Demon King from the back mountain gone mad. An elder with white hair and beard, supported by 2 robust men, with a face full of grief and despair, his voice drowned by the beast's roars and villagers' cries. Chuzheng looked at the scene before him, his expression calm, and walked steadily towards the fierce beast. The invisible space law descended, instantly pinning it down, halting its descending claws. Beneath the claws was a child scarcely 4 years old, whose face was now smeared with tears and snot, trembling uncontrollably. Chuzheng's face remained calm and unfazed, appearing somewhat out of place in this smoky, blood-soaked chaotic scene. He glanced, and the entire body of the fierce beast disintegrated inch by inch, turning to dust in an instant. This was merely a fierce beast that had just reached the entry stage. Any cultivator entering the realm could kill it. But in this village before him, there was not a single cultivator. In the richly endowed near-immortal realm, such a scene should not have appeared. Yet under the interference of powerful creatures, most of the nature's spiritual energy of 9 heavens and 4 seas flowed into the upper realm, with the remaining portion also rushing into the central regions like central continent. Under the spirit formations, the spiritual energy in the border desolate land had begun to grow barren. Cultivators couldn't survive here and could only follow the flow of spiritual energy gathering towards central continent, creating a vicious cycle where mortals, who should not have appeared in the near-immortal realm, are now emerging. Deathly silence enveloped the entire village. Fear, confusion, disbelief. Finally, all emotions turned into a post-disaster ecstasy and an overwhelming reverence for the mysterious figure. Su, superior immortal, it is the superior immortal who descended to save us. The elder with white hair and beard was the first to react, falling to his knees with a thud, tears and snot flowing, kowtowing fervently towards Chuzheng. Immortal. Living immortal. The elder's action ignited a fuse, and the surviving villagers, regardless of age or gender, knelt en masse, shouting in gratitude and kowtowing. Their sincerity and reverence were so intense that it was almost tangible. The elder, supported by the strong men, tremblingly walked to Chuzheng, tears streaming down his face, kneeling once more in reverence. I, on behalf of the several hundred mouths of Huangshan village, give thanks to the superior immortals. Life-saving grace, a grace greater than creating anew, never to forget. Dare I ask? Dare I ask the superior immortal's honorific title? Regarding these before him, Chuzheng's heart was undisturbed. Such things happen in the whole world, even across the entire great universe. He had seen countless births and deaths in the great realm. My name is Zhengchu. Looking at the elder before him, Chuzheng whispered and glanced at the 4-year-old he had saved earlier, fell into silence, and then raised his hand, pointing at a spiritual light that imprinted the key points of the great circulatory qi guideline into the child's mind. Today I pass to you the cultivation method and lead you onto the qi refining path, but not accepting you as a disciple. I hope you uphold virtue in the future, using charity and assistance as your mission, and extend to help the world when you attain greatness. Today he arrived here, witnessing this scene, therefore it was fate. Passing on the method, he passed it as he wished, no longer worrying about potential future disturbances. Chuzheng withdrew his hand, no longer speaking, his figure dissipated like smoke in an instant, as if he had never appeared. Leaving the surviving villagers to bow long at the place where he disappeared. In the months that followed, Huangshan village was engulfed in unprecedented busyness. At the center of the village, the small divine shrine originally dedicated to the indistinct mountain god was removed, and a broad piece of land was solemnly cleared. Numerous villagers brought out the best stones they had saved for years, meant to trade for salt and iron, invited the most skilled stonemasons from over 100 miles away, beginning the construction of the temple. Working day and night, rough green stones were chiseled into shapely squares and smoothed, built into solid bases and tall walls. The beams and pillars chosen were the toughest century-old ironwood, lacking luxurious carvings, but exuding a simplicity and strength unique to the mountains. In the center of the temple's main hall, stood a statue with a blurred face. The villagers believed that no artisan's skill could capture even a fraction of the superior immortal's divine essence, thus intentionally leaving it blank. They invited the most knowledgeable elder in the village to carefully inscribe 2 ancient and vigorous characters using vermilion mixed with beast blood and certain mineral powder on a smooth black stone slab, Zhengchu. The ink was crimson like blood, and below the writing, in slightly smaller characters, detailed the thrilling disaster and miraculous descent, concluding with the several hundred mouths of Huangshan village, eternally grateful, shall worship for generations inscription. The villagers spontaneously sought rare white stone from the mountains, with natural cloud patterns, carefully polished into incense burners, candle holders, and offering plates. Without gold, jade, or pearls, they offered plump wheat, delicious mountain fruits, sweet mountain springs, and wildflowers plucked each morning with dew, burning incense unceasingly day and night. Months later, a temple, though simple, infused with the villagers' utmost sincerity and boundless admiration, was finally completed. Above the temple's front door, hung a plaque also carved from black stone, inscribed with 3 upright and heavy characters, Zhengchu Temple. On the day of completion, all villagers, young and old, donned clean clothes and gathered before the temple. The old village chief, dressed in the cleanest hemp clothes, holding 3 special incensed sticks made from spirit grass, led the village to perform a grand ritual before the Zhengchu characters. Incense smoke curled, entwining the simple and solemn temple, swirling around the crimson Zhengchu characters. The villagers' prayers gathered together, low and devout, filled with wishes for peace and memories of the benevolence. The incense smoke, though faint, was extremely pure, carrying a simple willingness from the essence of life, rising thread by thread into the vast and boundless chi fortune of heaven and earth. Chapter 758-503, Favor Repaid. Leaving that desolate land, Chu Zhang's figure once again merged into the 9 heavens and 4 seas. This time, his direction was clear, heading towards the central continent. He did not go directly to the central continent, but wandered the world, sometimes blending into the clouds like green smoke, skimming over vast stretches of blue waves, and sometimes cutting through the gangphone layer like a star, overlooking the vast lands below. Over 40 years of time, a lifetime of change for ordinary people, yet merely a fleeting moment for high-level cultivators. Chuzheng traversed across the 9 domains, his divine sense like an invisible net, silently capturing conversations from cities, marketplaces, even rural mountain folk along the way, slowly piecing together fragmented information. A vague picture of the changes in the lower realm over those 40 years gradually emerged in his mind. The biggest event in the lower realm over the past 40 or so years was the martial arts grand competition more than 30 years ago. During the time he and Xueqing secluded themselves in cultivation, in the upper realm, a giant in martial arts with profound heritage, the famed Martial Pavilion, for reasons unknown, unprecedentedly held a large-scale selection competition in the lower realm. This competition was of extremely high standards, with stringent conditions, only selecting those under 20 with astonishing talent in martial arts. The martial pavilion, originating from the great universe, wielded incredible power, holding more than a tenth of the heavenly fate. Its pavilion master, Sun-Eroding recently slew an ancestral realm giant, making waves far and wide. Though it was merely a branch of the near-immortal realm, the news still sent the entire lower realm into a frenzy. Numerous martial clans and family sects pushed forth their most outstanding young geniuses, hoping to climb this ladder to the heavens. Many emissaries from the martial pavilion personally descended to the lower realm. Their cultivation was unfathomable, their eyes like torches, traversing various places in the lower realm, using secret techniques to examine root bones, searching for unpolished gems. Ultimately, after rigorous selection, only 123 young heroes from the entire lower realm were chosen by the martial pavilion, ascending to the heavens and being introduced to the upper realm to become disciples of the martial pavilion, the holy land of martial arts. When Zhengchu learned of this news, even with his state of mind, he couldn't help but pause slightly. He almost instantly thought of Xueqing. With her root bone perception and martial talent, if she hadn't secluded herself with him, with her aptitude, she would inevitably have been one of the most dazzling stars in that competition that swept the lower realm. She might even have been personally visited by a martial pavilion emissary and directly taken to the upper realm. Entering the martial pavilion meant receiving the highest martial arts inheritance, unimaginable vast resources, and the protection of an upper realm giant. It was a path far more smooth and bright than Xueqing, alone, struggling in endless battles and bloodshed. Because of him, Xueqing missed this opportunity that was originally hers. Due to seclusion cultivation, Xueqing missed the easy road and embarked on a perilous peak filled with thorns. Zhengchu calmed his emotions, not dwelling on it too much, and continued gathering information. Apart from the martial arts competition, there have been other changes in the lower realm over these decades, with some major sects or mysterious forces from the upper realm descending, seeking special physiques or taking away fated individuals, leaving signs of immortal enlightenments or tales of ascending to the heavens in one step. Beneath the calm surface of the lower realm, undercurrents surged. In recent years, the connections between the lower realm and the upper realm seemed more frequent than ever before. Central Continent, Wanlu City. This city is one of the major metropolises in the central continent, with arrays of transmission arrays leading in all directions, gathering cultivators from all over, a mix of all kinds of people. The tall city walls were built with cyan-black stone blocks, bearing the marks of ages, revealing a sense of weight in their mottled surface. The city's buildings stood in rows, with flying eaves and upturned corners, featuring both the grandeur of immortal clans and the bustling life of marketplaces, as well as hidden spots of secret commerce deep in the alleys. A slightly weathered figure paid the entry fee and, following the crowd, stepped through the high city gates of Wanlu City. The newcomer appeared to be about 40, with an ordinary face, carrying a sense of having weathered many storms, 3 strands of a clean beard on his chin, wearing a half-worn dark cyan Taoist robe, with a basic green wood sword hanging at his waist. His steps were steady, his aura restrained, yet it faintly exuded a sense of depth like a mountain. This person was none other than Zhengchu, who had used shape-shifting divine power to conceal his appearance and aura. Even though decades had passed, his appearance had long changed, but Zhengchu instinctively made some disguises, adding a little more sense of security. A 6th-rank cultivation was already a rare great master in the lower realm, capable of establishing sects and dominating regions. Walking in Wanlu City, while not causing a sensation, was enough to earn the respect and caution of most cultivators, who dared not easily engage him in conversation. Zhengchu restrained his aura, mingling with the crowd, listening in all directions. In teahouses and taverns, cultivators engaged in spirited discussions, their topics inevitably revolving around the opening of secret realms, the rise of new talents, or rumors about major figures from the upper realm. At market stalls, exchanges between owners were all about the market trends of magic artifacts, elixirs, and spiritual materials. Before the city gates, notices for disciple recruitment by various major sects and even bounty hunts for wanted individuals were posted. The information was vast and complex, like myriad streams converging. Chu Zheng's gaze swept over the street scene, his mind like a mirror filtering all chaotic information, wandering the city for several days, his footprints covering the bustling main streets and secluded dark alleys. In the end, his footsteps halted deep within a secluded alley named Mirage Alley. The light here was slightly dim, with few pedestrians. The shops on either side of the street were mostly inconspicuous, with old facades and blurred signs. The air was filled with a strange mix of old paper and faint herbal scents. His gaze fell on a shop without a sign, with an ancient copper mirror hanging above the door. The mirror's surface was blurry, unable to clearly reflect any figures, and branded with an ancient character Ji. The largest underground intelligence hub in Wanlu City, Ji Tianji, primarily dealt in the trade of intelligence. At any time, there was no shortage of people engaging in this kind of trade, as information often meant wealth. Chu Zheng pushed the door open and entered. The light inside was dim, with only a uniquely crafted bronze oil lamp behind the counter emitting a green glow, barely illuminating the small space. The air was thick with an even stronger scent of old age, with an elderly man with a hunched figure sitting behind the counter, his expression calm. Noticing the aura fluctuations from Chu Zheng, the elder's expression changed slightly, and he stood up, bowing respectfully. "What does Senior wish to inquire about?" The elder's voice was dry and hoarse. "Looking for someone." Chu Zheng spoke faintly, "A woman, cultivation at the 6th order martial god level, and Yun Tianji, a man from the upper realm." With a cultivation of the 6th order martial god, it would be rare in the lower realm. If someone had seen her, there should be traces left. As for Yun Tianji, it was more of a casual query, to see if he could repay the favor he owed for past assistance. The elder didn't respond immediately and, after a moment, stretched out a finger as thin as a twig, tapping the counter lightly 3 times. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing the price, Chu Zheng raised his hand and took out 10 pieces of top-quality spirit stones. Though the price was not cheap, it was still fair. A female 6th order martial god was indeed seen in Wanlu City before, and she came here as well to look for Yun Tianji. Hearing this news, a slight change of expression flickered across Chu Zheng's face, momentarily surprised. But in the next moment, he understood that Xue Qing came here probably to repay the favor from back then. As for Yun Tianji, he is now in Central Continent Yanyun City, probably around West City at the moment. After confirming there was no more information, Chu Zheng turned around and left directly. Yanyun City was not far from Wanlu City, just over 4 million miles. Within moments, Chu Zheng had arrived in Yanyun City, heading straight to the west of the city. During this process, he had already heard a lot of news about Yun Tianji. In the past few decades, Yun Tianji had already made a name for himself in the Central Continent. As a prominent figure from the upper realm here for training, Yun Tianji was always accompanied by certain members from the 3 great clans, betting on him. Even many strong individuals willingly joined him, hoping that one man's success would bring prosperity to those around him. He indeed did not let them down, his cultivation advancing rapidly, now having entered the 5th rank of Immortal Dao, in the divine transformation realm. For someone of Yun Tianji's age, his cultivation talent was astonishing, even if not quite matching the current Son of Heaven, but not far off. The prosperity of Yanyun City was comparable to Wanlu City, with complex forces within the city. Yun Tianji used those cultivators who joined him as a foundation to establish a force named Ascension Alliance. In this Central Continent region, it had already gained some influence, with over 1 million members under its banner. As Chu Zheng entered the west of the city, he quickly gathered information about Yun Tianji, making his way to a pavilion. Today, Yun Tianji was at that location, discussing cooperation with a prominent business guild's president. Following protocol, Chu Zheng submitted a greeting card and waited quietly. Seeing Chu Zheng's cultivation at the 6th order, Yun Tianji's attendants dared not neglect him and directly invited him into an elegant room. An hour later, he met Yun Tianji, who was accompanied by an elder in gray. The elder's aura fluctuations were distinctively at the 7th order, with immortal power rolling around, having entered the immortal tribulation secret realm. Who might you be? Yun Tianji looked at the middle-aged Taoist in front of him, puzzled as the greeting card mentioned an old acquaintance visiting. But he had no impression of the person in front of him. Chuzheng dispelled his shape-shifting divine power, cupping his hands in greeting. Brother Yun, it's been a long time. Looking at the familiar face, Yun Tianji was unsure and, after a moment, tentatively asked, Are you Zhengchu? Chuzheng nodded. When I last saw you, you looked about 8 or 9 years old, and now you've grown so much that I almost didn't recognize you. The expression on Yun Tianji's face relaxed, with a bit more genuine happiness. If Xueqing hadn't found me earlier, I might not have recognized you. Thank you, Brother Yun, for your help back then, which allowed us to escape. I'm exceedingly grateful, and have not had the opportunity to express my gratitude in person. Chuzheng bowed once more, pausing slightly. And how is Xueqing now? Xueqing? Yun Tianji replied without hesitation. She went to the upper realm 2 years ago. Upper realm? Chuzheng was slightly shocked, puzzled. Isn't the 7th order required to go to the upper realm at least? No matter how monstrous Xueqing's talent was, she couldn't become a martial half-saint in just a few years. Indeed, the 7th order, but Xueqing was an exception. Yun Tianji sighed, shaking his head slightly. The matter caused quite a stir back then. She ascended to the upper realm forcefully. Ascended to the upper realm forcefully? Chuzheng was instantly shocked. Yun Tianji seemed satisfied with Chuzheng's reaction, his smile deepening with a hint of schadenfreude. The details of this matter were suppressed by the prideful clans of the upper realm. Xueqing went directly to the upper realm, defeating 2 gatekeeping immortal tribulation cultivators head-on, and entered the upper realm. Originally, the clans wanted to suppress her, but this matter alerted the martial pavilion, and Xueqing was directly led into the martial pavilion. Martial pavilion. The expression on Chuzheng's face was slightly stunned. If he hadn't taken Xueqing into hiding, she might have already entered the martial pavilion 30 years ago. Now, after a roundabout process, Xueqing still ended up in the martial pavilion, making him feel a sense of predestination. When mentioning the martial pavilion, Yun Tianji's expression turned slightly complex, with the smile fading a bit. For martial cultivators, the martial pavilion is a holy land, beneficial to Xueqing in every way, so there's no need to worry too much. Thank you, Brother Yun, for letting me know. Chuzheng nodded, his expression serious. Your assistance back then is a debt of gratitude I always remember. In the future, if you ever need anything, I will help with all my might. A favor? No need. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianji immediately waved his hand. Back then, I helped you merely in passing. As for the favor, Xueqing has already repaid it. Xueqing has already repaid the favor? Chuzheng was slightly taken aback. When she found me, my Ascension alliance was in some trouble, having conflicts with the Shadow Moon Sword sect. There were numerous casualties on both sides, and I was almost killed in an assassination attempt. As he spoke, Yun Tianji unbuttoned his chest, revealing a sword scar over his heart. The day Xueqing got the news, she launched a night raid on the Shadow Moon Sword sect, and with just 3 punches, killed both Supreme Elders and the sect master, all 7th realm cultivators, on the spot. Yun Tianji's face bore a hint of satisfaction. The benefits that this favor brought me exceeded my expectations, so you don't owe me anything, and you don't have to trouble yourself further. If you regard me highly, as friends we will be. His expression became much more earnest. With a deep voice he said, the Heaven Burial Palace has shown signs of opening. If, before it opens, we both reach the 8th order, I would like to invite you to venture into the Heaven Burial Palace together. Heaven Burial Palace. Chuzheng frowned slightly, with fragments rolling through his mind. This name seemed familiar. What kind of place is this? The Heaven Burial Palace is the burial place of the Master of Heavenly Fortune, containing universes within. If we are fortunate, we might win Heavenly Fate's favor within. Yun Tianji took a deep breath, with ambition surging in his eyes. If so, we might become true sons of heaven. As sons of heaven, one has not yet entered the ancestral realm but already carries half of heaven's fortune. As long as one doesn't die prematurely, entering the ancestral realm is certain for a son of heaven. Yun Tianji's current cultivation was still only at the 5th order, but his sights were already set on the ancestral realm. Chapter 760-504, Upper Realm. Heaven Burial Palace, the burial ground of Heaven's Fate's master. Chuzheng fell into contemplation. If he could obtain Heaven's fate from this, he must go without a doubt. For him, who has experienced a battle with Heaven's fate once, no one understands its weight better than he does. Seeing Chuzheng deep in thought, Yun Tianji waved his hand. It's too early to think about these things now. Wait until we enter the upper realm and then slowly consider it. If you have nowhere to go, you can temporarily stay with my Ascension alliance, and I will help you equip all necessary cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng slightly shook his head and stood up to say goodbye. Thank you, Brother Yun, I won't disturb you any longer. We shall meet again in the upper realm. He is not lacking cultivation resources now, he only needs to wait for the right moment, refine his pure young primordial spirit to great success, then he can step into the Unity Realm stage. Take care. Yun Tianji did not try to keep him, escorting Chuzheng all the way to the big gate. Evidently, he also had many matters to handle, duties were plentiful. Chuzheng stayed in Yinyun City for a few days, spending considerable spirit stones to purchase a batch of secret medicine that nourishes the soul, and then he left. These secret medicines can further accelerate the growth of his pure young primordial spirit, helping him to enter the realm of harmony more quickly. Consequently, Chuzheng continued to roam the 9 heavens and 4 seas, embarking on exploration and mystery searching, while concurrently absorbing all those spiritual medicines, refining them day after day, increasing his cultivation. Within the sea of consciousness, the young god grows more solid and robust, almost reaching perfection. Several years passed by in the blink of an eye. The deep and desolate forest, the ancient trees towering, tangled branches coiling like dragons. This place is far from the hustle and bustle, only the eternal silence and vibrant wild vitality silently flowing. Chuzheng sat cross-legged amidst the ancient forest, as if his form had fused with this ancient land. At this moment, in his sea of consciousness, the divine soul emitted an unprecedented gentle radiance, perfect and flawless, without any hint of stagnation. The mighty divine sense flowed like mercury through limbs and bones, silently dispersing outside his body, resonating inexpressibly with the surrounding heaven and earth primordial chi, essence of grass and wood, and even every gust of breeze in the forest. The moment of Tao integration falls today. As Chuzheng immersed his mind entirely into his physique, the aura around him began to undergo subtle changes. A kind of pure and amiable Tao charm, originating from the source of life, rippled in imperceptible circles in the void, spreading silently with him at the center. Beside Chuzheng, the initially ordinary wild grass and moss seemed infused with supreme vitality. Tender green shoots broke through the soil at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading leaves seamlessly. Several unknown spirit grasses flowed a warm jade-colored luster between stems and leaves, at the top condensed crystal-clear spirit dew that refracted 7-colored gleams under the faint forest light. They did not grow chaotically but vaguely circled Chuzheng, leaves slightly inclined towards him, resembling devout believers in worship. Hiss, the silence of the forest was broken by an extremely slight rustle. From the bushes emerged a fluffy spirit deer, its moist eyes filled with pure curiosity and cautious exploration. On the branch above, a snow-white jade-faced spirit ape crouched. It no longer frolicked but fixed its golden eyes unwaveringly on Chuzheng, subconsciously gripping a plump spirit fruit, yet momentarily forgetting to put it into its mouth. In the shadow beneath the tree roots, a deep blue giant python quietly coiled, sensing the air for the majestic Tao charm, which instinctually felt close but dared not approach. Several colorful guiding flower spirits, resembling butterflies with faint spiritual light, were similarly attracted by the rich life aura emanating from Chuzheng, gracefully hovering around him, sprinkling specks of fluorescence. At this moment, with every heartbeat, every breath of Chuzheng, rhythmically aligned with heavenly and natural rhythms, ebbing and flowing spiritual energy around. This instant, he is the core of this realm and the source that initiates all vitality. Where the imperceptible Tao charm ripples spread, withered trees meet spring, a section of a long lifeless old vine, rough surface unexpectedly greened again, sprouting tender shoots. Chu Zheng's figure amidst mottled light and shadows and surrounding vitality and spiritual rhyme appears increasingly sacred and transcendental. Young God gradually connecting with his physique until they became inseparable. In an instant, Yuan Qi surged within him like a dragon, emitting intense thundering, beginning to operate a circuit of qi autonomously, harmoniously resonating with heaven and earth laws. The Unity Realm stage was a natural progression. He gently opened his eyes, looked at the surrounding spiritual plants and mythical beasts, and showed no surprise in his expression. A qi cultivator, refining the body with yin-yang dual qi, so pure is the aura, and the yuan qi within is likewise. With advanced cultivation, one doesn't need to act. Aura alone can subdue auspicious beasts and attract grass and wood spirits. Now, having entered the Unity Realm, he is already the top qi cultivator below a heavenly immortal. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, Yuan Qi surged slightly, raised his hand to gather clouds, and upon the 100-mile radius, descended the sweet dew. Today's breakthrough deserves celebration. This tranquil desolate forest may, due to today's opportunity, transform into a small cave heaven-blessed land in long years to come. In the next instant, Chu Zheng did not stop, without any reluctance, with a long shout, his voice cracked 9 heavens, and his form turned into a stream of light piercing the firmament, soaring upward. The target directly at that legendary realm separating the mortal realm from the upper realm, the heaven beyond heaven. Above the 9 heavens, Gangfeng raged. The protective divine light formed by Chu Zheng's initial Dao integration suddenly illuminated like a burning star, plowing a path through the chaotic Gangfeng that could shred mountains. Chapter 761-504, Upper Realm, Part 2. The piercing shrieks and the explosive clashes of divine light filled the air, yet his speed remained unwavering and unstoppable. Moments later, the Gangfeng suddenly weakened. Before his eyes appeared a strange scene, revealing an invisible barrier. This barrier was not physical, yet it contained the vast and unparalleled power of heaven and earth, like the placenta of the world, completely isolating the mortal realm from the upper realm within. Upon the barrier flowed ancient immortal patterns, indistinct yet palpable, exuding a heart-pounding pressure. Chu Zheng hovered before the barrier, his divine sense pouring forth like mercury, spreading out and meticulously probing. A moment later, he proceeded along the barrier, and soon the scene before him shifted dramatically. Transparent jade steps, suspended in the void, one end connected to the barrier, the other hidden within the dazzling heavenly light. These jade steps were not composed of mundane beautiful jade but of pieces of top-quality spirit stones, crystal clear. Each spirit stone emitted gentle treasure light, with abundant spiritual energy converging into visible spiritual mist, forming clouds, swirling alongside the jade steps. This was the stairway to the heavens, leading to the upper realm. At the end of the jade steps, 2 figures stood tall, clad in immortal armor, one wielding a war spear entwined with thunder, the other with a heavy and ancient bronze giant sword hanging from their waist. Beneath their helmets, their features were stern and cold, their gaze sharp as eagles, both with cultivation at 7th realm perfection. Chu Zheng collected his thoughts, stepped onto the jade steps paved with top-quality spirit stones, and walked straight to the 2 heavenly generals, retrieving a storage ring. Before coming here, he had already inquired about the essentials of ascending to the upper realm. The process of ascension was not complicated. Without clan guidance, one simply needed to pay an ascension tax. This ascension tax fluctuated occasionally, but generally, it revolved around 100 pieces of immortal jade. Immortal jade from the lower realm was rare, mostly exchanged with top-quality spirit stones, amounting to 2 million pieces of top-quality spirit stones. Lacking clan support, the vast majority of 7th-rank cultivators were unable to afford this ascension tax. Moreover, once entering the upper realm, they could not return nor communicate again, contributing to the number of 7th-rank cultivators remaining in the lower realm. These individuals lingered either due to financial constraints unable to pay the tax, or unwilling to abandon bloodline relatives and sect legacies, thus staying within the mortal realm. The gatekeeper heavenly general, wielding the war spear, accepted Chu Zheng's storage ring, glanced at the spirit stones within, and explained solemnly, 2 million top-quality spirit stones can be exchanged for 100 pieces of immortal jade, wherein 33 pieces are for the Sea and Mountain Song family, 33 for the Cuiyang Zhao family, 33 for the Qixia Yuan family, and the remaining one for our guarding compensation. The Lincian upper realm was divided into 4 outer heavens, Sea and Mountain Heaven, Cuiyang Heaven, Red Cloud Heaven, and Falling Leaves Heaven. Each of the 3 great clans took 3 each, and this so-called Ascension tax was nothing but a tool for the 3 great clans to monopolize the path to ascending heaven. Without a profound background or a miraculous encounter accumulating wealth, a newly breakthrough 7th rank loose cultivator would be virtually drained of all possessions, possibly even falling into debt and struggles upon arrival. The spirit stones are sufficient, you may ascend and enter the realm. The sword-carrying heavenly general spoke solemnly with a hint of warning. Remember, upon entering the upper realm, without the boundary token issued by the 3 great clans, one cannot return to the lower realm eternally. This is an iron law. Violators will face clan extermination and lineage eradication, with all bloodline connections executed. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing's eyes narrowed slightly, once again feeling the privilege of the clans. Hold out your hand. Chu Jing complied, extending his hand and opening his palm. The spear-carrying heavenly general, expressionless, flipped his palm, and immortal light flashed, producing a palm-sized snow-white jade talisman. With a flick of his fingertip, the jade talisman gently fell into Chu Jing's outstretched palm. Soon after, a gentle immortal power radiated from the jade talisman, sweeping over Chu Jing instantaneously. Afterwards, the surface of the jade talisman flickered with light, like water rippling, quickly revealing 2 lines of clear golden characters: Bone Age, 61 Cultivation, 7th Order Initial Stage Hiss. At the moment this number appeared, the previously stoic and unmoving demeanor of the 2 heavenly generals abruptly shuddered, the sword-carrying heavenly general even gasped, his solemn and cold expression instantly replaced by extreme astonishment and disbelief. 61 years old? 7th Order Initial Stage? How is this possible? In the lower realm, where spiritual energy is thin, laws incomplete, and resources scarce, achieving 7th Order within 1,000 years already classified one as talented. Even in the upper realm, where resources abound and heritages complete, noble family descendants achieving 7th Order before 200 years of age are considered brilliant, courted by the clans as immortal seeds. And this man, his bone age is only 61? Instinctively, the sword-carrying heavenly general withdrew his previous dominant posture, his body slightly bowing, a smile of utmost respect and even flattery appearing on his face, his voice gentle as the wind, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed name and which supreme Taoist orthodoxy or who the ancient immortal venerable lineage might you be from?" His mind was in turmoil, considering this monster-like talent possibly a Qilin child secretly cultivated by an ancient clan? Regardless, he dared not be negligent. Absolutely could not be negligent. Chu Jing observed the instant transformation of the other party, his heart remaining calm. Qi refining lineage, Zhengchu, with no sect. Qi refining? Zhengchu? Upon hearing this response, the respect and flattery on the 2 heavenly generals' faces vanished like dust in the wind, the previously bowed bodies straightened with a speed, even causing a slight wind sound. Qi refining? A wild and unheard of philosophy. Zheng surname? In the upper realms 3 great families and over 1,000 noble families, where has the Zheng surname ever stood? This must be some loose cultivator from an unknown corner of the lower realm. They exchanged a quick glance, seeing the same emotions in each other's eyes, undisguised contempt and disdain, even a hint of anger at being deceived. The initial shock and admiration caused by his bone age were now completely gone. In a place like the lower realm, with such rapid cultivation progression, and not being of a legitimate orthodoxy, it was most likely due to some quick, growth stunting, and potential depleting evil methods. Or perhaps the shortcut involving devouring powerful living creatures' flesh, refining and stealing souls, such side door left road practices, with foundations as flimsy as a sand tower, unable to withstand a strike. Even upon reaching the upper realm, wanting to recultivate might never achieve greatness. The sword-carrying heavenly general's lips curled into a sneer, the previous caution now entirely absent, his voice reverting to its former coldness. "Oh, so it's a chi cultivator. In the upper realm, one must act with care. You may only operate in Falling Leaves Heaven, without authority permits. You cannot enter sea and mountain, Suiyang, or red cloud areas. Go now." After speaking, the two waved Xuzheng off, indicating for him to leave, with impatient dismissal. No doubt, the surname Zhengchu and the Qi refining orthodoxy were already a stigma, marking him as lowly in their eyes. In their eyes, Xuzheng instantly fell from a potentially noble and respected immortal seed to a lower realm ant destined to have no future and might not live long. The ripple, caused by his age, was completely overshadowed by the arrogance of the noble families and their deep-rooted discrimination against loose cultivators. Xuzheng said no more, putting away the jade token, maintaining a calm demeanor, crossing over the barrier behind them to enter the upper realm. Their attitude meant nothing of consequence or value to him. In the grand scheme of the river of spacetime, these two's existence couldn't even stir a wave, microscopic as dust. Upon crossing the barrier, spiritual energy surged, tens of times more abundant than the lower realm. Xuzheng's muscles and bones relaxed, beginning to receive the baptism of the heavenly spiritual energy. No wonder the people of the upper realm regarded lower realm cultivators as coming from poor and remote areas, standing aloofly. In such an environment, even a pig advancing to the 8th order wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 762-505, Hierarchy. The environment of the upper realm is far superior to that of the lower realm. Looking up, the heavenly dome is vast and deep, utterly clear, and three boundless heavenly domains unfold like immense layers of a painting. Underneath his feet is Falling Leaves Heaven, where the spiritual energy is somewhat inferior compared to the 4th heaven, but still vastly beyond what the lower realm can offer. What meets the eye is an immortal mountain-blessed land, scattered like stars, with spirit veins lurking like a dragon, and myriad phenomena. In the distance, there are numerous architectural clusters with unique styles that exude strong auras. In Falling Leaves Heaven, there are over 1,000 noble families, countless sects thriving here, with fierce competition and covert currents, and several branches of powerful clans from other great universes have taken root. Overhead is a vast curtain of stars, emitting distinctive grand Tao rhythms and spiritual mechanisms. To the northwest, sea and mountain heaven, belonging to the Song clan, where the celestial curtain shows the rolling blue immortal sea's illusion. Beneath it, endless immortal mountains float like giant turtles, majestic and heavy like a chasm. Northeast lies Suiyang Heaven, belonging to the Zhao clan, where the celestial curtain is verdantly dripping, teeming with life, with the towering illusion of divine wood standing skyward, bathed in the flowing radiance of the great sun, full of creative vitality. To the southwest, red mist fills the sky, belonging to the Yuan family, where the celestial curtain is crimson like blood, with rays of mist and flames ascending, a faint view of enormous furnace or volcano illusions floating, the searing domineering aura permeating the void. This is the upper realm, where a leaf supports the three realms, and the three clans govern the universe. Falling Leaves Heaven serves as a foundation, sustaining and looking up to those supreme three heavenly domains tightly controlled by the three great ancient clans. Xuzheng did not rush to any city, aimlessly wandering slowly over the vast wilderness. He moved very slowly, his divine sense scattered, carefully perceiving the subtle changes between heaven and earth, as well as the imperceptible aura of heavenly fate. As the tribulation chi unique to chi cultivators completely dissipated in this ancient times, Xuzheng instead felt a void and bewilderment in his heart. How should the road ahead after becoming a heavenly immortal be traveled? Previously, he only needed to undergo tribulations to enhance his cultivation, and in the unseen, he naturally received the favor of heavenly fate. Now, towards that mysterious heavenly fate, he seemed to know absolutely nothing, the road ahead shrouded in mist, like crossing a river by feeling the stones, everything requiring his own search for answers. Previously, while walking this road, he never felt this way. A moment later, Xuzheng hovered above a desolate mountain range, silently standing. The heaven and earth and the unseen heavenly fate around him gave him an extreme sense of unfamiliarity. From this, he could not discern any traces of the Songyun realm. Suddenly, not far ahead of him, the void rippled like water, and 7 figures appeared without warning, instantly blocking all his paths. The arrivals were 4 men and 3 women, each adorned in splendid attire, surrounded by immortal light, their gestures carrying a hint of familiar arrogance to Zhengchu. The leader was a young man nearly 30, with handsome features and indifferent demeanor, in a brocade robe embroidered with intricate cloud patterns, his cultivation fluctuating in the 7th rank middle stage. His gaze fell on Zhengchu, carrying a slight scrutiny, and he gave a polite gesture with an emotionless tone. Fellow Daoist, the turbid chi has not dissipated, so you must be a cultivator who is just descended from the lower realm, right? May I ask your name and from which lineage you hail? Clearly, these people did not encounter him by chance but specifically intercepted him here, evidently having received some information, knowing that a newcomer had entered the upper realm. Zhengchu's eyes narrowed slightly, calmly looking at the other side. Chi cultivator, Zhengchu, no sect. Chi cultivator? Zhengchu? No sect? Upon hearing these 3 words, the 7 people's indifferent faces instantly replaced by unmistakable disdain. The leading man's lips slightly curled, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes, his tone carrying a sense of benevolence. Since that's the case, I'll be direct. I am Fan Mingxian, a direct descendant of the main lineage of the Fan family. The wilderness you are stepping upon, within a radius of 302,700,000 miles, all falls under our Fan family's jurisdiction. According to our Fan family's rules, anyone staying within this realm, whether in cities or wilderness, breathing nature's spiritual energy, is consuming our Fan family's resources. A 7th-stage early-stage cultivator must pay 10 top-quality spiritual stones daily as a cultivation tax. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zhengchu, with a hint of superiority. If you are short of funds or unwilling to pay this tax, there is another path. Our Fan family cherishes talent, willing to let you join our clan. At that time, we will select a woman with decent appearance and aptitude from our branch family for you to marry. However, he changed his tone, speaking coldly, the offspring you 2 shall bear, must bear the Fan family surname, and generations will forever serve our Fan family's main lineage as servants. His words were simple, one must either pay or become a slave, using the lineage and surname of future generations as a price. From these actions of the Fan family, throughout Falling Leaves Heaven, perhaps other places are not much different. With clans and sects thriving, external marriages are undoubtedly the best means to increase their foundation. Zhengchu fell silent. He had just arrived and had not entered any city built by the Fan family, merely breathing and meditating on laws in this heaven and earth, yet they demand the so-called cultivation tax? Such behavior makes no sense anywhere, it is blatant exploitation and plunder. He does not lack those 10 top-quality spiritual stones per day, given his wealth, it is merely a trivial amount. But today, he does not want to give it. The path of a Chi cultivator emphasizes clarity of thought, unity of mind and the Tao. If such humiliation leads to inner conflict, hindering the mind, cultivation will inevitably stagnate. There's no need to make things difficult for myself. Moreover, ever since the primordial era until now, it seemed like there was always a breath of suppressed anger in his chest, and he had to vent it. Zhengchu slowly raised his eyes, scanning the 7 people before him, his voice calm and unwavering. What if I choose neither? Pfft. Ha ha ha. A yokel from the lower realm truly thinks he's something special? After a brief silence, the 7 from the Fan family burst into ear-piercing laughter, bending over with ridicule, and looked at Zhengchu as if he were a fool, full of disdain and mockery. A woman in a light blue immortal skirt, with a charming face, covered her mouth as she laughed. Oh, have you not woken up yet? Do you still think this place is your little nook in the lower realm, where a 7th-rank cultivator can act like a king? The Fan family is willing to take you in, it's your blessing. A burly man beside her looked scornful as he sneered, early-stage 7th order is merely a strong ant to the Fan family. Our ancestor has already survived 5 true immortal tribulations, becoming a 5 tribulation true immortal, devouring stars and swallowing suns with a snap of the fingers. A lower realm cultivator like you, a single glance from our ancestor could make your soul scatter. Having heard Chu Zheng's words, Fan Mingxian, the leader, restrained his smile, his gaze turning icy, as if looking at a dead man. Choosing neither path means openly refusing and defying the Fan family, an unforgivable crime. He stepped forward, his imposing presence spreading. Today, considering you're new to the upper realm and ignorant, I won't sentence you to death. Instead, we'll capture this lower realm scum who doesn't know their place and send you to the forced labor camp for 100 years of servitude, so you'll understand the consequences of defying the Fan family. With that said, he clearly lost patience, waving a big hand and coldly ordering, capture him. Facing the oppression and mockery of the seven, as well as their blatant provocation, Chu Zheng remained calm as still water, with no disturbance arising in his heart. He slowly spoke, his voice low with a hint of coldness, different paths cannot make common cause. You and I are not the same. Today, you cause trouble for no reason, impose unjust charges, attempt to oppress me with your power, and forcibly seek trouble with me. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the seven people, without any emotional fluctuation in his eyes. You make a move against me, it means you're fighting for the Tao with me. In a Tao struggle, it's either life or death. I will take your lives. As he finished this sentence, Chu Zheng's gaze turned icy, with a growing intent to kill. A Tao struggle? Take our lives? Ha ha ha, such vainglorious claims. Fan Mingxian and the others seemed to hear the world's most hilarious joke, their laughter rising again. Ignorant lower realm scum, today, I will teach you the order of superiority and inferiority, the dignity of aristocratic families. Upon hearing Chu Zheng's words, the last bit of mockery in Fan Mingxuan's eyes completely turned into icy sternness, fury rising in his heart, and killing intent utterly unreserved. Zheng, a clear, crisp sword hum like tearing gold and cracking stones suddenly resounded, with a flick of his sleeve, a dazzling green and gold immortal light shot skyward. In the immortal light, an immortal sword unsheathed imposingly, its blade flowed with dense patterns like dragon scales. Where the sword pointed, the void was torn as easily as fragile silk, leaving a deep, unclosable black fissure. The terrifying sword howl turned into tangible sound waves, shaking loose rocks down the barren mountain below. The peak semi-immortal treasure, the green scale void-cutting sword. With this sword in hand, Fan Mingxian was confident enough to reign freely within the seventh realm. He even worried about killing Chu Zheng with a single stroke, losing the value of capturing him as a slave, so he changed the direction of his sword, transforming the fierce and unmatched sword aura into a green gold ribbon, aiming not at Chu Zheng's head, but to cut at his legs. Chu Zheng's gaze was as indifferent as an ancient cold pond, showing no fluctuation. Seeking your own death. He muttered in his heart, and the vast yuan qi within him, already poised, suddenly surged. Buzz, within his dantian, the flawless golden core trembled slightly, and in an instant, the mighty yuan qi, like a divine waterfall falling from the ninth heaven, spurt forth from the 9 orifices of the golden core, instantly filling his limbs and bones. Law of heaven and earth. Chu Zheng's body swelled rapidly without any warning, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying Dharma form towering 10,000 feet stood proudly between heaven and earth. The Dharma form was surrounded by chaotic primordial qi like forged godly gold, its eyes seeming to contain the rotation of the sun and moon. Chu Zheng slowly raised his hand, a sky-supporting giant palm, with fingers spread, fiercely grasped the void. In the palm, the wood, fire, earth, gold, and water 5 elements primordial qi boiled instantly, operating contrary to the mutual generation and restraint principle, defying the laws of the 5 elements. In an instant, 5-colored divine light overflowed, pinning the void. In a split second, the anti-5 elements array was formed. Within a 10,000-mile radius, the void was almost completely solidified, transforming into an isolated, impregnable cage. The green gold sword aura Fan Mingxian had unleashed felt as if it fell into a boundless sticky quagmire, its speed plummeting. The mocking and smiling expressions on the faces of the Fan family's 7 members froze completely at the moment when Chu Zheng's Dharma form unfolded. What came from their invisible spiritual perception was the deadly danger capable of freezing the divine soul, draining the blood from their faces instantly, leaving only boundless shock and disbelief in their eyes. Is this truly a lower realm cultivator? at the initial stage of the Seventh Order? Chu never intended to give the Seven any chance to react. The 10,000-foot Dharma form took a step forward, causing the entire void to violently tremble, winds rising like waves, chi surging like mist. In an instant, the enormous hand, covering the heavenly dome like an ancient divine mountain, carried the power to crush stars, without any embellishment, and slammed down towards the Seven below. If the heaven-supporting jade pillar were to collapse, the world would be overturned by a single palm. Bang! A dull, thunderous explosion erupted, and Fan Mingxuan's pride, the green-scale void-cutting sword, was the first to bear the brunt. Under the crushing force of this pure and extreme power, the peak semi-immortal treasure let out a mournful wail, and the spiritual light on the blade instantly shattered, retreating back like scrap iron hit by a giant hammer, crashing hard into Fan Mingxuan's chest. Pooh! Fan Mingxuan's whole body shook, as if trampled by an ancient divine elephant, his protective immortal gang as fragile as thin paper, his chest bones instantly caving in. He spat a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his eyes filled with utter terror. Chu Zheng's giant palm showed no signs of slowing, and the terrifying shadow instantly enveloped the 6 members of the Fan family standing behind Fan Mingxian, who were already paralyzed by the pressure and binding power. 3 among them, their cultivation only at the 6th realm, were as insignificant as ants in front of Chu Zheng's Dharma phase. Pooh! Pooh! Like overripe berries crushed by colossal strength, clusters of glaring blood mist suddenly exploded in the bound void. Their bones and flesh, along with the protective magical artifacts they carried, were indiscriminately crushed to sludge under the absolute power. The thick scent of blood swiftly spread, only to be firmly locked by the constrained space, unable to escape even a trace. Zhengchu, you deserve to die. Witnessing his clan members' instant slaughter, Fan Mingxuan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared almost like a beast. His intense rage suppressed the fear and injuries in his heart, forcibly stirring the immortal power within his body, desperately summoning back the green-scale void-cutting sword. The remaining spiritual light on the sword was ignited in his frenzy, transforming into a more fierce, violently blue-gold sword aura, like a momentary meteor, blazing with brilliant immortal light, slashing straight at Chu Zheng's Dharma phase head. Chu Zheng's gaze was icy, facing this desperate and fatal strike. He slowly lifted a finger of the Dharma phase, like a heaven-supporting pillar, lightly pointing at the dazzling sword aura coming at him. Yuan Qi gathered at his fingertip, divine skills activated once more. Star shifting. Buzz, mystical Dao rhyme instantly permeated, and that sword aura, enough to slay an ordinary late-stage 7th-rank cultivator, upon touching Chu Zheng's fingertip, seemed to enter an invisible vortex. The trajectory of the sword aura was forcibly twisted by an irresistible force, like a tamed wild dragon, abruptly changing direction. What? Fan Mingxuan's eyes were instantly filled with boundless terror. The sword edge of the green-scale void-cutting sword reversed at once, and the lethal strike he put all his might into was, in an instant and with greater speed and ferocity, viciously slashed onto his own chest. The blue-gold sword light passed through his body unobstructed, and Fan Mingxuan's body was instantly split in two by the sword aura, his remains almost completely torn apart in the violent sword qi. At the moment Fan Mingxuan's remains shattered, the vitality, qi, and spirit within Chu Zheng, long since connected, erupted like a long-dormant volcano. Samadhi true fire swept across the void, instantly swallowing the pervasive blood mist and all traces of the existence of the 7 from the Fan family. In mere moments, the prison of the bound void was left empty, the tricolored divine flame intertwined and swept through, burning away all traces. These 7, with mediocre cultivation and even poorer combat experience, were like children wielding knives in Chu Zheng's eyes, posing no threat whatsoever. Chu Zheng's gaze swept across the void, abruptly raising his hand, a wisp of divine sense was pulled from the void, falling into his palm. This wisp of divine sense tested back and forth in Chu Zheng's palm, trying to break free from restraint. It was a residual soul of Fan Mingxian, evidently attempting to hide here and bide his time to escape and report back to the Fan family, but detected by Chu Zheng. Once, even the ancestral realm dared not claim supremacy before me. Chu Jing looked at the wisp of residual soul in his palm, and spoke indifferently, "Do you dare speak of rank and status with me?" Samadhi true fire ignited in his palm, flickering in the void, completely erasing the last traces of the Fan family's 7. Chapter 765-506, A Millennia-old Aristocratic Family, a Ten-Millennia clan. After erasing the traces of the 7 members of the Fan family, Chu Jing continued on his journey. As for the so-called 5 Tribulation true immortal ancestor of the Fan family, he was not significant enough to cause a ripple in Chu Jing's heart, let alone fear. He didn't even have the slightest intention to investigate his reactions. This was merely a small episode, he wouldn't waste too much time here. With a slight shift of his thoughts, the 10,000 feet Dharma form was retracted, the anti-5 elements array dispersed quietly, and the imprisoned void resumed its flow. In the next instant, Chu Jing's figure transformed into a barely noticeable stream of light, darting northward like a meteor. He needed to temporarily distance himself from this troublesome location. Traveling northward, the mountains and rivers beneath his feet remained magnificent, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gradually became rich. Obviously, the Fan family was just in the border desolate land of falling leaves heaven. A vast plain unfolded before Chu Jing's eyes, lush and verdant. Spirit plants were abundant, and occasionally groups of spirit beasts could be seen leisurely wandering, their auras peaceful, evidently raised by someone. On the plains, large and small cities were scattered like stars, each shrouded in the glow of arrays, with the spirit gathering array operating tirelessly day and night, capturing the spiritual energy from all directions. Chu Jing traversed the grasslands, and the silhouette of a colossal city appeared at the horizon's end, coming into view. The city's walls were towering, reaching the clouds, constructed entirely from gigantic stones that shimmered with a jade-like luster, bathed in immortal light, having endured countless years and exuding a profound ancient aura. In front of the city gates, people flowed like a tide, with various strange mounts, flying boats, and even cultivators themselves using tunneling light, bustling in and out, a thriving sight unmatched by any city previously seen. Above the city gate, a massive mystic iron plaque hung high, with bold and powerful strokes, inscribed with 3 ancient script characters, Dingyuan City. Below, a line of smaller characters clearly marked, under Zhang family's jurisdiction. This line of text, compared to the ancient script of Dingyuan City, was evidently from a different era, appearing much newer. This city must have changed hands multiple times over the years. Concealing his aura, Chu Jing, like an ordinary cultivator, followed the crowd towards the enormous city gate. There were no guards at the gate, instead, dozens of immortal jade puppets of various shapes stood there, their steady auras and cold spiritual lights in their eyes scanning and recording the aura of each entrant. Inside the city gate, several luminous jade platforms were set up, with a few cultivators dressed in standardized blue magic robes seated on them. Most of their auras were between the 7th order, with one having entered the 8th order true immortal, appearing calm and dignified. His presence was full of life, surrounded by lush green, devoid of any mixed aura, having evidently just crossed the Great Tribulation recently, being a first Tribulation true immortal. When it was Chu Jing's turn, a blue-robed cultivator of 7th order raised his eyes to look, and the ancient mirror on the jade platform flickered slightly, displaying the image of Chu Jing entering the city, with the text Early Stage 7th Order particularly striking. Entry fee, 20 pieces of top-quality spiritual stone, or equivalent value. If staying in the city, a daily cultivation tax is required. Early Stage 7th Order, pay an additional 50 pieces of top-quality spiritual stone daily. You may pay now or at the tax bureau or designated locations within marketplaces in the city. Failure to pay on time will result in enforcement by the city guard puppets, with a penalty of triple and conscription into labor based on circumstances. The rules were similar to those of the Fan family. The only difference was that these cultivators did not ask about his clan. Obviously, the Zhang family's strength was far superior to the Fan family, as they were not intimidated by most family clans within Falling Leaves Heaven, hence behaving this way. Chu Jing understood that in the upper realm, the rules were centered around territory and identity. If one's resources were insufficient, it would certainly be difficult to remain in the city, and encountering a clan member in the wilderness would require paying taxes, unavoidable no matter what. Chuzheng said little, casually flicked out 1,000 top-quality spiritual stones, which landed on the jade platform. The spiritual stones emitted a slight glow upon landing, resulting in a small green mark beside Chuzheng's image in the ancient mirror. His aura had been recorded, presumably if he overstayed, a puppet or cultivator would track him down by his aura. Upon entering the city, a tumultuous spiritual energy swept over him, the wide streets stretching over 100 feet without interruption, paved with lapis lazuli polished to smoothness, with dust removal arrays constantly operating, shiny enough to reflect one's image. On either side of the street, pavilions stood densely, varying in style, some towering 100 feet into the clouds with ornate carvings and painted beams, others intricate and elegant with various signs hanging around. Chuzheng even saw a skyscraper made of steel, with 2 women standing before the door, who were not living creatures but filled with precise electronic components, products of high technological level. Such things should not exist in the near-immortal realm, the only explanation being this city had truly integrated with the great universe. The air was permeated with a very clear scent, as all the turbid chi had been drawn out by omnipresent arrays and expelled outside the city. The cultivators within the city generally had high cultivation, mostly above the 5th order, with 6th order cultivators common, making Chuzheng's current cultivation in the crowd not noticeable. The nature's spiritual energy was overly concentrated, with relatively clear laws, allowing those not born with obstructed meridians to absorb the spiritual energy into their bodies and embark on the path of cultivation. The concept of mortals had already vanished entirely in the upper realm. He strolled along the bustling street, perceiving the pulse of the city before him, quickly gathering some unexpected information. In the upper realm, there is an unwritten saying, 1,000-year-old family, a 10,000-year clan. A legacy spanning thousands of years, regardless of its underlying strength, can only be called a family. Only those who remain immortal through 10,000 years can be called clans. And the bloodlines of these clans are far more complex than Chuzheng imagined. Although they all revere the bloodline and maintain this vast clan system, their internal structure is not entirely patriarchal as Chuzheng expected. There is another type, the matrilineal clans, where women are the foundation of the legacy families. These clan bloodlines mostly manifest with naturally born spiritual bodies, and it can only appear in women, such as the purine body, psychic mysterious body, and so on. In these clans, women typically hold power, and they never marry outside the clan, only taking husbands into the family. In such clans, the rules are often stricter, and a significant emphasis is placed on the bloodline. The family is connected through the matrilineal bloodline, and the important financial legacies are all passed down through matrilineal heritage. In this system, the continuation of the paternal bloodline is far less significant than the maternal line, making marriage a problem for some men in the clan. The Zhang family is such a matrilineal clan, with its foundation not in the near-immortal realm, but in the great universe. In their clan, women have a chance to awaken a type of bloodline called the heavenly spirit Dao body at the age of 16. According to the quality of the bloodline, the most outstanding among them can cultivate at a pace that is not inferior to the average half-step emperor, which is astounding. However, this type of bloodline cannot be conceived by males, not even across generations. In the great universe, the Zhang family is considered a great clan, with ancient myths guarding the clan, their influence spread throughout the Star Sea. As a result, many weaker families and sects choose to attach themselves, steadily supplying suitable marriage-aged men. But even so, fully matured heavenly spirit Dao bodies within the Zhang family remain few and far between. 1,000-year-old family, a 10,000-year clan. Chuzheng pondered for a moment, without stopping on the street, and proceeded directly towards the center of Heavenly Abyss City. This giant city, just from its transmission arrays, could reflect its status in Falling Leaves Heaven. Soon, following the city's strongest spatial fluctuations, he arrived at a plaza situated in the eastern part of the city. The scope of the plaza was immense, comparable to a plain, with star-brilliant peculiar slabs paved on the ground, forming an enormous complex formation. At the heart of the plaza stood dozens of gigantic gates, each 1,000 meters tall and of various designs, filled not with substance but swirling vortices of shimmering, colorful light. The gates of space are for travel not within the Great Realm but are cross-border transmission arrays used within the starry sky. A long queue formed before each gate, with jade platforms nearby, staffed by cultivators from the Zhang family responsible for registration and fee collection. As Chuzheng speculated, Dingyuan City was already connected to the Great Universe, making it possible to break free from the world's barriers and interact with the entire Great Universe from this location. Chuzheng approached one of the gates and glanced at a large jade wall standing beside the jade platform, where a price list was delineated using spiritual power, destination, heavenly wind star domain, drunken immortal star, single person, one-way cost, 340 immortal jade, goods mount special items, additional charge, teleportation interval, once every 20 days, advance reservation required, full capacity only, current people, 764/1000, special reminder, the environment of the Great Universe is complex. If interrupted by uncontrollable external forces during transmission, the Zhang family cannot guarantee your safety, undertake the risk on your own. 340 immortal jade, for most freshly ascended 7th-rank cultivators, whose wealth is nearly drained by the Ascension tax, is undoubtedly a steep price, one that would see them struggling and accumulating for hundreds or even thousands of years in the upper realm. Even though Chu Zheng's wealth was ample, this price was not a small sum for him either. Moreover, there was currently no urgent need for Chu Zheng to enter the Great Universe. He first needed to establish himself firmly in Falling Leaves Heaven, collecting enough information and strength. Chu Zheng wandered the plaza for some time, spending some spirit stones to gather information from various cultivators traveling within the Great Universe. In the present Great Universe, the myriad races are prevalent, and various Taoist orthodoxy emerged endlessly. The strongest 10 forces are called the 10 Great Ancient Clans. The rankings of these 10 Great Ancient Clans occasionally shift due to certain reasons. For instance, when an ancestor realm lifespan ends, and the heavenly fate scatters, or if a new ancestor realm emerges within other clans, the rankings would change. Therefore, some clans with an ancestor realm presence still find it challenging to list among the 10 Great Ancient Clans. Currently, in the Great Universe, only 3 clans among the 10 Great Ancient Clans belong to the human race: the Martial Pavilion of Erosion Sun lineage, the Immortal Dao Su family, and the Feng family. Together, these 3 clans hold over 30% of the heavenly fate, securing a foundation for the human race in the Great Universe. However, Sun-Eroding cry severed the Su family's old ancestor Shumi Xing and shattered the immortal ancestor's mansion, becoming a mortal enemy with the Su family. Sun-Eroding cry could have completely eradicated the Su family, but for some reason, he left a glimmer of hope, not even moving against the Su family's Son of Heaven, preserving half of their heavenly fate. Now, the Martial Pavilion holds 1.5% of the heavenly fate, ranking second in the Great Universe, even above the Star Moon Ancient Clan, which holds double ancestor realms. Ranked first is the Giant God Clan, who likewise holds 1.5% of the heavenly fate, with 3 ancestor realm perfections within the clan, currently at the height of their power, their influence spanning almost all divine kingdoms in the Great Universe. The ancient ancestor blood tea within their clan could nearly be considered the strongest individual in today's Great Universe. Chu Zheng remained unsatisfied with the information, finding it somewhat too generalized. He turned away from the plaza, thinking to himself when his attention was drawn to a building. The structure resembled a colossal, impaled sword, entirely black, emanating a heavy, murderous aura. Above the main entrance hung a massive mystic iron plaque, displaying the words Martial Pavilion. Martial Pavilion? Chu Zheng's heart stirred slightly. He hadn't expected to find a branch of the Martial Pavilion so soon within the Zhang family's city. He approached indifferently. There were no guards in front of the Martial Pavilion, the main doors open, faintly emanating a surging vitality wave. Upon entering, the internal space was more expansive than it appeared externally, unfolding the void. The first floor was a wide hall, akin to a vast martial arts arena, where many martial cultivators practiced and exchanged skills, fists whistling, sword chi crisscrossing, but all constrained within an invisible array's light screen, not affecting others. All around were various counters selling all kinds of weapons, armor, body-tempering elixirs, or slaughter secret techniques. Chu Zhang's gaze swept across the hall and finally settled at the far end of the hall. There stood a high platform on which a life-sized statue was enshrined, a middle-aged man clad in close-fitting armor with a stature as firm as a spear. The statue exuded a sense of restrained, yet sky-piercing sharpness. Sitting cross-legged beneath the statue was an elder. The elder's hair and beard were all white, with an ancient, rustic face, slightly thin, dressed in gray, with eyes closed, exuding a calm presence, standing out against the bustling environment. Chu Jing keenly sensed an extremely powerful vitality dormant within the elder, akin to a dormant volcano. His cultivation was surprisingly at the 8th order, truly a martial saint. He must be the pavilion master or elder of this martial pavilion branch. Chu Jing looked around and walked toward a nearby counter. Behind the counter stood a burly man, his aura condensed, at the peak of Tier 5, on the verge of divine communication. Seeing Chu Jing approaching, the man appeared unchanged. "Fellow Daoist, what do you need?" "I need some elixirs for body tempering." Chu Jing casually replied, examining the medicinal blood spirit materials in the cabinet, his tone relaxed with a hint of casual conversation. "The martial pavilion has a deep foundation with many outstanding talents. I have long heard of their reputation. Are there any recent remarkable young talents emerging, to give this loose cultivator a glimpse? Are you interested in such matters as well?" Hearing this, the burly man's expression shifted slightly, seeming intrigued, and he spoke in a lowered voice. "I happen to have an interest in these matters myself, and have collected quite a few secret details. However..." He paused in his speech. "I wonder how much elixir you wish to purchase?" Chu Jing caught his implied meaning, glanced over the counter, and pointed his finger to several items. "I'll take all of them." Chapter 767-507, Fate. Upon seeing Chu Zhang's generous display, the great man's expression immediately warmed up a lot. "Friend, you're asking the right person today. Our martial pavilion, not to mention those selected from the lower realm, even within Falling Leaves Heaven, has produced many talented individuals. That skybreaking hand Zhao Wufeng, with just his palms, can directly resist the edge of an immortal treasure. In the younger generation of Falling Leaves Heaven, he has already made quite a name for himself. And startled swan sword Lu Panhai, though only at half-saint perfection now, has a record of slaying a true immortal head-on, a combat power that is truly astonishing." The great man counted several names on his fingers, then his expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "Let me tell you a secret, something that even some noble families in Falling Leaves Heaven are unaware of. The people I just mentioned can already reign among the younger generation of Falling Leaves Heaven, but still can't compare to another person." He glanced around quickly, as if afraid of eavesdroppers, and only after confirming no one was paying attention, he transmitted his voice. "That person's name is Xue Qing, she comes from the lower realm." Xue Qing. Chu Zhang's heart stirred slightly, but he maintained an expression as calm as a still lake. "Yes, Xue Qing." The great man didn't notice Chu Zhang's oddity, and said in a deep voice, "She's extraordinary. She forcefully made her way here from the lower realm when her cultivation was only at the 6th order divine communication. It is said that the gatekeeping heavenly generals blocked her from the heavenly gate on the grounds that her cultivation was insufficient, with a hint of mockery in their words." Xue Qing said nothing more, and directly made her move. In just a few rounds, she severely injured the 2 heavenly generals and forced her way into the upper realm. "And then?" Chu Jing squinted slightly. Xue Qing was known for rarely considering consequences. It's not surprising for such a situation to occur when she acts on impulse. Then? Things escalated greatly. The gatekeeping heavenly generals represent the face of the 3 great clans. By hitting them, it was like giving a harsh slap to the Zhao, Song, and Yuan families. The news immediately alarmed several clans. It's said that at that time an immortal king descended with a decree to execute the audacious girl from the lower realm on the spot. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing frowned slightly. With Xueqing's situation, facing the three great clans head-on would only result in ashes in an instant. He remained quiet and continued to listen in silence. The news caused quite a stir, and in the end, it was the Cloud Thunder Martial Emperor from our martial pavilion who intervened. The great man said in a deep voice, the martial emperor personally spoke to protect Xueqing, bringing her into the martial pavilion. Chu Jing understood. The martial emperor, a giant in the ancient mythical domain, is already an absolute peak powerhouse in the near-immortal realm. With his intervention, this kind of small matter was easily suppressed. These events weren't much different from what he heard from Yun Tianji. And after that? Chu Jing pursued. After that, I don't know. There's rumor that the martial emperor intends to accept her as his final disciple. As for the affairs of those big figures, how could I possibly know? The great man shook his head slightly, with some emotion. Tisk, from ascending from the lower realm, immediately beating the heavenly generals and even catching the attention of the martial emperor himself, such a story has never happened before in the history of the near-immortal realm. It's truly mysterious. Saying this, the great man shook his head repeatedly, then turned to fetch some medicinal supplements for Chu Jing, enthusiastically adding, "Friend, I guarantee the authenticity of the secret medicine from our martial pavilion. By the way, I received new Vajra plate gypsum just recently. It's excellent for refining the physical body. Would you like to check it out? It guarantees to fortify your physique. Maybe one day you could be noticed by a great figure like Xueqing, rise through the ranks, and make your mark." Chu Jing stopped listening, picked up the supplements, and turned to leave directly. Xueqing's path seems to have gotten back on track. What he needs to care about at this moment is only himself. Achieving heavenly immortal as soon as possible is the right path. The Eighth Order can slightly perceive the flow of heavenly fate. Perhaps, then he might discover some insights about it. Chu Jing stepped out of the martial pavilion without much delay, walking along the long street and starting to find a suitable place for secluded cultivation. What he needs to do now is to cultivate quietly, wait until Dao integration perfection, and then ascend to heavenly immortal before making further plans. The lapis lazuli paved long street was still as wide as ever, with luminous Qianglu Yuyu lining both sides. As Chu Jing observed casually, when he turned a corner, there was a slight commotion up ahead. The crowd coming and going seemed to be separated by an invisible hand, gathering in a circle with curiosity, clearly there to watch the bustle. In the center of the crowd were two slender figures, looking out of place with the bustling street. A young boy, about 13 or 14 years old, with a thin figure and dressed in a blue vestment robe, wore an expression full of anxiety and weathering that didn't match his age. Behind him, he tightly protected a small girl of about 7 or 8. The girl, sculpted like porcelain, should have been in the prime of her playful years, but at this moment, her little face was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of any blood, and she looked as if she might topple over like a candle in the wind, her aura in utter disarray. She leaned weakly against the boy, seemingly struggling just to stand. The dense spiritual energy flowing in the air was inexplicably drawn toward her, thread by thread, into her body, only to pass through and seem to strip away what little vitality she had left, causing her already frail aura to wither even more. On both sides of the sibling duo, stood two jade puppets crafted entirely from gentle jade, their eyes flickering with a cold crimson light, emanating an aura of majesty. Seeing this, Chu Jing paused slightly but did not hurry to step forward, standing like others, in the shadows at the edge of the street. With a sweep of his divine sense, the low whispers of the surrounding cultivators were clearly heard entering his ears. Chapter 768-507, Fate, 2. Two more who can't pay the cultivation tax. Judging by that little girl's appearance, she might not last long. Spiritual energy through the body is like a bone-scraping knife. Alas, 2 orphan children, stranded here in Dingyuan City with no one to rely on. Surviving until now is already a miracle. They seem to have been stuck in the city for nearly 3 months. Their elders went out of the city and then disappeared mysteriously, probably with little hope of survival. These jade puppets are devoid of humanity. With unpaid taxes, they're naturally bound to perform labor. Rules are rules, Piecing these bits of information together, Chuzheng understood the situation. A pair of siblings from another great realm, seeking opportunities in the near-immortal realm with their parents, met with disaster. Their parents lost, with little hope of survival, their spirit stones exhausted, unable to pay the daily cultivation tax required to survive within the Zheng family's territory. Over time, the amount, while insignificant to high-level cultivators, had become astronomical for two children without support. The jade puppet operated under Zheng family's regulations, intending to take them to the forced labor camp to work off their debt. Going to the forced labor camp, the young boy might still survive, but as for the little girl, she absolutely wouldn't make it. "I beg you, seniors, immortals. Save my sister." The boy dropped to his knees suddenly, his forehead banging heavily against the cold lapis lazuli slab with a dull thud. He raised his head, eyes red with desperation. "If any benefactor is willing to offer a helping hand and save my sister today, I vow to serve as a slave, to repay with my life. For this life, this world, I shall never forget." He repeatedly kowtowed, each strike powerful, quickly causing blood to seep from his forehead, looking especially wretched. He gazed around, his eyes filled with despair. Among the onlookers were several cultivators with powerful auras. After a brief silence, a middle-aged cultivator in red embroidered robes, with a scholarly air, stepped forward, his aura profound like an abyss, unequivocally an eighth-order cultivator. He walked to the boy, raised a hand to stop his kowtowing with a gentle force. "Rise and speak." The middle-aged cultivator's voice was gentle and composed as he reached out two fingers to Shen Lingkong's wrist, injecting a thread of pure spiritual power into his body. Moments later, he slightly frowned, withdrew his fingers, and shook his head regretfully. "Your root bone is of lower-grade talent, meridians stagnant, spirit apertures unopened. The path of cultivation is rough, afraid, entering the seventh realm is difficult." He scanned the anxious face of the boy and asked, "What is your surname?" "Shen." "Junior's surname is Shen." The boy, grasping at a lifeline, pleaded eagerly, "Senior, please help us. Just save my sister, and I'll take an oath to serve you lifelong," toiling without any resentment. Surname Shen. The middle-aged cultivator slightly shook his head. "Currently, in the great universe, there are no significant clans with the surname Shen, so it's unlikely he possesses any yet-to-awaken spiritual body." He turned his gaze to the feeble little girl and lightly placed a finger on her slender wrist. The next instant, his expression suddenly changed, eyes flickering with surprise and doubt. The spiritual power he sent in disappeared like a stone in the sea, instantly absorbed by an unusual suction within the girl's body, then passed through, returning to the world outside. At the same time, he clearly felt the surrounding nature's spiritual energy being continuously absorbed into the girl's body. These energies did not nurture her, instead, like countless tiny scrapers, they were continuously scraping away her life origin. Her body was like an unsealable funnel, through which spiritual energy passed, taking with it her vital life force. It was no common case of energy deficiency. "This constitution," the middle-aged cultivator muttered to himself, brows knit, "born incomplete or perhaps abandoned by the spiritual energy of the heavens? Left unchecked, even with spiritual pills, it would be hard for her to live past 20. He withdrew his hand, looked at the boy's hopeful eyes, and let out a sigh, rising slowly. "Child, your sister has a unique constitution, marked by celestial envy. Even if you miraculously pay the spirit stones this time and escape labor, she doesn't have much time left. The debt you owe in spirit stones is small. Serve your term, and once free, find a stable place to live." He paused, seeing the boy's instantly desolate face, and added, "I was searching for a candidate to pass on my teachings, but unfortunately, you lack the qualifications. It seems fate has not brought us together." His demeanor carried a hint of regret, and he did not linger, turning and departing gracefully through the crowd. The words of the middle-aged cultivator seemed to set the tone for the surrounding onlookers, who began murmuring in low sighs and discussions. Even Senior Wang said, "Indeed, that little girl doesn't look like she has long to live, saving her would be in vain. This boy has ordinary qualifications. Helping him out means spending spirit stones with little return." Besides, what is a servant of such low-grade talent worth? The crowd began to disperse, indifferent silhouettes merging into the flow of the long street, as though the preceding scene was a trivial interlude. The cold reality utterly froze the boy's last hope. The red eyes of the two jade puppets flashed and emitted a low hum, stepping forward to seize him. Bowing his head, he looked at his sister's pale face. Anger and reluctance surged within him. He kneeled again, repeatedly banging his head, blood streaming, shouting hoarsely, "No. While my life may be lowly, my sister's is not. She's no waste. Someone high above has read her fortune. They said that with proper opportunities, she has a chance to enter the ancestral realm in the future." The ancestral realm. Honorables, believe me. Believe me. Entering the ancestral realm? Has this boy lost his mind? Fortune-telling? Someone dared say it, and you dare believe it? Do you know what kind of existence the ancestral realm is? This little girl, who'll topple with a breeze? Ancestral realm? She'd be lucky to survive until tomorrow. Harsh laughter and ridicule rained down like hail, crushing the boy's remaining dignity and hope completely. He trembled all over, looking at his sister, his eyes filled with pain, guilt, and an utter sense of despair and powerlessness. Chu Zheng's foot, initially raised to leave, suddenly paused. He stood at the edge of the crowd in shadows, his deep gaze penetrating the commotion, locked firmly on the kneeling boy and the little girl struggling to stand by his side. Destiny. This concept he once disbelieved, but after coming to ancient times, he seemed to believe it a little more. His eyes briefly narrowed. Without chanting or gestures, his young god emptied his sea of consciousness to sense the invisible lines of cause and effect within the world. In an instant, Chu Zheng opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding flashing in them. He had happened upon this pair of siblings at their moment of peril today. This, perhaps, was no coincidence. With clarity in his heart, Chu Zheng did not hesitate, pushed through the crowd, and calmly said, "I'll pay their tax." Several surprised gazes gathered, falling on the figure in green walking slowly out from the shadows. Chu Zheng ignored all stares, went straight to the jade stair puppet. With a casual wave, a small heap of brilliant top-quality spiritual stones accurately landed on the jade platform. Due to overdue payments, it required 3 times the fine, which was a considerable sum even for ordinary cultivators. The red eyes of the 2 jade puppets flickered a few times, confirming the target's debt cleared, then retreated slowly, blending into the shadowy street corner like statues bereft of purpose. The long street stirred little excitement. Onlookers dispersed quickly. Such occurrences were common in Dingyuan City, seen several times daily, and with rare compassionate acts from some cultivators, it was truly unexceptional. The kneeling boy was utterly dumbfounded for a moment, stunned in place, blood drying on his forehead, staring blankly at Chu Zheng as he approached, mind blank. The overwhelming joy of near death overwhelmed him, rendering him speechless for a moment. Until Chu Zheng arrived in front, he finally reacted, bowing repeatedly, crying tears of joy, "Thank you for your immense kindness today, Senior. I'll serve you loyally until death." Chu Zheng slightly bent down but did not help the boy up, his voice still calm. "Perhaps the fortune told is accurate. It's just, your sister's opportunity hasn't arrived yet." Chu Zheng straightened up, his green robe billowing, turned towards the depths of the long street, the area of spirit-infused caves. "Get up, follow me." Chapter 769-508, Heaven's Jealousy. Dingyuan City connects with the great universe, and its splendid scenery is considered unparalleled in the entire Falling Leaves heavenly city. Yet beneath this splendor lies a strict hierarchy and a high cost of survival. Chu Zheng led his siblings through the long streets, arriving at the mansion rental area located in the branch region of the North Spiritual Vein in Dingyuan City. The buildings here were majestic, with immortal light flowing everywhere. The clan insignia of the Zhang family was visible everywhere, clearly indicating it was entirely controlled by them. The manager in charge was not weak in cultivation, being at the 8th order first layer, appearing to be in his 50s, dressed in blue-gray brocade, with a pleasant demeanor, showing no disdain for Chu Zheng's recently achieved 7th order cultivation, and promptly quoted the price. "Please take a look, dear guest." The manager channeled a trace of spiritual energy at his fingertips, transforming a miniature representation of the entire spirit vein. Mansions are divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, each with different costs. Information floated successively, marking the location and price of each mansion. Lower mansion, located at the end of the spirit vein, it is small, only allowing room for a single person's quiet cultivation, equipped with a triple spirit gathering array, with spiritual energy 3 times that within the city, requiring 1 piece of immortal jade per month. Middle mansion, located at the tributary of the spirit vein, slightly more spacious, with quiet room and alchemy room fully equipped, fitted with a high-level gathering spirit array, having 10 times the spiritual energy concentration of the city, requiring 10 pieces of immortal jade per month. Upper mansion, located at the node of the spirit vein, with a private courtyard, spiritual energy like mist, independently equipped with a spiritual spring, and a locking spirit array, possessing 100-fold of the city's spiritual energy, and priced much higher, requiring 100 pieces of immortal jade per month. Moreover, leasing a mansion exempts the daily cultivation tax. The lower mansion exempts 1 person, the middle mansion exempts 5 people, and the upper mansion exempts 100 people. Comparatively speaking, this pricing is not that outrageous. The middle mansion is undoubtedly the most sought after, as it exempts the cultivation tax for 5 people, making it much more economical for many cultivators to rent together. Chu Zheng's gaze passed over the spirit vein. The lower mansion was too cramped, not conducive to his cultivation and the siblings' placement. Although the upper mansion was nice, 100 pieces of immortal jade per month, even with some reserves, wouldn't last long. After looking twice, Chu Zheng did not hesitate much, pointing to a tranquil middle mansion halfway up the mountain. "This place." "Wise choice, friend." The manager smiled more broadly, quickly processing the paperwork, accepting 3 years' rent of 720 million top-quality spiritual stones, equivalent to 360 pieces of immortal jade. Even at Chu Zheng's current wealth, this price was somewhat burdensome. Taking the jade talisman to unlock the mansion's restrictions, Chu Zheng felt a slight heaviness in his heart, with a sense of urgency. Living off reserves was unrealistic, new income sources must be found. The lower realm method of relying on auction houses, getting wealthy overnight with a volume of immortal scripture, wouldn't work here. The upper realm has an ancient legacy, with even giants of ancient myths' caliber. While cultivation techniques might be precious, they're not rare here. Moreover, possessing higher-grade techniques might attract formidable figures whom he currently cannot afford to provoke. In the upper realm, truly scarce are tangible cultivation resources like high-grade spiritual medicine, rare mineral deposits, divine weapon and treasure, and the special opportunities necessary for breaking bottlenecks. Currently, these resources are tightly controlled by various clans through regulations and taxes, like a huge funnel channeling wealth continuously to the top. He must quickly find a new path to increase income. Chu Zheng, with his siblings, proceeded directly to the mansion. Inside, it wasn't luxurious but was clean and tidy, with the dust removal array operating continuously, keeping it spotless. The high-level gathering spirit array was functioning, indeed rendering the spiritual energy concentration nearly 10 times richer than the outside world, which was definitely sufficient for Chu Zheng now. After surveying the mansion, Chu Zheng's gaze fell on the anxious siblings, his eyes calm. "I have calculated your kinship." Chu Zheng's voice was deep, without any euphemism. He straightforwardly said, "In this world, apart from each other, you have no other direct blood relatives." Though he couldn't deduce celestial secrets yet, having studied the heavenly divination technique for a long time, such calculations weren't difficult. Undoubtedly, their parents were dead. The siblings both trembled sharply at the news. They had long suspected it in their hearts but held on to a sliver of hope. They thought that perhaps they might have the chance to wait for their parents to return one day, and then maybe return to their previous lives. Now, this last sliver of hope was completely shattered by Chu Zheng. "Telling you this is to prevent unrealistic thoughts, to ease your minds on cultivation from now on. It was better to endure short-term pain than long-term torment, to completely sever the past to cultivate without distractions. The young man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions, pulling his sister while struggling to kneel properly, his forehead knocked heavily on the cold stone floor, his voice choked yet exceptionally firm. "May I ask for the esteemed name of the master? From today onwards, we siblings are willing to abandon our names, forsake our surnames, and serve you eternally." The young man's decisiveness surprised Zhengchu slightly. In this era, giving up one's name and surname was not an easy task. It was equivalent to renouncing family ties, severing ties with the sect, forsaking the ancestors. To the clan, these two were already dead. Zhengchu was silent for a moment, making calculations in his heart. "My name is Zhengchu." Initially, he hadn't planned to keep these two by his side, but he was somewhat intrigued by their fate and acted on impulse. However, now his thinking had changed slightly. Having two more people by his side would at least not feel so lonely. Chapter 770-508, Heaven's Jealousy, Part 2. Zhengchu. The youth silently recited once, a glint of resolve flashed in his eyes. He bowed again, with a slightly lowered tone. "From this day forth, Shenlingyun and Shenlingwei are dead. My sister and I sever all ties with our past, wishing only to serve the Lord to repay the grace of giving us a new life. Please grant us a name, my lord. You can choose one yourself, no need to worry too much." Zhengchu shook his head slightly, turned around, and set up another 5 elements gathering spirit array, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave to another level. Glancing at his sister's pale face, the youth's eyes were filled with pity and determination, as he bowed again. "From today, I am Jingping, my sister is Chuan. May our Lord's path be forever stable, eternally blessed by the heavens, for peace across all ages." Jingping, Chuan, Zhengchu turned back to look at the two, murmuring these names to himself. A strange sense suddenly swept over him. These names, where had he heard them before? An indistinct familiarity, like a shadow under the water, fleeting and elusive. He tried to search through vast memories but only dredged up a vague ripple of nothingness. The only explanation is that these names had an exceedingly faint intersection with him in the future but had been washed away by the river of spacetime, leaving only tiny traces. "Stand up." Zhengchu suppressed the odd feeling in his heart, as his gaze turned to Chuan, whose breath grew weaker. "Why have you two come to the near immortal realm?" Jingping helped his sister up, his voice low, with undisguised sorrow in his eyes. "Our parents brought us here too, because an expert foretold that in the near immortal realm, there was a sliver of hope for my sister. Our parents exhausted their fortune to bring us here via the cross-domain gate, yet," his throat choked, unable to continue. Such is the uncertainty of life, their parents came seeking a glimmer of hope but died en route. All that remained was the faint hope for survival for the brother and sister. Zhengchu walked to Chuan's side, crouched down, and extended a pure strand of yuan qi with his fingertips, quietly permeating into the girl's body. In an instant, the girl's limbs and bones, and her entire meridians, including her dantian, were reflected in his perception. Nature's spiritual energy continuously poured into Chuan's body, seeping through dry meridians as if countless barbed sickles tore through, ripping apart her already fragile life origin. Her body was like a cracked porcelain vase. No matter how much vitality was injected, it would only flow out quickly through the cracks. Zhengchu's eyes flashed with understanding as he slowly retracted his yuan qi, whispering, "Mediocrity is untouched by heaven's jealousy." Jingping looked on in confusion. "The heavens do not allow her cultivation." Zhengchu shook his head slightly, speaking calmly. "It seems her root-bone aptitude is too extraordinary, surpassing the tolerance for mortal beings within the heavens, and without heavenly fate as protection, it resulted in anomalies. Spiritual energy from the world, sensing the threat of heaven's jealousy, ceased to assist in refining her body, instead eroding her life origin. This is essentially the same as qi cultivators in later generations, plagued by tribulation qi, and facing heaven-sent calamities and disasters as the heavens attempt to obliterate them. It is the natural rejection of exceptions by the rules of the heavens. Having clarified the fundamental reason, this heavenly curse was not difficult for Zhengchu to resolve, perhaps even simple and straightforward. Break it, and then reform it. Since this bodacious root bone was the source of calamity, the target of the spiritual energy's erosion, then it must be completely destroyed, and then means employed to reshape an ordinary root bone, forcibly lowering her cultivation talent, bringing it within the bounds allowed by the rules of heaven and earth. When the heavens no longer sense a threat, such rejection naturally dissipates, and thereafter she would be able to cultivate like any ordinary person. In truth, the best solution is to guard against it with heavenly fate, becoming like the sons of heaven among great families. Having heavenly fate, one becomes a favored child of the world, resulting in a completely different nature. However, clearly, this exceeded Chu Zheng's current capability, and given Chuan's situation, she wouldn't last much longer. Chu Zheng acts decisively as usual. He immediately stood up and said to Jinping, "Take good care of her." He then turned and left the cave. Dingyuan City was bustling and magnificent, pill pavilions lined the streets. With a clear goal, Chu Zheng sought out a reputable large store, spent a substantial sum, and purchased a top-grade 7th-order semi-immortal pill, the continuation vein and essence pill. This elixir is gentle yet powerful, essential for maintaining the heart's integrity, consolidating and restoring, capable of reconnecting fractured meridians, a top-quality treasure medicine. This was originally used for healing severe injuries or saving lives, and is now perfectly suitable for Chuan. When he returned to the cave, Chuan was already unable to sustain herself, falling asleep, her brow slightly furrowed, evidently not sleeping peacefully, with Jinping anxiously watching over his sister's side. Noticing Chu Zheng's return, he quickly stood up, "My lord." His eyes were filled with hope, intertwined with a hint of fear, an exceedingly complex look. Chu Zheng walked straight to Chuan's side, gestured for Jinping to step back a little, and a gentle yuan qi quietly enveloped Chuan, holding her firmly in place to prevent violent struggle from worsening her injury. He then reached out his hand, his fingertip falling onto Chuan's slender arm. Crack! A slight snap echoed in the silent cave, the delicate bone forcibly crushed by Chu Zheng, almost to powder. Blood compressed the flesh, and her slender arm turned bluish-purple and swollen in an instant. "My lord, this," Jinping spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes widening instantly, filled with red veins, his heart wrenched with a sharp pain. Chuan's body couldn't move an inch, but her pale face instantly lost all color, her brows tightly furrowed, unable to suppress a muffled groan from her throat. This pain, at present, was unavoidable for Chuan, she could only endure it. Chu Zheng's face remained calm, his movements without the slightest pause, his long fingers moved slowly along Chuan's limbs, inch by inch, segment by segment. Each touch of his finger was followed by a distinct and chilling crack, connecting shoulder to spine, rib to thigh bone, every bone shattered inch by inch under Chu Zheng's finger strength. This process was no different from inflicting 1,000 cuts, completely destroying all bodily support. To Chu Zheng's slight surprise, apart from the initial groan, Chuan did not utter any further noises, her small body trembling slightly under the restraint of yuan qi. Cold sweat dampened her temples, her teeth deeply embedded in her lower lip, leaving a trail of blood, yet those tightly shut eyes remained closed, without a cry of pain. Her endurance was astonishingly strong. For her, who had long suffered the agony of spiritual energy scraping her bones, this pain was not unbearable. Jinping watched silently from the side, tears falling silently, his nails pressed deeply into his palms, not daring to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing Chu Zheng. When the last crucial bone shattered under his fingers, Chuan's body completely slumped down, like a pile of soft mud with no bones, her breathing weak as a flickering flame. Chu Zheng did not hesitate at all, flicking his finger, and the valuable continuation vein and essence pill transformed into a stream of light, accurately entering Chuan's mouth. The elixir melted upon entrance, the overpoweringly gentle medicinal force exploded instantly, like a golden warm current swiftly flowing toward her shattered bones and meridians. Within an instant, the reshaping of the root bones had already begun. Chuan's injuries were too severe, and the pill's medicinal power, though vast, was hard to fully absorb at once, unable to immediately restore her to her original state. The difficulty of reshaping the root bones far exceeded Chu Zheng's expectations. Despite his exhaustive effort to repair, leaving traces was unavoidable within her body. It took a full 3 months before Chu En's root bones formed anew, with the difference that the spiritual energy that had been eroding her body returned to normalcy. As he finished, Chu Zheng couldn't help but shake his head internally. He had just spent 3 months crippling Chuan. Before, he couldn't have imagined himself doing such a thing. The medicinally remolded root bone was filled with flaws, and Chu Zheng's technique was admittedly crude, not at all refined. In the past, it had always been a simple use of the repair panel, so he had no real experience. He might need to find time to study medicine in the future. Otherwise, if she died later due to injuries, it would be quite ironic. Consideration of their cultivation path occupied Chu Zheng for several days, eventually leading to passing on the qi refining technique to the two. The flaws in Chuan's body could completely be compensated for postnatal through qi refining technique, borrowing heaven and earth spirit essence to reshape jade bone, having minimal influence thereafter. Moreover, the qi refining technique also did not demand much of innate talent. Chapter 771-509, Gaining Renown. After Chuan awoke, she nurtured her body for another half-month, and her ability to move was basically restored to normal. Although still thin and weak, the flame of life that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment had stabilized, and her damaged foundation had begun to recover under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Seeing the moment was right, Chu Zheng summoned Jinping and Chuan to the quiet room, preparing to impart his teachings. Today, I will pass on to you a method of cultivation that places no importance on innate root bones, but emphasizes understanding the world, refining yuan qi, and tempering oneself. Your diligence and perception will determine how far you can go in the future. Chu Zheng brought his fingers together like a sword, as 2 streams of light, embodying the fundamental essence of the qi refining technique, entered the brows of Jinping and Chuan respectively. In an instant, the operating method of the Great Circulatory Qi Guideline filled both their minds. Thank you, Master. The two dared not delay, immediately attempting to introduce energy into their bodies. The Qi refining first realm is the 100 days of foundation building. Introducing nature's spiritual energy into the body and completing the 9 great circulations marks the entry into this stage. Jinping already had some cultivation, albeit at the first order, just starting out, but it was still a foundation for cultivation. Originally, Chu Zheng had thought that Jinping would introduce energy into his body faster, but the result was completely unexpected. Jinping sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed, perspiration beading on his forehead. He struggled to follow the spell, guiding the yin-yang dual qi, to operate the circuit of qi, but he struggled to grasp it. His mind was taut, his breath heavy, as if engaged in a tough and extraordinary tug-of-war. After more than an hour, he finally completed a major circuit of qi circulation, and by the time he completed the 9 major circuits of qi, nearly 8 hours had passed. The process was clumsy, stifled, full of unspeakable difficulty. Clearly, his perception in the path of qi refining was very poor. Meanwhile, Chuan found the qi sensation in just a moment, and took less than an hour to circulate the 9 major circuits of qi. Such talent is quite rare among qi cultivators. Even with her root bones completely wasted, her affinity and perception of heaven and earth primordial qi greatly surpassed Jinping. Chu Zheng observed all of this, his heart understanding clearly. Once entering the qi refining technique, the subsequent speed and elevation of cultivation will grow farther apart depending on one's perception and disposition. It was clear that Jinping had mediocre, even dull talent, on the path of qi refining. Forcing this road would be twice the effort for half the result, squandering time and possibly even gaining no self-preservation power. Qi refining is not the only path. Chu Zheng understood this better than anyone. Sometimes choosing is more important than effort. He initially chose qi refining simply because he had some talent in this path and it matched his Dao heart. Jinping. Chu Zheng spoke, his expression calm. Jinping, who had just finished the qi circulation, lowered himself to the ground, his face bearing a hint of shame. Master. Even without Chu Zheng's words, from his sister, he felt the difference, his talent was indeed limited. You may continue to practice the qi refining technique for strength and health and to sense heaven and earth primordial qi. Chuzheng looked at him, his gaze profound, but this path may not be where your strengths lie. You need to find another path. I have an immortal law, you can practice by it for now. If it isn't the way, I'll find another route for you later. Zheng Ping was first stunned, then respectfully kowtowed. Thank you, master. I understand. Chuzheng nodded slightly, raising his hand to send a high-level immortal technique, straight to the immortal king, into Zheng Ping's mind. In the current immortal path, unlike later generations, the bloodline chains have not fallen, the immortal bone has not yet developed, everyone can cultivate immortality, but inevitably, there are differences in aptitude. Those with a bloodline naturally cultivate much faster than ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Inside the cave, Chuan sat cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array. Her body still appeared slightly frail, but her complexion was rosy, her breath long and stable, with a faint layer of spiritual radiance enveloping her. Her perception was indeed excellent. In 3 years, she had broken through the spirit transformation realm, forming the jade bone, and her root bones were being slowly reshaped. 3 years to form a jade bone is already exceptionally rare talent among qi cultivators. As for Zheng Ping, his talent on the immortal path remained ordinary. Though he diligently cultivated without cease, relying on his previous cultivation foundation and aided by the favorable environment of the cave, he barely stepped into the second realm. The immortal path for him also seemed difficult. Chuzheng sat in the center of the quiet room, with yuan qi constantly flowing at his fingertips, sketching intricate talismanic patterns. He had been researching these law-breaking runes in his spare time during cultivation, and his understanding had become increasingly profound. In 3 years, his cultivation level had steadily entered the mid-stage unity realm, naturally and smoothly. The problem before him now was that his previous accumulations had been almost fully consumed. Grazing on the mountain until there is nothing left has become a reality, and it's urgent to find new resources. The light of the cave's array flickered slightly before dimming completely. Chuzheng led Zheng Ping and Chuan out of the cave without a trace of reluctance and headed straight out of Dingyuan City. The bustling in Dingyuan City was unchanged, as Chuzheng proceeded with his calculations already underway. He had now thoroughly seen the situation in the upper realm. The cultivation resources of the upper realm had long been divided up by various clans and sects, with every inch of spiritual mountains and scenic waters, mine veins, and spiritual acupoints, even what seemed like barren mountains and wild forests, having been invisibly covered and marked by certain forces. Even using the strategy of hunting fierce beasts to exchange for resources was hardly feasible, as many of the beasts were more than likely private property of some family. Hunting them might even incur a hunting tax. As for alchemy and artifact refining, not to mention the vast initial investment required, just mastering one of them would consume enough time and energy to deter Chuzheng, who was eager to improve his cultivation. This is not his area of expertise, the input-output ratio is too low, and it's not worth it. After much contemplation, a relatively more moderate approach emerged in Chuzheng's mind. Find Xueqing and borrow some cultivation resources. Considering Xueqing's current situation, it should be much better than his own. After all, the martial pavilion is a major power, and coupled with her talent, the resources she can gather are naturally far beyond what he could collect on his own through relentless scouring. At present, time is of the essence. From Yintianji, he could learn that the Heaven Burial Palace is already showing signs of opening. He must reach the 8th order before the palace opens to qualify for entry. If he misses this opportunity, it will be extremely difficult for him to strive for heavenly fate in the ancient times, with all the tribes standing tall. He needs to quickly elevate his cultivation, to return to the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, or even further, to truly gain a foothold in these ancient times. Wasting precious time on petty resource gathering is no different than committing suicide. For now, he'll borrow a portion to address the immediate urgency, and repay it 100-fold in the future. At the same time, Chuzheng also plans to use this trip to verify whether Zheng Ping can find a better path on the martial path. Just after leaving Dingyuan City, Zhengchu heard some news about Xueqing. The name Xueqing has now spread throughout Falling Leaves Heaven, rising like a martial sun, casting a shadow over the younger generation. After a little inquiry, information about her flooded toward him like a tide. The most widely spread news, without a doubt, is her triumph in the Falling Leaves martial competition 2 years ago. The Falling Leaves martial competition is hosted by the Martial Pavilion, held once every 100 years, widely inviting clans to engage in martial competition, to train and temper their disciples. The sparring is also meant to hone the disciples' martial prowess. Martial arts inevitably involve competition, at least in such a grand competition, no lives are lost. The Falling Leaves martial competition is a contest of the same rank. In the previous competition, Xueqing, with her 6th order perfection realm, swept through the entire Falling Leaves Heaven. Those exemplary talents in the Martial Pavilion couldn't withstand even 3 moves from her. It wasn't just the Martial Pavilion, each clan sent their top experts of 6th order perfection, yet she single-handedly defeated them all in succession. Afterward, news came that following the competition, she went into retreat for 3 days and achieved a breakthrough. She is now undeniably a martial half-saint. Falling Leaves martial competition, champion, sweeping same rank, martial half-saint. Each crucial piece of information reached Zhu Zheng's ears, causing slight ripples in his heart, but also making him feel it was only natural. This perhaps should be Xueqing's path, forging ahead without hesitation, proving the Tao with martial prowess. Soon, Zhu Zheng had already tracked down Xueqing's whereabouts. She is now in Sword Cloud City, seemingly honing her martial prowess. Sword Cloud City is located in the northwestern region of Falling Leaves Heaven. Zhu Zheng traveled swiftly, crossing endless mountains, rivers, and seas. A few days later, a vastly different giant city appeared at the horizon. Sword Cloud City, true to its name, the entire city's architecture exudes a sharp austerity, like countless gigantic swords pointing towards the sky. The city walls are built from black stone, with clear ridges and angles. The highest point in the city is not a palace or pavilion, but a majestic peak resembling a broken sword stuck obliquely into the ground, Broken Sword Peak, with its summit shrouded in mist, as a sharp sword intent faintly soared into the sky. This giant city is a branch of a powerful Taoist orthodoxy in the great universe, known as the Sword Dragon Tao, guarded by the ancient myths. The city's prosperity doesn't lose out to Dingyuan City, but instead of bustling market noise, a more solemn killing aura pervades the air. The cultivators coming and going mostly carry weapons, with steady steps and sharp gazes. Zhu Zheng and his companions entered the city and quickly learned Xueqing's location without having to inquire purposely. Finally, they reached the edge of a wide training ground in the city's west. This place had been cleared, the ground laid with extremely hard mystic iron, filled with countless new and old crisscrossing fist and blade marks. Around the training ground stood dozens of martial cultivators, all clad in martial robes, all disciples of the martial pavilion. Dozens stood outside the training ground, blocking the entrance and clearing it entirely, leaving only one figure inside. In the center, a figure stood with her back to the entrance, tall in stature, dressed in a moon-white martial suit, with long black hair casually tied behind her head. Her movements weren't fast, even slow, as her fists slowly struck the void one after another. The movements seemed slow, yet each punch caused the space in front to ripple violently like water, producing a muffled thunderous roar. Where the fist wind passed, the void was extremely compressed, exploding inch by inch, forming visible white air rings, layered and spreading outwards, dissipating slowly under the suppression of the array at 1,000 feet away. The mystic iron ground beneath her sank silently with each exertion, leaving clear footprints. Martial half-saint, wielding the power of heavens and earth, striking punches like collapsing heavens. An intangible might enveloped her, like a majestic divine mountain or a surging star river, heavy and magnificent yet with an internal sharpness, just standing there throwing punches. She seemed to be the center of the universe, attracting everyone's attention and mind. The martial pavilion disciples all held their breath, their gazes fervent and reverent, looking at the figure in the field as if in worship, not daring to speak loudly. This opportunity to observe martial prowess up close was too precious for them, typically hard to come by. Chu stood at the crowd's edge with Jinping and Chuan, looking with steady eyes at that familiar back, his thoughts slightly stirring. Xueqing, indeed, has grown stronger. Compared to cultivation, this steadily condensing prowess is the real progress, a ticket to step into the Ninth Order Great Saint. Now Xueqing's cultivation is only at the 7th Order Semi-Saint, but she already holds the eligibility to step into the Ninth Order. Chuan's little face turned pale, instinctively leaning closer to Chu Jing, gently tugging at his coat, that invisible pressure making her faintly gasp for breath. Jinping appeared slightly dazed, lost in thought as he watched Xueqing's punching trajectory. A moment later, Xueqing slowly retracted her fist, the terrifying fist aura enveloping heaven and earth receded like a tide, and the suffocating pressure in the field lightened abruptly. She turned around, her gaze like a tangible cold lightning, piercing through the crowd and landing precisely on Chu Jing. Clearly, she had long been aware of Chu Jing's arrival. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. A faint ripple passed through Xueqing's gaze, then it instantly returned to calm. She didn't speak, her gaze lingered on Chu Jing's face for a moment, then shifted to Jinping and Chuan beside him. After calming her breath, she passed through the crowd and left directly, transmitting her voice, "Jade Pearl Building, 3rd floor private room, I'll wait for you." She didn't converse with Chu Jing in front of everyone, choosing another secluded place, clearly not wanting to cause any trouble for Chu Jing. Chu Jing turned straight away, taking the two little ones slowly towards the south of the city. An hour later, the three finally reached Jade Pearl Building leisurely. The attendant before Jade Pearl Building had evidently been instructed beforehand, standing at the door to welcome them, leading the three into the 3rd floor private room. In the private room, the first sight greeting them was a table of sumptuous delicacies, filled with spiritual energy. Xueqing sat behind the table, having started eating first, her manner of eating as usual, devouring ravenously. "Why did you think of coming to find me?" In between bites, Xueqing asked a question. Falling Leaves Heaven is so big, and Sword Cloud City so remote, Chu Jing appearing here was clearly no coincidence. Facing Xueqing's calm gaze, Chu Jing nodded slightly, feeling a subtle awkwardness in his heart for a moment. Originally, he thought it should be nothing, but upon seeing Xueqing, just before speaking, he found himself momentarily stuck. After a long time, he tentatively spoke, "Recently, are you well off?" Chapter 773-510, Ascension. Upon hearing Chu Jing's words, Xueqing raised her head, flipped her wrist, and tossed out a storage ring. Chu Jing instinctively caught it, and the next moment Xueqing's voice reached his ears. "Inside there are 479,320 pieces of immortal jade." Her voice was very calm, without the slightest ripple, "and some spirit pills that can't be used, with an acceptable grade, should be able to exchange for some immortal jade." At this point, her words paused slightly. "This is all I have on hand right now. If it's not enough, I'll figure out a way to gather more for you later." Upon hearing this, Chu Jing's expression slightly tightened, briefly stunned by Xueqing's grand gesture. 479,320 pieces of immortal jade. Nearly 500,000, even an ordinary true immortal who has crossed 2 or 3 major tribulations would find it difficult to gather such a sum. It's enough to buy a piece of Spirit Mountain blessed land in Falling Leaves Heaven, enough to sustain a medium-sized noble family for a millennium. This number, complete with zeros, is not just a part, it should be all that Xueqing currently possesses, almost as if she had emptied her entire fortune for him. Jinping and Chuan, who stood behind Chu Jing, were even more astonished by this earth-shattering generosity, their souls seemingly flying out of the heavens. Jinping took a light breath of cold air, his eyes widening in disbelief. Over 40,000, immortal jade? He had only seen immortal jade once or twice in his life, and to him, a number close to 500,000 was beyond his comprehension, leaving him dizzy. Chuan's eyes flickered slightly, shocked in his heart, and began to speculate about the relationship between the two. If they were ordinary friends, how could one give so many cultivation resources in one go? Chu Jing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of thoughts in his heart, and spoke slowly, "There's no need for so much. Chu Zhang's voice was dry as he pushed the storage ring back. 5,000 is enough, keep the rest. Xueqing didn't look at the ring handed to her, nor did she reach out to take it, just lowered her head, her gaze falling back onto the dishes in front of her, muttering, "Take it, I don't lack these right now." Even for a disciple of the martial pavilion, obtaining this amount of resources was not easy, so Chu Zhang naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He only took out 5,000, then handed the rest back. Xueqing didn't force Chu Zhang to take it all, putting away the storage ring, and seemingly casually asked, "Besides this, is there anything else?" "Yes." Chu Zhang nodded. Xueqing's movement of eating paused, she turned her ear slightly to listen. Chu Zhang pushed Xingping in front of him and said in a deep voice, "I want to take this opportunity to see if this child has the aptitude to cultivate the martial path." The unique pure incense of spiritual food filled the private room, but suddenly the atmosphere seemed somewhat stagnant. Xueqing's gaze fell on Xingping, who was somewhat apprehensive and uneasy. She didn't immediately answer Chu Zhang, only remained silent, her eyes scanning Xingping up and down, repeatedly assessing. After a while, Xueqing slightly nodded, giving an evaluation. "His root bone is acceptable, with abundant potential, and should be quite resilient." Upon hearing this, Xingping felt slightly embarrassed. Having an acceptable root bone, being evaluated like this by a semi-saint was already a tremendous recognition. Abundant potential? It seemed like a good thing. As for being resilient, was that a compliment? "You can give it a try." Xueqing didn't waste words, directly giving a conclusion, then straightforwardly raised her hand, her fingers like a sword. A point of condensed golden brilliance suddenly brightened at her fingertip, instantly pointing toward the center of Xingping's brow. Xingping instinctively wanted to dodge, but that point of gold was too fast, not allowing any evasion, as it had already entered his sea of consciousness. Boom! Xingping only felt as if a mountain of gold exploded in his head, countless profound and ancient words, golden figures demonstrating incomparably vigorous movements, and a domineering martial intent that seemed to crush mountains and pierce the heavens, instantly flooded his divine soul sea of consciousness. A body-refining technique named Golden Gang-Breaking Mountain imprinted deeply within his soul. This scripture mainly cultivates the physical body. At great success, the body becomes like diamond. The cultivation process involves constantly enduring external force impacts, invoking golden aura to temper oneself, fitting exactly Xueqing's earlier evaluation of his resilience. This scripture should be of some use to you. Xueqing retracted her finger, her voice still calm. After finishing all this, her gaze returned to Chu Zhang's face, and after a moment, she took a sip of spiritual tea, her long eyelashes drooping, covering a faint ripple deep in her eyes, her voice low. "Aside from these, is there nothing else?" The words carried a faint hint of probing that was hard to detect. Beneath Xueqing's lowered eyelashes, her gaze, like a nimble fish, discreetly studied Chu Zhang in front of her during the intervals of picking up food and chewing. After many years apart, being completely away from Chu Zhang's side, she seemed to be able to directly feel some changes in him. The person in front of her was no longer the little one from the early days in Iron Fate City, who wasn't even as tall as he was. The soft light within the private room fell on the side of his face, outlining an increasingly clear and profound contour, his posture upright like a pine or cypress, broad shoulders supporting the outline of his blue shirt. Below was a vigorous and powerful waistline, his aura restrained yet warm, like warm jade. In her impression, Chu Zhang's aura had always been very calm, like a cold pond hidden deep in a valley, unruffled, yet this calmness strangely exuded a kind of gentle and inviting warmth. Like the warm sun in winter, not scorching, yet enough to dispel the cold, gently permeating the heart. In those years in the valley, she only thought about leaving Chu Zhang's side as soon as possible, but never re-examined him as she did now. Chapter 774-510, Ascension, Part 2. When did he fully mature? In an instant, a soft feather seemed to gently brush against the depths of Xueqing's heart, stirring a faint itch. The feeling was startlingly abrupt, yet unmistakably clear, disturbing her peace, as if an invisible hand was lightly stirring the tranquil depths of her heart. Ripples began to spread uncontrollably, carrying a sense of unfamiliarity, causing her a slight flutter of anxiety. Xueqing instinctively resisted this strange feeling, quickly withdrawing her gaze, lowering her head further until it almost dipped into her bowl. Chujing noticed Xueqing's lowered eyelids and evasive gaze, hesitating for a moment as he sensed something amiss. Xueqing was asking him if, beyond borrowing resources and observing Jinping's aptitude, there was anything else he wanted to say or do. In a flash, Chujing felt as if a lightning pool appeared before him, filled with world-ending storms. Taking another step would lead to his destruction. Chujing paused in silence for a moment. Xueqing was the previous incarnation of Song Lingxue and Song Lingqing. Perhaps he should not be so deeply involved with Xueqing, as he did not come to the ancient times for romance. Finally, he paused slightly, shaking his head slowly, no more. Upon hearing this, Xueqing gently inhaled and exhaled. She raised her head, her gaze returning to calmness, her voice steady. 30 years later, there will be a grand competition within the Martial Pavilion. The victor may enter the Martial Pavilion main hall of the great universe. She paused, speaking softly, I will not stay in the near-immortal realm for long. Chu Zheng's expression altered slightly, noticing the undertones in Xueqing's words, which weren't mere small talk but rather a probe, or perhaps an unspoken invitation. Xueqing wanted him to leave the near-immortal realm with her, heading to the great universe. It couldn't be clearer. Suppressing the tremor in his heart, he met Xueqing's gaze, speaking solemnly, before you leave the near-immortal realm, I will return these immortal jades to you. Chu Zheng's response barely caused a wrinkle to form on Xueqing's brow. A trace of disappointment flashed through her cold eyes, her heart felt somewhat unsettled. That's not what she meant. She informed about the 30-year mark, told him about her inevitable departure, not to emphasize the immortal jades, but to ask Chu Zheng what plans he had, whether he wished to join her in the great universe. With the Martial Pavilion backing her, perhaps she needn't worry about messy troubles anymore. No longer needing to leave Chu Zheng, they could travel together in the future. Clutching the teacup tightly, Xueqing stared at Chu Zheng's calm face, inexplicably feeling a bit stifled, her mind flooded but unable to utter a single word. The air in the elegant room seemed to solidify once again. Xueqing avoided Chu Zheng's gaze, drank the remaining spiritual tea in a single gulp, her movements carrying an undetectable hint of restlessness. She placed the teacup heavily down, the bottom clashing with the table, creating a crisp sound. She simply uttered a low sound, her voice muffled, devoid of any discernible emotion. Jinping and Chuan didn't dare breathe, keenly sensing the subtle tension between the two people present. Eventually, it was Xueqing who broke the suffocating silence first. She stood up, her movements crisp and decisive, the moon-white outfit accentuating her upright figure, the resolute sharpness returning to her presence, as if the previous moment of despondency was a mere illusion. Let's go. With those two words left behind, she didn't look at Chu Zheng again, turned directly, and pushed the door to leave. The bright light outside flooded in, outlining her silhouette, her figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a lingering faint tea fragrance in the room. Chu Zheng stared at the empty doorway, deep in thought with complex emotions swirling in his eyes. After a while, he took a deep breath, led Jinping and Chuan, and left directly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years slipped by quietly. Falling Leaves Heaven, a vast realm floating above the lower realm, continued to abide by its ancient, unchanging, brutal laws. Amidst rising winds and clouds, elite families rose and fell like a revolving lantern, staging scenes of blood-stained tragedies and comedies. The scent of exterminated clans and massacred families never truly dissipated from this land. New vendettas continuously sprouted over old scars of blood. Orphans who miraculously escaped bore deep-seated grudges, enduring for centuries or millennia, succeeding one day, and avenging their enemies in legendary tales, repeatedly written on this fertile soil. Falling Leaves Heaven itself was like an ancient scroll inherited since the dawn of time, each page soaked with centuries-old feuds, millennia-old hatred. Flipping through it casually reveals endless bloodshed and tears. A decade or so is hardly a mote of dust in the grand river of time for many cultivators who often close themselves off for centuries. It was within this tranquility that at the entrance leading to the upper realm, before the heaven-reaching jade steps, Ascension cultivators reappeared. This time, it was vastly different from any previous occasion. This time, the ascending cultivators were not alone, nor in threes or fours, but 100 people ascending together. At the end of the heaven-reaching jade steps, ripples appeared in the void, a figure slowly emerged, followed closely by 10, hundreds, countless figures bravely pierced through the spatial barrier, stepping onto the end of the steps. The leader wore a cloud-patterned brocade robe, with a tall and handsome stature, marked by inherent nobility and aloofness. It was Yun Tianji. Behind him, more than 100 cultivators with condensed auras and sharp gazes followed, their attire slightly varied, yet each possessed full vitality, qi, and spirit, the lowest cultivation being early stage 7th rank, with dozens having reached the 7th order perfection realm, just an inch away from the 8th rank. At the end of the steps, 2 heavenly generals on guard, dressed in flowing light immortal armor, one held a war spear entwined with destructive thunder, while the other had an ancient, heavy bronze giant sword at his waist. Upon witnessing this scene, their originally stern and indifferent expressions abruptly changed. Both were of 7th realm perfection cultivation, stationed here for years, accustomed to ascensionists, some fearful, some excited, some defiant, but never had they seen such an array. 100 ascending together. Moreover, so many of 7th order perfection. The 2 heavenly generals felt a chill rise from their souls to their heavenly spirit, their palms gripping their divine weapons instantly drenched in cold sweat. A parched feeling involuntarily surged in their throats, seemingly strangled by an invisible hand, making breathing heavy. Even though they were used to turbulent waves, at this moment, they couldn't help but tremble in spirit, their words laden with unsubduable stuttering. This fellow cultivator, the sword-carrying heavenly general, tried to steady himself, braced himself to step forward towards the leading Yun Tianji, performing a stiff bow out of protocol. ASC Ascension tax one person must pay. Insolent. Silence. Something like a dog dare call my lord a fellow cultivator? Before the voice fell, several wrathful and disdainful shouts exploded like thunder from behind Yun Tianji. Several young cultivators dressed in uniform cloud-patterned brocade robes, their aura clearly 7th order perfection, stepped forward like enraged lions protecting their master. With arrogant expressions and blade-like gazes, they locked onto the 2 heavenly generals as if gazing at 2 ignorant ants. One of them pointed an icy finger at the sword-carrying heavenly general's nose, his tone chillingly sharp. Your blind dog eyes, see clearly, this is the Yun family's direct lineage heir, Yun Tianji, ancient ancestors' direct line bloodline, collecting ascension tax from him? His cold laugh rose in pitch, filled with contempt. 2 gate-guarding dogs, can you bear the punishment? Another spoke, his tone infinitely arrogant. My lord came to your tiny near-immortal realm to grace you Zhao, Song, Yuan 3 clans with his presence, a great honor. Can you call Song Yuxing, Zhao Gufeng, and Yuan Yuqing here, see if they dare collect this ascension tax from my lord. Song Yuxing, Zhao Gufeng, Yuan Yuqing. The moment these 3 names were uttered, like violent hammers, they struck the hearts of the 2 gatekeeper heavenly generals. These 3 are the current supreme ancestors of the 3 great clans, now overseeing the upper realm 3 heavens. Their cultivation has reached the realm of ancient myths, true giants casting their shadows across eternity, their words becoming laws, the ultimate existence. Chapter 775-511, Fan Family. Yun Family. Upon hearing the identity of the people before him, the gatekeeper heavenly general's face turned slightly pale, cold sweat seeping from his forehead and temples, and his body subtly trembled. Although the Yun family does not rank in the top 10 of the current great universe, there is still an ancient ancestor alive within the clan. Rumors have long circulated in the great universe that the old ancestor of the Yun family is nearing his end, but the body of an insect remains unconsciously alive even when dead, and the ancestral realm is still the ancestral realm. Its mighty power is such that overturning the Lin Xian 3 clans would likely be a matter of lifting a mere finger. The 2 felt a surge of panic in their hearts. Considering their status and position, if a friction between the Yun family and the Lin Xian 3 clans were truly incited, they would likely be eliminated in an instant, to appease the Yun family's wrath. The sword-carrying heavenly general could no longer hold on, his posture slouched, and he dropped to one knee directly, while the spear-carrying heavenly general beside him hastily bowed, burying his head deeply. almost touching the cold jade steps, speaking in a trembling voice. "It is my fault for being blind, failing to recognize Emperor Taishan, and offending the young master. Truly, my sins deserve death. I implore young Master Tianji for forgiveness." "We shall immediately make way, dare not obstruct the young master's majestic carriage." The few Yun family disciples who jumped out were evidently pleased with such a reaction, turned around to look at Yun Tianji, and bowed, saying, "Young master, please." Yun Tianji's expression remained icy, looking at the few proud and boastful Yun family disciples before him. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Initially discarded as a worthless rag, they now suddenly seek him out, merely because the Heaven Burial Palace is about to open, and the various clans need candidates to compete for the heavenly fate. He did not spare a glance at the two heavenly generals prostrated on the ground, simply brushed his sleeve lightly. "Let's go." At his command, more than 100 cultivators followed closely behind Yun Tianji, passing by the two trembling heavenly generals, and grandly entering Falling Leaves Heaven. Not until the grand 100-man entourage completely disappeared at the end of the heaven-reaching jade steps, merging into Falling Leaves Heaven, did the two gatekeeper heavenly generals finally feel relieved. Yun family, the direct lineage of the ancient ancestor, the spear-carrying heavenly general spoke hoarsely, with a tremor of having survived a disaster. How could such a personage come from the lower realm? "Report immediately." The sword-carrying heavenly general shuddered, took out the communication jade talisman. "This is a matter of great importance. The direct lineage of the ancient ancestor accompanied by 100 people ascended to Falling Leaves Heaven. This news must be reported immediately, otherwise if any mishap occurs, even 10 heads of theirs would not suffice." "Report? How to report?" Gripping the communication jade talisman, the two were momentarily stunned, exchanged a glance, and instantly understood each other. The earlier event must not be reported truthfully. Whether it's the Yun family disciples addressing the 3 clan ancestors by name or saying they should show some respect to the 3 clans, none of this can be reported. Disaster stems from the mouth. If those words were reported as they were, once it spreads, the Lin Xian 3 clans, especially the 3 supreme mythical realm ancestors, would definitely not tolerate such an affront for the sake of face and clan dignity. Even knowing the terror of the Yun family ancient ancestor, they would surely posture somewhat, at least seeking an explanation from the Yun family. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the 3 clans be? How could they stand firm in the near immortal realm? And once matters escalate, evolving into friction or even conflict between the 2 major forces, no matter the final result, these 2 small gatekeeper heavenly generals, as the protagonists that sparked the event, would definitely be the first to be crushed as cannon fodder. In the rage of the 3 clans, taking their anger out on them for instigating, the Yun family might also resent them for being too talkative and causing trouble. Neither side would let them off easily, and the final outcome might be the complete obliteration of their being. Cold sweat soaked the backs of the 2 once more. They fell silent for a long time, understanding each other without words, quickly reached a consensus, and began to carefully draft a message, choosing their words cautiously. "Report to the superior. At the 3rd quarter of noon today, an anomaly occurred at the heaven-reaching jade steps." The direct lineage child of the Yun family ancient ancestor, Yun Tianji, ascended to the upper realm with his retinue and followers totaling 137 people, among which are dozens of 7th-order perfection, an unprecedented grand scale. "The 2 of us confirmed their noble identity as the direct lineage of the ancient ancestor beyond a doubt. To avoid causing complications and offending the direct lineage, which might provoke unnecessary trouble and disturb the overall stability, we took special measures by waiving their Ascension tax and have already courteously allowed them to enter Falling Leaves Heaven smoothly. This is to report." Upon sending the information, the 2 slumped to the ground, leaning against the cold jade steps, their hearts pounding. Buzz, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the communication jade talisman began to vibrate intensely. The reply arrived. The message from the jade talisman was extremely brief, just a few words, yet it made the 2 feel as if they were granted amnesty. A flush of color appeared on their ash-like faces. "Understood, your handling was appropriate, prioritizing the greater picture. There will be generous rewards, no need to attend to subsequent matters." Upon receiving the message, the two breathed a sigh of relief. As for the so-called generous rewards, they were no longer concerned, merely preserving their lives was already a fortunate outcome. To Yun Tianji, the upper realm was not at all unfamiliar. By Grandpa's side, he had witnessed numerous unimaginable scenarios, even entering the river of spacetime, witnessing clashes among the ancestral realms. The world he saw was beyond the reach of what many cultivators could see in their entire lifetimes. Yun Tianji took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging mana within his body, gradually adapting to the world before him. While Yun Tianji remained silent, a Yun family disciple raised his hand, a flash of light at his fingertip, as a jade talisman shattered, transforming into a stream of light, and instantaneously pierced through the layers of spacetime ripples, disappearing at the horizon. Chapter 776-511, Fan Family, Part 2. After a few breaths of sending the message, the void above the sky suddenly caved inwards and twisted instantly. An irresistibly vast pressure descended abruptly, as a figure coalesced from the void and stepped out slowly. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, draped in a brocade robe, seemingly woven from the molten flames of the stars. His visage was resolute, and his eyes were as deep and steady as an abyss, unfathomable. The most unnerving aspect was the natural aura of power that permeated around him, vast and domineering, like a volcano, harboring the destructive potential of heaven and earth, perfectly constrained within a mere inch, each gesture seemingly invoking the most primal fluctuations of the laws of this realm. The ninth realm, a genuine immortal venerable. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over the crowd and quickly locked onto Yun Tianji. In a flash, he appeared before Yun Tianji, slightly lowering his head, extremely humble in demeanor. He bowed deeply. "Young master, I am Yun Kanglin, ordered by the main lineage to await young master here for a long time. The ancestral land of the Yun family has activated the boundary gate. All preparations are complete, ready to welcome young master back to the clan at any time." Yun Kanglin. Yun Tianji searched his memory for this name, but found little recollection. Clearly someone from a side branch, not very significant. "Thank you, Elder Kanglin." Yun Tianji nodded in return. "Just fulfilling my duty." Yun Kanglin straightened up, still respectful. "Young master, you must have had a hard journey. Please follow me. The elders of the main lineage are all eagerly awaiting your arrival." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianji shook his head slightly, calmly saying, "No rush. Before returning to the clan's land, I need to find two old friends. I kindly ask Elder Kanglin to utilize the Yun family's resources here to help me keep an eye out." A trace of astonishment flashed in Yun Kanglin's eyes, but he did not ask further, solemnly stating, "As ordered by young master, I will do my utmost, but the Yun family has little power stationed in the near immortal realm, so I can only try my best. May I know who young master is looking for?" "Zhengchu and Xueqing." "Zhengchu. Xueqing," Yun Kanglin repeated softly. He had not heard of Zhengchu, but had heard quite a bit about Xueqing in recent years. Without delay, he sent out a message. In less than an hour, Yun Kanglin received news and bowed. "Young master, there is already news of Xueqing." "Oh? So fast?" Yun Tianji's eyebrow arched slightly, somewhat surprised at the Yun family's ability to gather information. "Yes." Yun Kanglin said in a deep voice, "Miss Xueqing is currently in Lingbai City. Her fame is widespread in the upper realm, so she is not difficult to find." "Widespread fame?" Yun Tianji was startled. "Yes." Yun Kanglin nodded, expression solemn. "According to the intel, although Miss Xueqing's cultivation is only at the late-stage semi-saint, there are several, possibly more than 10, great saints of martial path at the ninth realm who often accompany her." Ninth realm great saints? Followers? Are they protectors sent by the martial pavilion? Yun Tianji's expression changed slightly, unable to hide his astonishment. Anyone who can reach the ninth realm is a giant in the great universe. Why would they follow behind a junior? It must be the martial pavilion's order. They are not protectors. Yun Kanglin shook his head and said, "These great saints and Miss Xueqing do not share a master-servant relationship or typical elder-junior mentoring, they engage in martial exchanges." He paused to add, "Or rather, it is more akin to seeking guidance." guidance? Yun Tianji felt it somewhat absurd for 9th realm great saints to seek martial guidance from a 7th realm semi-saint. Indeed. Yun Kanglin nodded. During the exchanges, the great saints greatly benefit and hold Miss Xueqing's martial insights in high esteem, revering them as commandments. Miss Xueqing's talent and comprehensiveness in the martial path are unbelievably high. Often, it is the great saints who gain more from the discussions. Yun Tianji remained silent. The talent Xueqing displayed in the lower realm was already extraordinary, but he never imagined that Xueqing could, in such an environment of the upper realm, humble a group of long-time great saints in the martial path with her mere 7th realm strength. This talent, without any heavenly fate protection, already surpassed those so-called sons of heaven he knew. Lingbai City, suppressing the shock and curiosity in his heart, Yun Tianji turned and instructed the newly ascended cultivators to rest in place. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Elder Kanglin, please lead the way, let's head to Lingbai City immediately. A single encounter will naturally clear everything up." "As you command." Yun Kanglin bowed and complied. He too wished to see firsthand what kind of person would garner such respect from a group of great saints in martial path. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. The breath of the cultivators left behind had gradually stabilized, with most entering a deep meditative state. Suddenly, several points of black light shot down from the sky, halting above the camp. The black light dissipated, revealing 5 figures. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a dark green combat outfit, clad in dark scale armor, his face grim and his narrow eyes like venomous blades. His lips habitually curled downward, displaying arrogance, and his cultivation was remarkably at the 8th order. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, scanning the cultivators within the camp, his brows furrowed slightly. "My name is Fan Ling. When did you lot crawl up from the lower realm? This area is under the jurisdiction of my Fan family. Who allowed you to camp here at will?" Judging by the camp, they had been here for some time. Without a strong figure to guide them, they were merely stray dogs from the lower realm huddled together. "Fan family?" The bewildered gazes of the cultivators fell upon several members of the Yun family. Being from the lower realm, they were unaware of the situation in the upper realm or the great universe. For the moment, they dared not speak rashly. A member of the Yun family frowned slightly, quietly sent out a message, his eyes flashing with a cold light, then stepped out of the camp. "What the Yun family does is none of your concern." "Yun family?" Fan Ling paused, summoning with a wave of his hand, and instructed via sound transmission, "Check the 1000 clan records, see which Yun family it is." The 1000 clan records, containing the large and small families of the near immortal realm, is essential for every family to avoid offending someone beyond their means. One of Fan Ling's subordinates immediately took out an ancient bronze book and began flipping through it, starting with the Song, Zhao, and Yuan families. In an instant, names of hundreds of aristocratic families in falling leaves heaven flashed by quickly, and the ancient book was swiftly flipped to the last few pages. With a rustle, the hefty tome was turned to the last page. Fan Ling's eyes darted quickly over the few small family names remaining on the last page, his tension easing as a mocking smile spread across his lips, tinged with disdain and arrogance. "Yun family?" He scoffed, full of derision. "From start to finish, rummaging through the 1000 clan records, there's not a single Yun. Not even considered the tail end of the corner. What kind of bumpkin riffraff emerged to camp in our Fan family's domain? Just some lower realm strays not even listed in the 1000 clan records." Fan Ling's voice suddenly rose, sharply declaring, "Enough talk, hand over everything you have, and do it now, immediately." With that, he slowly drew a long blade, pointing its tip directly at one of the men in the camp. His expression twisted, issuing a high-pitched demand, "Stop wasting time. Hand over everything you have right now, or I'll put you lowly creatures from the lower realm to hard labor for 1000 years or more." The camp fell into a deathly silence. The void rippled, and several figures materialized, slowly approaching the camp. Upon noticing these individuals approaching, Fan Ling's expression immediately froze, while those behind him all showed drastic changes in their expressions. With a sudden darkness in the air, several figures appeared, hovering above the camp. Their leader was a middle-aged man in a dark green suit, with a black scale armor draping over him. His face was grim, and his narrow eyes were like sharpened blades, with a habitual, disdainful curve at the corners of his mouth, and his cultivation fluctuated powerfully, indicating he had reached the Eighth Order. Standing against a deathly silence in the camp, the young man who had just ascended gave a knowing smile. He gestured to the stunned group of cultivators, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. "Elder Kanglin, please lead the way to Lingbai City immediately." Having seen each other face to face, everything should be clear. "As you command." Yun Kanglin bowed in response. He was just as curious to see for himself the enigma who could bring the great saints of the martial path to their knees, begging for guidance. Chapter 777-513, Opening the Sect Gate. After traveling for only an hour, Yun Tianji arrived in Lingbai City. Lingbai City isn't very large, but the cultivators active here generally have high cultivation levels, at least above the 6th realm. This is because there is a natural spirit wall in the city, inscribed with innate runes which greatly aid in understanding the heaven and earth laws. Many high-level cultivators come here to perceive the laws of heaven and earth, paving the way for their subsequent cultivation paths. Yun Kanglin brought Yun Tianji into the city, making their way to the eastern Long Street. "Young master, this is 10,000 Law Street, where cultivators from all directions gather, a mix of various backgrounds. Miss Xueqing is also staying here." With many cultivators coming and going on the street, Yun Tianji nodded slightly, scanning the surrounding cultivators. His powerful divine sense spread out like a tide, filtering through massive streams of information. "Will Miss Xueqing appear on the martial arts arena today? I heard that Fire Cloud Great Saint acquired another wondrous treasure, just waiting to present it." Yesterday the sky-splitting Blade Saint almost handed his sword, Broken Mountain, to Miss Xueqing, just to hear that blood-boiling foundation theory again. TSK, to think a great saint of martial path would be like this. Most of the conversations were kept low, filled with reverence and incredulity. "Where is the martial arts arena?" Yun Tianji asked, clearly focused. "Just ahead, in the center of the street." Yun Kanglin pointed towards the most densely populated direction. The two spoke no more and followed the crowd forward. The closer they got to the central area, the more crowded the people became, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air became increasingly active. A moment later, a massive plaza appeared at the end of their sight, with a spirit wall towering over 1,000 feet tall standing at the center of the martial arena. Innate Tao patterns flowed over it, emitting various lights. The plaza was paved with different types of jade, and in the center was a circular stone platform about the height of a person. The stone platform appeared ancient and unadorned, yet it faintly emitted a heavy aura capable of suppressing all laws. At this moment, the martial arts arena was surrounded layer upon layer, leaving no space open. Countless cultivators' eyes were all focused on the center of the martial arts arena. However, despite the crowding, there was an obvious vacant circle around the core area of the arena. Within that vacant area, there were only a few figures. One of the figures stood like a stabilizer at the centermost point. A young woman, not yet 20, sat casually at the edge of the martial arts arena, her legs slightly drawn up, one hand resting lazily on her knee, exuding a relaxed, almost languid posture. It was indeed Xueqing. She kept her head slightly lowered, her focused gaze resting on an ancient scroll laid out on her lap. The surface of the scroll flowed with dark golden characters, drifting slowly like living entities. Her expression was calm and unruffled, as if the surrounding ocean-like crowd and the turbulent spiritual energy fluctuations in the air were unrelated to her. She was immersed in her own world, occasionally with divine light flowing in her eyes, deducing the profound mysteries in the scroll at a rate unimaginable to ordinary people. The figures surrounding Xueqing startled Yun Tianji, making his pupils contract instantly. Those people stood beneath the martial arts arena like stars surrounding the moon, placing Xueqing at the center. The most noticeable was an exceptionally tall elder, his hair and beard blazing like crimson fire, clothed in a dark red robe, exuding a suffocating heat. This was the phenomenon of boiling blood energy, a great saint of the martial path. At present, the elder was carefully holding a stewpot carved entirely from fire jade. Though the stewpot was covered, just the aura seeping out caused the entire martial arts arena's temperature to rise a notch, carrying a rich fragrance that made one's blood hints boil. Xueqing, come, quickly while it's hot. Fire Cloud Great Saint's voice was loud as thunder, filled with an eagerness almost flattering. He presented the stewpot forward as if offering a treasure. Look at this, little girl. It's a divine blood flood dragon, pure blood. It took quite an effort to obtain this piece of red tendons. Do you know how precious this is? It's extinct in the near immortal realm. I procured it from beyond realms, simmered for nearly half a month with 7 types of heavenly fire, without missing the slightest degree. The blood and divine essence it contains, a peerless delicacy. Absolutely unique in the near immortal realm. He licked his somewhat cracked lips, looking expectantly at Xueqing. You only leafed through my mystic gang divine blood scripture for a day, didn't you? Please, help me look over it a bit more, see if there's room for improvement? Even a hint of inspiration would suffice. Try the soup first, it's nourishing. As he spoke, his other hand was already eagerly reaching to lift the scalding pot lid. Not far to his side stood a middle-aged man upright as a solitary peak, with a stern face, carrying a long blade wrapped in coarse cloth, revealing only the pitch-black hilt. His aura was condensed to the extreme, as if he himself were a peerless fierce blade ready to unsheath at any moment and cleave the heavens, the sky-splitting blade saint, Chai Tian-Ke. At the moment, this usually silent and sharp-eyed blade saint seemed somewhat ill at ease. He silently retrieved an item from his storage magical artifact. It was a blade. The blade was 3 feet 7 inches long, possessing a translucent gelatinous appearance, as if formed by the solidification of flowing marrow, harboring countless points of star-like radiant light within. The blade bore no edge, lines flowing smoothly to the extreme, just lying quietly in Song Ke's hand. The surrounding air emitted a faint hissing sound, torn by invisible sharpness. A sharp blade intent permeated, causing all the divine weapons and sharp blades that cultivators carried around the martial arts arena to emit anxious low hums. Chapter 778-513, Opening the Sect Gate, Part 2. Miss Xueqing. Chai Tian-Ke held the heavenly blade in both hands and spoke softly. This item is a divine marrow crystal I obtained by chance from the core of a giant god clan relic. I guarded the outskirts of the ancient god burial ground for 1,000 years for this moment. I had 3 divine artisans from the Heavenly Craft Workshop help me forge it, spending half of my fortune and several decades to complete. Its sharpness can cut through any weapon of an ordinary great saint, and its divine properties are greatly beneficial in refining qi and blood, as well as nurturing the divine soul. He further extended the unrivaled divine weapon half a foot forward. It's yours. He spoke with a calm tone, as if he were offering not a priceless treasure, but a mere piece of common iron. Chai Tian's gaze was fixed on Xueqing, and beneath the sharpness of his knife-like eyes lay an almost childish longing for candy. Last time, the theory you mentioned about the foundation of the martial path beginning from the boiling of blood affected me greatly. I've pondered deeply but still struggle with some obstacles. Miss, could you elaborate further? No matter the cost, I won't hesitate. He slightly bowed his head, the spine known for its fierce reputation of sky-splitting bending before Xueqing. Behind them, friendly tone, Miss Xueqing, at your young age, continually delving into the laborious martial path, without someone close to care for you, how exhausting. He paused, voice rising excitedly. Oh. Right, I recently heard news. The Song clan, this generation produced an exceptional young man. His appearance, tsk, they say he's perfected the jade soul divine body, truly ice skin and jade bones, with a godlike visage. He slapped his rotund belly with a loud thud, boldly shouting, Miss, need a man? Just nod, and I, old too, will move mountains, personally visiting the Song clan. Guarantee to bring that young gentleman to you clean and whole, serving tea, warming the bed, massaging shoulders. If one is not enough, I have wide connections. Hey, you want what kind? Old two will get you what kind, sure to satisfy. All I ask is occasional guidance, haha. He rubbed his hands, looking at Xueqing with anticipation. Boom, there was an uproar around. Divine blood flood dragon tendon stew merely seeking cultivation technique pointers? Offering the heavenly blade just to hear the theory again? Even considering kidnapping a top family's handsome heir to warm the bed? Humility, utmost humility. Where are the lofty great saints of the martial path? Yun Tianji stood at the edge of the surging crowd, stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a light laugh. Remarkable, truly remarkable, to make proud martial warriors humble so. No mere exceptional talent, but an enigma, a monster. More terrifying than those sons of heaven, Yun Tianji mused. Those sons of heaven only had better cultivation talent, a bit of heavenly fate protecting them. Xueqing, truly by her own talent and insight, has made those far more cultivated than her bow their heads. Such talent already surpasses all known prodigies. Her future. Yun Tianji hardly dared to imagine what heights it might reach. His thoughts drifted to Zhengchu, curious about what stage Zhengchu has now reached. Looking back, every meeting with Zhengchu, his gaze was exceedingly calm, rarely seeing emotional fluctuations. Until today, he hadn't truly seen through Zhengchu, always feeling a layer apart. As the assembly fell into silence due to the great saint's actions, after hearing Duobao Great Saint Tu Fugui's words, the figure immersed in ancient scroll mysteries at the martial arts arena's center finally moved. Xueqing slowly raised her head, looking at Tu Fugui thoughtfully. Seeing this, the great saints were instantly stifled, gaze converging on Tu Fugui's round body. Could it truly work? Tu Fugui laughed heartily. How? Miss Xueqing, which young talent do you fancy? I'll arrange it immediately. Xueqing's brow slightly furrowed. After hesitating, she spoke softly. If he doesn't agree after being brought, what then? Once they're brought, why care if they agree? To be valued by you, miss, is a fortune beyond lifetimes. Tu Fugui coldly huffed, then chuckled and rubbed his hands. I have a son named Jingchuan, still only 12, if you're not in a hurry, I'll send him. Keep him by your side a few years, treat him like a spirit pet, he doesn't eat much. Nearby great saints heard this, each had the same thought flash in their minds. Beast. Seeing hesitance in Xueqing's brow, Tu Fugui waved his hand, urging again, forced fruit may not be sweet, but quenches thirst, time naturally breeds feelings. If separated by distance, how can anything come of it? Know that bitter fruit is still a fruit. Xueqing paused in silence, then turned her hand, taking out a communication jade talisman, handed to Tu Fugui. I trouble great saint to make a trip, bring this person, ensure no harm comes to their kin or family. Tu Fugui took the jade talisman, probing, my son. Hearing this, Xueqing didn't hesitate, nodded, great saint guides today, complete this task and I can open the sect gate, except one disciple. Chapter 779-514, The Grand Wedding. Open the sect gate. Recruit disciples. These words instantly made the eyes of several great saints turn red, feeling a surge of hot blood rushing straight to their heads. After a brief deathly silence, several great saints scrambled forward. Xueqing, Lass. Fire Cloud Great Saint, the first to react, rushed forward with an arrow's leap to stand in front of Xueqing, his expression excited. I have a great-grandson in the direct lineage, only 10 years old this year, his root bone not yet fully formed, the perfect age for building a foundation, and he possesses a fire spirit body, obedient and clever, with excellent comprehension, destined for greatness. If you take him under your wing, my entire clan, with all our possessions and secret techniques, are at your disposal. Miss Xueqing, don't listen to him, he's utterly impoverished, what foundation does he have to speak of? The oldest among them, Chao Qianquan, was almost jumping in anxiety, pushing aside Fire Cloud Great Saint who stood in his way, speaking in a deep voice, I have a great-granddaughter, just 8 years old, with jade-like skin and bones, full of spirituality, naturally sensitive, quiet, sensible, smart, she would never disturb your cultivation. I am willing to offer an emperor weapon, passed down in my family, as a gift, just for Miss Xueqing to guide her a little. Miss Xueqing, although the Chai family has no children of appropriate age, we are blessed with many talents throughout the lineage, regardless of gender, as long as the lady thinks well of them, you may take them, and our sky-splitting saber pavilion will defend your path for 30,000 years. The sky-splitting blade saint, usually cold and taciturn, could not contain his urgency, his voice tinged with eagerness. Several great saints formed a circle, almost turning into a chaotic mess. Get lost, I came first. Fire Cloud Great Saint roared angrily, Chao Qiankuan, your great-granddaughter is already 8 years old, her root bone is set, she doesn't have the 10-year-old adaptability of my great-grandson. Tu Fugui. You damn fat bastard. You've hoarded all the benefits. Several great saints began to turn black into white. Sirs. Xueqing's voice rang out again, her expression showing no joy or anger. The arguing stopped abruptly, all the great saints immediately went silent, all eyes turned to Xueqing, filled with tension and anticipation. Xueqing pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly, this opening of the sect gate, I will accept 2 disciples. Buzz. The eyes of several great saints instantly brightened, with 2 places, there was still a chance. If the great saints are interested, Xueqing said solemnly, you may bring your juniors of appropriate age to Lingbai City, at which time I will select one to enter the sect. Which meant Tu Fugui's son had taken 1 spot, leaving the others a chance to vie for the remaining one. Several great saints' eyes brightened immediately. I am grateful to the saints for your care during this time. Xueqing spoke again, pausing between words, as if weighing them, before delivering news that would shake the entire Lingbai city, and indeed the entire martial pavilion. I will soon wed, and I hope you will honor me with your presence at the celebration. Her tone was extremely calm, as if merely remarking on a fine day's weather. Buzz, this time, not just around the martial arts arena, it was as if the air of the entire arena solidified, time seemed to freeze. Married? Miss Xueqing, getting married? To whom? Is it the person tied to the jade talisman? Tu Fugui, clutching the jade talisman, immediately had his expression freeze, and promptly turned to flee. Yun Tianji stood outside the crowd, deep in thought. In the matter of Xueqing's marriage, besides Zhengchu, he couldn't conceive of anyone else. Soon, the people in the martial arts arena went their separate ways, and the great saints also departed one by one. Seeking suitable disciples within their families, this rare opportunity naturally needing to be seized. Xueqing's future as the martial emperor seemed certain, and with the right opportunity, she might even enter the ancestral realm. Such a personage, ordinary great saints could never even meet, such a chance, perhaps once in a million years. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Yun Tianji slowly stepped forward, offering a cup salute, Miss Xueqing, it's been a long time, I hope you have been well. Brother Yun. Meeting Yun Tianji, Xueqing was somewhat surprised. I am soon to leave the near immortal realm, and have come specifically, wishing to speak to the 2 of you. Regarding the 2 Yun Tianji mentioned, Xueqing naturally understood, nodding immediately and saying, Brother Yun, please wait, until Zhengchu arrives, I will arrange a banquet especially for you. Yun Tianji spoke no more, nodded in agreement, and turned to leave. After leaving the martial arts arena, Yun Kanglin, walking beside Yun Tianji, could not help but speak, does the young master actually know Miss Xueqing? The behavior of those great saints earlier had indeed left him quite shocked. You could say that. Yun Tianji nodded, a gleam in his eyes. By midday, the sun hung high. Deep in the wilderness mountain range. Towering ancient woods, their gnarled boughs entwined, their interwoven leaves forming a canopy, sifting sunlight into tiny spots scattered on the soft earth. The wet, cold air mixed the bitter freshness of plant sap with the musky smell of soil. This was a secluded and remote land, where even the sound of the wind was muted by layers of giant leaves above, low and like a lament. A deep valley surrounded by steep cliffs was where the 3, including Chuzheng, resided. Chuzheng sat cross-legged at the center of the valley, eyes slightly closed, his breath concentrated, each inhalation and exhalation drew the exceptionally pure heaven and earth primordial qi around him. Over a decade had passed, his cultivation had steadily advanced to the Tao integration perfection realm, his yuan qi rushing like a mighty river, his divine sense condensing as if tangible, his internal organs, limbs, and bones all refined to a radiant luster, seemingly only a thin barrier away from stepping into immortality and achieving the threshold to become a heavenly immortal. Yet, this step seemed like a heavenly chasm. He had attempted countless times, simulated magic techniques numerous times, but still found it difficult to grasp that mysterious and profound opportunity. Chapter 780-514, The Grand Wedding, Part 2. After 2 lifetimes of cultivation, he seemed to have truly felt the bottleneck for the first time. He always found it difficult to truly resonate and merge his perfect body with the intrinsic laws of this world, as if separated by an unbreakable sheet of paper that isolates the celestial from the mortal. Not far away, Chuan and Jingping were also cultivating. Chuan had an exceptionally high talent, seemingly born for cultivation. She was seated cross-legged on a green stone, surrounded by visible 5-colored spiritual light, which was the 5 elements primordial qi at its peak. Over the past decade, she had fully matured. The sunlight outlined her slender form, her thin eyebrows arched like a new moon, her eyes sparkling as if stars reflected in icy ponds, her skin resembling bone china, emitting a slight glow like ice melting for the first time. Her aura was harmonious and dynamic, and from her middle dantian, a warm jade-like brilliance faintly emerged. This was a sign that the Tao embryo had formed. After more than 10 years of hard cultivation, she had successfully built the Tao embryo, steadily stepping into the mid-stage of the Tao embryo realm, her progress so rapid it often surprised Chu Jing. At this moment, she slowly raised her hand, her slender fingers directing the 5-colored streams of light, white, green, black, red, and yellow, sometimes condensing into sharp gunmetal sword qi, sometimes forming a solid, heavy hammer, and occasionally dispersing into the endless, continuous Gui water soft strength. The target of these attacks formed by 5 elements primordial qi was Jingping, opposite her. Jingping was bare-chested, his ancient bronze-colored skin revealing muscles coiled like dragons and serpents, muscles tempered to bulge and ripple, faintly glowing with a resilient dark golden sheen. His eyes were tightly closed, his jaws clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, as sweat beads continuously rolled down. Each time Chuan raised her hand, the weapons crafted from terrifyingly powerful 5 elements primordial qi mercilessly struck his body. The dull impact, sharp as clashing metals, echoed repeatedly in the silent deep valley. Each heavy blow made Jingping's body tremble violently, the dark golden sheen on his skin rippling like water, dissipating the wild force layer by layer, integrating it into the depth of his bones. His body surface constantly split open into fine wounds, seeping dark red blood, but in the next instant, the powerful qi blood power surged, and the wounds visibly healed quickly, becoming more resilient. This is the most primitive and effective method for forging the physique, utilizing external forces, tempered thousands of times. Chu Jing slowly opened his eyes and rested his gaze on Jingping. Xue Qing's insight was extraordinarily sharp. The body cultivation method called Golden Gang-breaking Mountain, though taking the clumsy and difficult path of external refining of bones, requiring inhuman suffering, made for solid foundations and deep potential. Day after day, for more than 10 years, Jingping with Chu En's relentless help endured nearly self-torturing hardship to stubbornly cultivate this method to some degree. Currently, Golden Gang-breaking Mountain had forged a rock-steady foundation within Jingping, the dark golden sheen beneath his skin, a sign of early success in practicing the golden aura. Although his cultivation realm still wasn't high, barely entering the initial stage of the Yuan aura realm, and had been left behind by Chuan, Chu Jing knew well that Jingping's stable foundation on this thorn-laden path of body cultivation had already grown far beyond what it used to be. The path Xue Qing directed him onto was slow, yet right. It was enough to support him along the dangerous journey of cultivation, allowing him to go farther and steadier than previously imagined. Bzzz, as Chu Zhang's thoughts flew by, a sudden change occurred. The protective array covering the entire deep valley, personally arranged by Chu Jing, unexpectedly emitted a mournful cry. The immortal jade embedded at the array's base instantly dimmed, shattering in an instant, the formation patterns inscribed in the void and on the ground disintegrating inch by inch as if crushed by an invisible colossal force, collapsing like a spider web in the blink of an eye. A massive surge of qi blood power erupted like an ancient flood, crashing down. The air was compressed, sounding an ear-piercing explosive noise. A round figure, wrapped in suffocating pressure, suddenly descended. Before completely landing, a booming voice like rolling thunder exploded in the valley, each word painfully vibrating the eardrums. "Where is Zhengchu? A great saint of martial path." Chu Jing immediately sensed the aura of the person before him, his expression slightly tense. "Master, be careful." Two sharp cries almost sounded simultaneously, with Jingping and Chuan, without a moment's hesitation, stepping in front of Chu Jing when the array shattered, their expressions taut. Their cultivation, in the presence of a great saint of martial path, felt as insignificant as fireflies to the bright moon, struggling to withstand the pressure, barely stable. Yet, their bodies remained rooted like rocks firmly anchored to the ground, not retreating half a step. Why would a great saint of martial path suddenly appear here, specifically asking for him by name? Chu Zhang's heart sank to the bottom in an instant, countless thoughts clashing in the blink of an eye. A great saint of martial path would never seek him out without reason. In the entire upper realm, only one person was aware of his whereabouts. Xueqing. Could it be, something happened to Xueqing? Suppressing the faintly boiling qi blood, Chu Jing rose to his feet, stepping past Jingping and Chu and slightly trembling backs. He cupped his hands in salute, speaking in a deep voice, "I am Zhengchu, greetings to the elder." "No need for formality, young brother, I am here under Miss Xueqing's orders to take you to see her." Tu Fuguei restrained his aura of qi blood power, speaking with a smile. "What has happened to Xueqing?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zhang's expression tightened. If Xueqing wished to see him, she could directly send a message, yet now entrusted someone to come, highly likely because she was unable to come herself, indicating some misfortune. Has something happened to Xueqing? Tu Fuguei chuckled. Indeed, something has occurred. He paused, not speaking directly. It's a great blessing. Chu Jing was momentarily stunned. A blessing? Tu Fuguei did not offer Chu Jing any chance to ponder or inquire further, ready to take action. Few words, fewer mistakes, the urgency of official matters was paramount. His thoughts rapidly turning, Tu Fuguei made a swift decision. Xueqing only instructed him to bring the person back, without asking him to speak excessively. The relationship and entanglement between these two, he did not know at all. The more irrelevant words spoken, the greater the trouble. If he accidentally blurted out the matter of the wedding, and if this young lad refused, crying and causing a commotion or even rashly harming himself, the consequences would be unbearable. If in the end the task failed and an enmity was born instead, he would be in big trouble. Considering this, Tu Fuguei hesitated no longer. His thick palm, delicate as mutton fat white jade, suddenly reached out. A terrifyingly pure qi blood, like an invisible cage, instantly enveloped the whole valley. In a flash, Chu Jing felt darkness before his eyes, a heavy sense of drowsiness overwhelming his consciousness like a surging wave. In the instant before losing awareness completely, many thoughts flickered through his mind. Could it be that someone has come for revenge? Thud. 3 bodies, losing consciousness, collapsed limply to the ground. Tu Fuguei grasped the air with his palm, an invisible force wrapping around Chu Jing and the others, settling them into his wide sleeves. After completing all this, Tu Fuguei turned straight and tore through the void, heading directly towards Lingbai City. He dared not delay at all, fearing the longer the night, the more unforeseen events. Within the sleeves, Chu Zhang's breathing was stable, entering a deep sleep. Tu Fuguei glanced down, a smile appearing on his face. "Young man, a great fortune awaits you. This time, old Tu really accomplished something big, hee." Within boundless darkness, Chu Zhang's divine soul surged violently in his mind, like waves rising at high tide, washing over countless spacetime fragments. Unaware of how much time had passed, he suddenly broke free like someone escaping from drowning. His eyes suddenly opened wide, gasping heavily. The first thing he saw was a dazzling red. His vision was dominated by overwhelming, dense red unable to dissipate. It was silk, it was gauze. Above his head hung layers of red veils like congealed blood-colored smoke and cloud, obscuring everything above, only letting down a blurred and ambiguous light. The air was filled with a peculiar sweet fragrance, serene and elegant, winding gently around the nerves, bringing a slightly intoxicating warmth, causing one's blood qi to involuntarily surge with heat. Chu Jing instinctively tried to lift himself up, but a sudden heavy and cold sensation of restraint came from his arms. He looked down, his pupils momentarily contracted. His wrists and ankles were tightly bound by chains etched with glowing scarlet symbols. The chains felt smooth as jade at touch, suppressing all the anomalies on his body. The scarlet symbols flowed slowly on the chains as if alive, suppressing the yuan qi and divine sense throughout his body, rendering him immobile. Chu Jing looked around and finally noticed that his original blue robe had been taken off and replaced with red. The cloud couch beneath him was exceptionally soft, covered with a thick red brocade quilt, trapping him as if he had fallen into a warm cloud, but at this moment, this softness became an inescapable mire, binding Chu Jing on the couch, unable to move. Where is this place? This chapter is updated by Nofer.nt. Chu Jing's heart sank in an instant. A long-abandoned sense of unease surged up from his heart, a chill ran up his spine, quickly spreading through his entire body. He suddenly scanned the surroundings, his gaze halted abruptly when he swept it to the window lattice. Next to the window lattice, beside a round table covered with the same bright red satin, a figure sat quietly. Outside the window, the morning light just appeared, with faint twilight glow permeating the clouds. The woman fiddled with the gold-embroidered wedding handkerchief in her hand, her somewhat sharp sword-like eyebrows slanted into her temples, the corner of her eyes painted with a phoenix tail dipped in vermilion, her pupils reflecting the turbulent waves of golden clouds, akin to the refined red gold and mystic iron of a millennium. The 9-layered gauze wedding dress she wore flowed with the star river, embroidered with gold lines forming the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. From the waist, it flowed gracefully for 3 zhang, the scales and feathers adorned with Ju pearls, and as she raised her hand, her sleeves brushed past like floating light broken jade. The jade bead golden crown pressed against her high-styled cloud bun, 12 strands of vermilion necklaces dangled across her forehead but did not obscure her sharp gaze piercing through the dim red mist. Those hands that had killed countless lives were now pinching a wedding silk with double lotus pattern. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from outside the window, brushing over the 3 zhang red robe, lifting the outer veil of the wedding dress, revealing the double simmerg harmony jade pendant hanging at her waist. Shui. Qing. Chu Jing's expression slightly froze, his thoughts momentarily halted. Noticing the movement, the woman suddenly stood up, her garment fluttering like raging flames, slowly approached Chu Jing, a breeze brushed his face, and the red silk curtains gently swayed. It was her remaining fierce aura, dancing with the flickering red candles in the hall. In an instant, Chu Jing vaguely understood the general context, feeling a surge of absurdity inside. This sort of thing, he never thought would happen to him. Their eyes met. Chu Jing's breath instantly stopped. The woman before him, her features were still like those in his memory, cold and picturesque. Her skin under the full room of red light seemed even whiter than frost and snow, her long eyelashes hung low, shading the expressions in her eyes, the lips seemed stained with faint rouge. In this intense red atmosphere, exudate a breathtaking beauty. In the midst of strangeness, a hint of familiar stirring arose from his heart. Chu Jing suddenly felt his throat dry, a moment of hesitation came over him. Awake. After a while, Shui Qing finally spoke, her voice still like the clear spring of a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant, calmly declared, "Prepare yourself, you and I will marry. Today." Marry. Upon hearing the expected words, Chu Jing was momentarily unsure how to react. He didn't know what exactly prompted Shui Qing to take such a shocking action, even mobilizing a great saint to bind him here. Shui Qing, first, release me. After a moment of internal struggle, Chu Jing chose not to deceive and honestly spoke, "I am already married, how can I wed again? You wouldn't even think of a reasonable excuse, I have asked Yun Tianji and your 2 followers." Shui Qing's expression remained unchanged. "Over the years, there haven't been other women around you, what talk of marriage, besides, whether you're willing or not, I'm merely informing you." After speaking, she paused slightly, "Or bring over the wife you speak of, and I won't force you today." Upon hearing this, Chu Jing's face stiffened. He couldn't possibly tell Shui Qing that only upon her death would his wife be born. After a long silence, his expression stern, he sat up. I am a Qi cultivator of the Taoist school. If wedding, according to past customs, I must burn the scroll to upper form to the ancestral Tao. Wait for me to write a marriage scroll to upper form. If the ancestral Tao agrees, we will complete the marriage today. Nowadays, there are 20 ancestors of the great universe. Where would the ancestral Tao come from? Besides, for you and me to marry, why need others' consent? Xueqing remained unmoved. For a moment, the hall plunged into dead silence. After a long silence, Xueqing gazed at Chu Jing and finally relented. I'll give you the incense burner, burn the scroll to upper form, and await your response. Outside the hall. On the expansive white jade plaza, a red carpet was laid, extending to the end of the vision. 1,000 red flame-glazed lamps scattered across the skies, emitting a gentle glow. On the plaza, guests were already gathered. These people comprised martial cultivators from Lingbai City and the entire Falling Leaves Heaven, along with representatives from various sects and special emissaries from numerous prestigious families. At this moment, various cultivators were either whispering or gazing around, their sights invariably focused on those standing at the forefront of the plaza, those figures with auras deep as the ocean, all great saints of the martial path. Beside these great saints, whose very movements could shake a region of the Star River, served respectfully a child. Beside the fire-cloud great saint stood a boy around 10 years old in a blue robe, his face taut with a gaze mirroring maturity beyond his years, the faint red fire spirit chi subtly swirling around him, clearly possessing a fire spirit body. Chapter 782-515, Humiliation, Part 2. Behind the earth-covering great Saint Chao Qianquan was a little girl dressed in a moon-white magical robe, her hair tied in a child's bun, looking about 7 or 8 years old. Her face was round, eyes clear and lively, curiously taking in her surroundings. Beside the rotund Tu Fugue was his 12-year-old son, Tu Jingchuan. The young boy's frame was beginning to stretch out, with a face not yet rid of childishness, striving to put on a mature and serious front. However, his tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his inner tension. The great saints, with solemn expressions, exchanged occasional glances, yet there was no hint of casual conversation, only cold scrutiny and veiled competition. The air around them was almost stagnant, the clash of invisible auras causing the breathing of near low-level cultivators to become laborious. Among the guests, murmurs surged like a tide, filled with shock and confusion. Miss Xueqing is just a 7th realm semi-saint. No matter how high her talent, is it worth these great saints lowering themselves so much? A martial cultivator whispered, his face full of disbelief. Bringing their own descendants here, just to seek entry, such eagerness and self-abasement seem excessive, someone nearby concurred, a strong note of perplexity in their voice. Humph, what do you know? A middle-aged cultivator snorted, eyes sharp with worldly insight. Are you aware that our martial pavilion's cold star martial ancestor is nearing the end of his lifespan? As soon as these words fell, an instant hush enveloped the surroundings, countless eyes focusing intently. The middle-aged cultivator's expression stiffened, turning grave, as he spoke lowly, with the martial ancestors passing, the heavenly fate it carries has yet to be assigned. I've heard, after this grand competition, our martial pavilion will elect a new son of heaven to inherit the heavenly fate. He gazed intently at the closed hall door, with Miss Xueqing's current comprehension and talent, stepping into the martial saint realm before 100 years old is a certainty. Even among the true sons of heaven, how many can step into the 8th order before 100? With such heaven-defying talent, if she were to gain the support of the heavenly fate, her future would be limitless, soaring through the heavens, seeking the pinnacle martial ancestor position would not be an arduous task. He glanced over those great saints and the children beside them, his voice full of envy and jealousy. Now, being able to send one's bloodline descendant under Miss Xueqing's tutelage to become a direct disciple, what does that mean? It implies that in the future, she might be the direct disciple of the martial ancestor. Such an overwhelming opportunity, how many great realm resources could it equate to? Which one of these great saints isn't shrewd? They are wagering, gambling on Xueqing becoming a Qingzu in the future. This analysis struck like thunder in the hearts of many cultivators around, instantly clearing all confusion, like enlightenment from the divine. Serving at the feet of an ancestral realm chance, countless martial emperors would fight fiercely for it, originally without even the qualification to catch a glance. Now, with a sliver of hope, naturally, they should tightly grasp it. Sitting unnoticed among the crowd, Yun Tianji's expression slightly focused, seemingly comprehending something. The opportunity to become Qingzu. If this is so, Xueqing might one day stand on the side of the Sun-Eroding crier, becoming his great adversary. Thinking of this, Yun Tianji lowered his gaze, suppressing the coldness in his eyes. No matter who, anyone who hinders his pursuit of killing the Sun-Eroding crier, he will sweep them aside. And then there's Zhengchu. Buzz, amidst the surging undercurrents, the heavy hall door slowly opened inward. A solitary figure stepped out slowly. It was Chu Jing. Attired in a fiery red ceremonial robe, with a calm face, under countless scrutinizing gazes, he walked steadily to the center of the square, slowly raising his hand, and a half-human tall cauldron crashed to the ground. He retrieved a jade box, opened it to reveal 3 sticks of pure, jade-like incense, and true yuan flowed from his fingertips, igniting the incense without fire, the wisps of blue smoke rising straight, unwavering. The 3 sticks of pure incense were firmly inserted into the cauldron by Chu Jing. Afterward, he took out a fiery red marital agreement, his expression solemn, bowing deeply towards the 3 sticks of incense and the vast azure sky. He straightened, the fiery red marital agreement in hand fell into the cauldron, igniting unbidden, engulfed entirely by golden flames in an instant. The flames danced, and the marital paper turned to ashes in moments, condensing into a wisp of blue smoke, rising skyward, merging into the boundless deep blue heavenly dome, directly entering the azure sky. Everyone's gaze was filled with perplexity, following the trail of smoke towards the unreachable sky. Chu Jing stood quietly in front of the cauldron, watching the direction in which the smoke disappeared, his emotions at peace. As he expected, the smoke dissipated into the boundless cosmic deep space, like a drop of water into the sea, without causing any ripples. In the primordial era, without the presence of the ancestral Tao, his petition was destined to sink like a stone in the sea, unanswered. Time passed amidst countless held breaths, second by second. You could hear a pin drop in the square. Finally, Chu Jing slowly withdrew his gaze, turning around, locking eyes with Xueqing who had just stepped out of the hall. His gaze was calm, the meaning clear without words. The joints of Xueqing's fingers, hidden within her sleeves, clenched slightly, the 100 birds embroidered on her bridal dress fluttering as if about to fly, the gold thread dangling tassels beside her ear clinking softly in the wind. Her gaze roamed over the spirit jade-paved square, swept over the few great saints and the full house of guests, over the embers in the cauldron that were not yet extinguished, finally meeting Chu Jing's eyes. Those pupils, at this moment, seemed like a deep pool, drowning all her hopes in a silent abyss. Is it really so unwilling? Her blood surged slightly, an iron taste rising in her throat. Unconsciously she rubbed her fingertips over the seam pattern embroidered on the wedding dress, a near self-mocking cold smile pulling at her lips. Chapter 783-515, Debasement, Part 3. She suddenly looked up, her gaze piercing through the vast canopy of jewels. Outside the hall, on the plaza, hundreds of red flame-glaze lamps suddenly extinguished. Xueqing shifted her gaze, sweeping across the entire plaza, the corners of her eyes reflecting a color close to depletion. Today's wedding ends here. Everyone, please leave. In an instant, the hall was in an uproar, no one knowing what had happened, but since Xueqing had already given the order to leave, they could not remain and could only slowly disperse. Several great saints sensed something amiss, their expressions all slightly tense, but for the moment it wasn't appropriate to step forward and inquire. If they angered Xueqing for this, it would not be worth the cost. Tu Fugue furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Chu Jing, pondering inwardly if this event was mishandled. Xueqing's gaze swept across the great saints, saying calmly, "What I said earlier still stands, so please, esteemed seniors, return first. I have some personal matters to handle." The great saints remained silent, saying no more, saluted, and left with their respective juniors. In the crowd, Yun Tianji raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes, his lips curling slightly, and he vanished with the departing throng in a flash. The guests retreated like a tide, taking the noise with them and sweeping away the deliberately piled-up joy. The plaza before the hall, bustling with noise moments ago, was now cold and silent. Inside the grand hall, the red candles still burned high, yet at this moment, the flickering flames appeared somewhat desolate. Xueqing sat alone before the enormous, glazed mirror. The mirror, smooth as ice, clearly reflected her silhouette. In an eye-catching scarlet wedding dress, layers of complex golden-red silk embroidered with cloud patterns, extremely luxurious. Her gaze fell on the mirror, looking at her reflection within. The glazed mirror reflected the flickering red candles, the entire room dyed in bright red, reflecting the wedding dress symbolizing earthly joy, yet now unbearably glaring. Her lips curled slightly, a hint of self-mockery flashing in her eyes, the fiery red at this moment stabbing into the heart like an icicle. In the silent hall, only the subtle crackling of the candles burning could be heard. In this dead silence, Xueqing looked at the woman in blazing red in the mirror, her red lips slightly parted, her voice light as a sigh crashing against the cold glaze of the mirror. "How can one be so cheap?" Chu Jing entered the hall. Hearing this sentence, his expression instantly changed. Before he could speak, the heavy doors behind closed with a bang. Xueqing stood up, the qi blood power belonging to the martial half-saint around her suddenly awakened like a dormant volcano. The air around her distorted, vibrating with a buzz. Shred, the piercing sound of tearing fabric resounded abruptly, and the fiery red wedding dress was instantly torn to shreds by the qi blood power, fragile as thin paper. Large remnants of red silk scattered and fell to the ground, spreading out a mess of crimson chaos. Jewels and hairpins fell with a crisp jingle. In an instant, the heavy wedding dress on Xueqing vanished without a trace, revealing underneath a plain moon-white undergarment without a trace of color. Her long black hair, freed from the golden hairpin's bondage, cascaded down like a waterfall, sliding over her shoulders and back, covering her hips and legs. She suddenly turned around, reaching towards Chu Jing, her movements quick as a phantom, carrying a force filled with colossal strength. Chu Jing only felt an overwhelming force hit him in the chest, his entire body like a kite with a broken string, helplessly flung back onto the wide and soft cloud couch. His back hit the soft brocade quilt, bringing little pain. Chu Jing's thoughts sank slightly, suppressing the yuan qi within his body that wanted to counteract instinctively. Before he could react, his limbs were suddenly pinned down heavily. Crack! The cold and crisp sound of metal clamping rose almost simultaneously, bringing a familiar sense of restraint to his wrists and ankles. The spirit lock on the cloud couch wound around quickly, fastening his limbs tight, stronger than before, suppressing the yuan qi completely. Not even a ripple of struggle could appear. Chu Jing stared at Xueqing's figure, his mind a mix of emotions. He could sense that Xueqing was quite angry at this moment. For the anger of Xueqing right now, he could fully understand. In her eyes, the so-called marriage, even the burning of the books and presenting the case, were merely excuses, rotten excuses. What he did today was tantamount to making Xueqing lose face completely in front of all the guests, a humiliation of the utmost degree. Xueqing's movements never paused. She stepped onto the cloud couch, and in Chu Jing's slightly surprised gaze, she directly straddled him. The rolling warmth of qi blood pressed heavily on Chu Jing's waist and abdomen through the thin clothes. She looked down at him. Those eyes clear as a cold pond, no longer calm, but surging with an undercurrent Chu Jing had never seen. With a cold wintry fragrance, her long hair fell like a black curtain, brushing over Chu Jing's forehead, cheeks, neck, bringing waves of tiny, dense itchiness. Originally, Xueqing began slowly, her voice hoarse, "I intended to give you a title." Her gaze dropped, sharp as a knife, bending down slowly, she murmured by Chu Jing's ear, "But it seems unnecessary now." As her words fell, Xueqing turned her head suddenly, like an enraged beast, her white teeth bit down fiercely on Chu Jing's neck. Xueqing bit down hard, seemingly merciless, the warm blood immediately gushing into her mouth. The intense smell of blood spread across Xueqing's tongue, carrying a hint of sinister sweetness that made one shiver. The prickling pain from his neck made Zheng momentarily lost in thought, his thoughts involuntarily scattering. Why does this scene seem so familiar to him? As if it had happened before. Chapter 784-516, Heaven Burial Ceremony. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, like the solidified candle tears in the hall, quietly slipping away. The grand hall was a scene of chaos, pieces of shattered crimson wedding garments scattered about, resembling dried, solidified blood scabs. The air was still filled with a complicated and indistinct aroma, the lingering sweet warm fragrance, the faint scent of fresh blood, and a strong smell that lingered after an intense entanglement. Zhengchu sat up from the wide, soft cloud couch, her long black hair scattered messily over her bare white shoulders and the red brocade blanket, with some strands clinging to her sweat-dampened neck. Her face bore no expression, as calm as a jade sculpture freshly pulled from the cold pond, yet in the depths of her eyes lingered a hint of bewilderment after the storm. She stepped barefoot onto the cold ground, her slender ankles and skin shimmering under the dim light, glaringly white. She did not glance at the person on the couch, but instead directly draped herself in a brand new moon-white magical robe. Only after dressing did she finally turn around, her gaze falling on Zheng, who was still locked on the couch. He leaned against the bed edge, eyelids drooping. The ferocious bite mark on his neck had already formed into a dark red scar, like a brand burnt on the skin. His wedding robe had long been torn into strips in the previous struggle, hanging haphazardly on his body, exposing a strong chest with dozens of faint red marks. Zhengchu approached without speaking, a flash of light from her fingertip, and the 4 spirit locks that had bound Zheng for 3 days and nights clicked open, falling to the ground with soft clatters. With the shackles gone, Zheng's body tensed almost imperceptibly for a moment, then he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and still, weighted with exhaustion and a complexity Zhengchu could not now understand. He didn't look at her, he silently sat up, quietly retrieved a similarly plain cyan magical robe from the storage ring, and put it on slowly. The sound of fabric rubbing was exceptionally clear in the dead silent hall, seeming to grind at people's hearts. The two stood facing each other, separated by a few steps, with the ground between them covered in scattered crimson fragments, resembling an insurmountable blood-colored chasm. Zhengchu watched Zheng dress, watched his face so calm it seemed almost distant, and the fury she had forced down began to churn again. She straightened her spine, slightly raised her chin, wearing a calm expression and spoke clearly, "From today onward, it is I who do not want you." She seemed to be reaffirming her sovereignty. Zheng's gaze fell on her face, seeing through the armor Zhengchu had forced up. He subtly moved his lips, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, did not speak. Across the river of spacetime, arriving in this vast ancient era, he had not come merely to renew an old relationship with Zhengchu. With his current strength, he was as insignificant as dust in this world where emperors reigned and ancestor gods overlooked, far from being able to protect himself, let alone ensure her safety. Now he was like a stone cast into the raging torrent of destiny, unable even to control his own direction. The trajectory of the river of spacetime was still blurry in his eyes, as if separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. Since descending to the lower realm, he's had some worries, worried that the fluttering wings of his different spacetime butterfly might spark an unforeseen storm, utterly disrupting Zhengchu's originally clear and brilliant path of fate. Zhengchu must become Chengzu. This was what the Sun-Eroding cry had informed him about his past. If he interfered too much, just like previously causing Zhengchu to miss the lower realm selection at the Martial Pavilion, he might make her miss the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity truly meant for her. He didn't dare gamble, such a cost he couldn't afford. If Zhengchu were to die at a time she shouldn't, before he understood the secrets of reincarnation, the future could wholly reverse. Song Ling Xue, Song Ling Qing, and indeed the entire future generations might be overturned and completely cease to exist. If that were truly the case, his journey to ancient times would have been utterly meaningless. "You, take care." Zheng's voice was deep, and after a barely audible sigh, he spoke no more, silently turning to head toward the hall door. Squeak, the hall door was pulled open, and the cold light instantly flooded in, instantly piercing the thick blood-red ambiguity within. Chu Zheng's figure disappeared in the morning light, the hall door slowly closing behind him, separating two worlds. When the heavy door finally sealed off Chu Zheng's figure, Xueqing stood upright, her tense spine suddenly seeming to lose all support, bending sharply. She staggered back a step, crashing into the cold glazed mirror stand, where her side profile emerged in the mirror, instantly drained of all color. She abruptly raised her hand, clinging tightly to her face, her cold fingers deeply embedded in her hair, knuckles whites from the force. A suppressed, near-death-like gasp escaped from between her tightly clamped fingers. She lifted her head, forcing back the torrent of sour heat that almost burst from her eyes. How did it come to this? Originally, she thought liking was enough. The thing Xueqing wanted, the people she desired, why should she care if they liked her or not? What did it matter if she forced it? As long as she grasped them, holding tight enough, eventually they would sweeten. She had time, she had patience. Just like Tu Fugue had said before, over time, feelings will develop. Yet these 3 days of purgatorial intimacy shredded both her naive fantasies and the last shred of her dignity to pieces. On that cloud couch, during those intimate moments she initiated, filled with punishment and possession, Chu Zheng's gaze made her feel as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, her whole body uncomfortable. Deep within that gaze, it was not rejection or anger, but rather a softness that made her heart tremble. However, that hint of softness was not directed at her, not at the person skin to skin with him. That gaze seemed to see through her body, her divine soul, looking at another person. A shadow that she did not know, but that always lingered, hauntingly. This feeling, like a malignant growth attached to her, made her heart twist with pain, humiliated and furious with every capture of his gaze like that. A violent impulse would uncontrollably surge up her head, almost making her want to stretch out her hands, to fiercely strangle him, watching him suffocate, closing those eyes, making that damned shadow vanish completely. This thought was too dangerous. Dangerous to the point where even she felt terrified. When had she ever been so out of control? When had she ever wanted to utterly destroy someone she thought she desired? Perhaps, for now, letting go, allowing both of them time to cool down, was the best choice. Xueqing slowly lowered her hands covering her face, her fingertips icy and moist, yet her expression had returned to normal. She stepped lightly out of the grand hall, the doors closing heavily behind her, isolating the scattered remnants of red inside. Xueqing stood beneath the corridor, the chilly air rushing into her lungs with a bite. She slightly tilted her head up, closing her eyes, long lashes casting faint shadows on her pale eyelids. After a moment, she opened her eyes, the tumultuous undercurrent in her eyes suppressed, leaving only calmness. She raised her hand, blood chi flickering at her fingertips, silently shattering a communication jade talisman, which transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into the void. In the blink of an eye, several powerful auras broke through space from different directions in Lingbai City, arriving instantly before Xueqing. It was the great saints from the martial pavilion. The great saints landed, their gazes sweeping across Xueqing's face, which was calm to the point of indifference. The air stilled for a moment, filled with awkwardness and silence. No one mentioned the just departed Chu Zheng. The great saints tacitly stood with hands down, their gazes on Xueqing, waiting for her final judgment. On the square, the children brought by the great saints stood quietly. "Thank you, seniors, for waiting." Xueqing slightly bowed to the great saints, giving a polite salute. She straightened up, her gaze calmly sweeping over the great saints, finally resting on the children beside them. With no hesitation or deliberation, she spoke slowly, "As per our prior agreement, today I will take Tu Jingchuan as my disciple." Xueqing's gaze did not linger on the two family father and son. She paused slightly, her eyes then landed on a few other children. "As for the other one." Xueqing's gaze flowed over the children. Without much hesitation or deliberation, she lifted her finger, pointing to the girl with the child's bun, dressed in a moon-white vestment robe, behind Chao Qiankuan. "I will take this girl as my disciple." A trace of uncontrollable joy flashed across the ancient face of Chao Qiankuan, known as the Great Saint, who had long since tempered his heart to be as firm as a rock. This overwhelming joy merely flickered in his eyes, forcibly suppressed, his face remained calm. He subtly extended his hand, gently pushing the girl on her back, his gaze carrying unnoticeable urging and expectation. The girl was pushed forward a step, only then did she seem to understand what was happening. She lifted her little face, looking at Xue Qing, who stood a few steps away, clad in plain white, with an aura of coolness, her clear eyes holding no fear, only pure curiosity and a touch of bewilderment. "What is your name?" Xue Qing's expression softened slightly. The girl imitated the adults, giving a salute, her voice crisp, reporting to master, "My surname is Gongyi, name Ziyu." The milky voice echoed, diluting the awkwardness in the air. Xue Qing looked at the little girl named Gongyi Ziyu before her, her eyes reflecting the girl's pure and sincere gaze. She nodded slightly in response. She looked up towards Chao Qianquan and Tu Fugue, giving a hand salute. "Today my mind is somewhat disturbed. The ceremony for taking in disciples will have to be simplified. I hope the two seniors won't mind." "Miss Xue Qing, you speak too highly of it. Being able to enter your tutelage is already fortunate. No need for cumbersome rituals." Chao Qianquan waved his hand repeatedly. Beside him, Tu Fugue nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Miss Xue Qing's major competition is imminent. She should indeed focus her energy on cultivation. There's no need to worry about other matters. Xue Qing said no more, glanced at the two disciples, and said softly, "Follow me." Tu Jingchuan and Gongyi Ziyu exchanged a glance, stepping forward to follow the moonwhite silhouette. On the square, the expressions of the great saints were varied. They did not converse or offer congratulations to each other, before quickly dispersing. The Cold Star martial ancestor was approaching the end of his life. With Xue Qing's talent, she would surely enter the pavilion masters and the high-ranking officials' sights during the next competition of the martial pavilion, perhaps with a chance to become the son of heaven of the martial pavilion. If nothing went wrong, in the future, apart from Tu Fugue and Chao Qianquan, the connection with the others would end here. Chu Jing left the square, aimlessly wandering around Lingbai City. Many people had seen him at the previous wedding feast. He was quickly noticed, drawing numerous curious glances from all directions, but at this moment Chu Jing had no extra energy to care, only feeling thoroughly exhausted. "Daoist Zhengchu, it's been a while." A voice transmitted into Chu Jing's ears. This voice. Chu Jing halted slightly, looking in the direction of the sound, his expression subtle. At the corner of the street, in front of a tea house with ancient decor, stood two figures. The person in the lead was tall, wearing a cyan-patterned brocade robe with a clear and noble aura. His face was still handsome. It was Yun Tianji, whom he had not seen for a long time. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with an aura like an unfathomable ocean, his face steady and resolute, his posture upright. Immortal Venerable. Noticing this middle-aged man's cultivation, a trace of surprise flashed in Chu Jing's eyes. "Brother Yun? When did you arrive in the upper realm?" Meeting Yun Tianji here was truly unexpected for Chu Jing. "By a stroke of luck, I ascended not long ago." Yun Tianji's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, like a mask. "This is not a place for conversation. If Daoist Zhengchu has time, why not find a place to chat?" Chu Jing was silent for a moment, his gaze passing over the deeply auric Immortal Venerable beside Yun Tianji. He nodded slightly. "I'll be intruding." The private room was serene, shutting off the noise from outside. Wisps of tea fragrance rose from the jade kettle, with a calming and mind-cleansing aroma. Yun Kanglin stood quietly outside the door, like a guardian deity. Inside the quiet room, Chu Jing and Yun Tianji sat facing each other. "Congratulations to Brother Yun, for such progress in cultivation." Chu Jing held up the warm jade cup, warmth spreading from his fingertips. "Just luck," Yun Tianji responded, looking out at the lavish Lingbai city through the window, his gaze distant. "The universe is vast, our cultivation level is just the beginning." At this point, he suddenly changed the topic. "Daoist Zhengchu, do you still remember when I mentioned the upcoming opening of the Heaven Burial Palace to you?" Heaven Burial Palace. Chu Jing's grip on the teacup slightly tightened. "Of course. The number of people who can enter the Heaven Burial Palace is extremely limited. across the entire great universe, only 100,000 in total, so before it opens, there will be a heaven burial ceremony, which is now being prepared. Yun Tianji withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at Chu Jing, his expression serious. The upcoming internal competition of the martial pavilion is for this preparation. He paused slightly, his tone becoming heavier. During the heaven burial ceremony, all races in the universe, including the 10 great ancient clans, will send their most core elite bloodlines to participate. This competition is no longer just a contest within a pavilion or domain, but is linked to the future layout of the entire great universe. Chu Jing's eyes moved slightly. The 10 great ancient clans were truly the giants standing at the pinnacle of the great universe. Moreover, the location of this heaven burial ceremony is somewhat different from before. Yun Tianji's expression grew more serious, his gaze turning cold, as if tempered with ice. It's in the deserted wilderness of the universe. Cosmic Edge. Upon hearing this name, Chu Jing instantly furrowed his brow. Regarding the universe, he remembered clearly that in the primordial era, there should not have been the existence of boundary. That boundary of the universe was likely a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Seeing Chu Jing silent, Yun Tianji assumed he was unaware of the situation in the vast universe and immediately began to explain. Chu Jing listened for a while and understood the general idea. Although in ancient times there were no boundaries, there are 10 ancient ancestors guarding the junction between the two realms, all originating from today's 10 great ancient clans of the great universe. This means that half of the top-tier forces of the great universe are all in the border desolate land, which is entirely different from the situation in later generations. Aside from the 10 great ancient clans, most of the top forces in the great universe are in the border desolate land, rotating in shifts. Unlike later generations, today's great universe is the advantageous party. Even if the Yin god of the universe becomes Qingzu, they are not opponents for the many ancient ancestors of the great universe, plus the living creatures emerging from the soul origin pool and burial valley also need time to grow. Thus, the combat power between the current two realms is roughly equal, with the vast universe slightly inferior. That is the true land of life and death. Yun Tianji's eyes flashed a hint of solemnity as he spoke in a deep voice. The quota for Heaven Burial Palace must be fought for personally. There are only 100,000 in total. Stepping into the 8th order is just the threshold, requiring innumerable battles, perhaps a faint chance to reach the door of Heaven Burial Palace. While speaking, he picked up his teacup, sipped lightly, and shifted the topic. Of course, that is for you. His tone was calm, even carrying a trace of mockery. Behind me is the Yun family. Among the 100,000 quotas, the Yun family already has 100. Upon knowing that I am close to the true immortal realm, the Yun family has sent someone to take me back, preparing for Heaven Burial Palace. Yun Tianji assessed Chu Jing's reaction quietly, lost in thought. He originally thought Zhengchu would have some emotional fluctuation upon hearing this news, but now it seems Zhengchu's reaction is much calmer than he expected. Thank you, Brother Yun, for informing me. Chu Jing remained silent for a moment, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the warm jade cup, the clear tea reflecting the surging thoughts in his eyes. He must go to Heaven Burial Palace, not only for that elusive opportunity, but even more for heavenly fate. For him who had touched heavenly fate upon the river of space-time, the importance of heavenly fate was self-evident. Without it, everything is illusory, like a rootless duckweed. He raised his eyes, his gaze containing sharpness. How can one participate in the heaven burial ceremony? Yun Tianji seemed to have anticipated this question, his expression unchanged, replied calmly, Martial Pavilion is powerful, with deep foundations. Internally it already has many fixed quotas, thus, they hold an internal competition, selecting the best. This is the path for the direct lineage of great forces, unrelated to humble loose cultivators. And for the cultivators of the near-immortal realm, if they wish to participate in the ceremony, there remains one other path. Yun Tianji spoke directly, without beating around the bush. The news of the heaven burial ceremony will soon spread across the domains of the near-immortal realm. At that time, the 10 great ancient clans will send emissaries, openly selecting the outstanding talents. His voice slightly paused, a hint of anticipation appeared in his expression. then the Lin Xian 3 clans will surely hold a competition open to all cultivators, a mortal combat ring, selecting the most outstanding. Without the background of an ancient clan, the only method left is through one's own hands and formidable strength, to carve out a bloody path from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, winning a place. Using the bones of countless competitors to pave a heavenly ladder towards Heaven Burial Palace. The current great universe is like this: if one has enough talent and strength, one can become a clan alone. Among the 10 great ancient clans now, the Erosion Sun lineage's Sun-Eroding cry from the martial pavilion is one who emerged blood-soaked from the last heaven burial ceremony. Mentioning Sun-Eroding cry, Yun Tianji's eyes darkened slightly. Upon hearing this, Chuzheng showed no signs of waves in his expression. The pursuit of the way is simply a matter of life and death. He had long been accustomed to it. Thank you, Brother Yun, see you at the heaven burial ceremony. Knowing the definite path, Chuzheng said no more, stood up directly, cupped a hand in salute towards Yun Tianji, and turned to leave. As Chuzheng was about to step out of the elegant room threshold, Yun Tianji's voice sounded again, carrying a subtlety. You and Miss Xueqing, are you married now? Chuzheng's steps did not pause at all. Personal matters are inconvenient to tell, excuse me. His words were unfinished when he had already left directly, his figure quickly disappearing at the corridor corner. In the elegant room, the fragrance of tea lingered. Yun Tianji watched in the direction of Chuzheng's disappearance, the slight smile on his face gradually receding. Yun Kanglin, who was guarding outside the door, walked in silently, bowed and asked, Young master, when do you intend to return to the clan? Now. Yun Tianji withdrew his gaze, picked up the slightly cool tea on the table, and drank it in one go. Putting down the jade cup, there was a playful smile on his face. Now the reputation of Martial Pavilion grows greater. The other few ancient clans is difficult to sit idly by. At the heaven burial ceremony this time, there is lively to watch. As the saying goes, the tall tree attracts the wind. This truth holds everywhere. With the monstrous talent of Xueqing, if she does not hold back in the heaven burial ceremony, is too conspicuous, she might find it very difficult to walk out alive from that bloody border desolate land. Chuzheng walked out of the tea house, stood at the street entrance, slightly closed his eyes, and a point of spiritual light flared in the sea of consciousness, like a solitary star in the black night. The heavenly divination technique operated silently, the power of the spirit and soul spread across all directions like invisible threads. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his gaze steady, and headed straight towards the west of the city. The west of Lingbai City, compared to the bustling center, appeared more tranquil. On both sides of the street were grand estates, with high walls and arrays isolating the inside from the outside. Chuzheng's steps halted in front of a seemingly ordinary courtyard, with blue tiles and white walls, the ancient facade seemingly plain, except for the presence of 2 martial cultivators standing guard at the entrance, indicating that this was not an ordinary household. Upon seeing Chuzheng approach, the 2 cultivators, who had evidently been informed beforehand, immediately bowed in greeting and silently made way for him. Chuzheng pushed the door open and entered. The courtyard was serene, with several unknown spirit plants planted, their leaves emitting a faint glow. In the courtyard stood 2 figures like stone statues, none other than Jingping and Chuan Master. Seeing Chuzheng safe and sound, the 2 individuals instantly relaxed, their tense emotions replaced by immense joy. Jingping's voice trembled slightly with excitement, and Chuan's eyes reddened, his figure almost dashing forward, yet he forcefully stopped a few steps from Chuzheng, daring not to overstep. It's good that there's no trouble. Chuzheng glanced over them, feeling slightly relieved, his expression softened a bit. This place is not suitable for a long stay, let's go. With that, he turned directly, and Jingping and Chuan followed heavily with agreement. As the trio reached the courtyard entrance, a rotund figure, as if having calculated his timing, was right there at the entrance, Tu Fugue. His face bore a habitual smile. He greeted Chuzheng with a chuckling smile, bowing slightly in a posture low enough. Mr. Zhengchu, before this, old Tu acted recklessly, causing offense. It truly was circumstances beyond my control. I hope the young friend can forgive me and not take it to heart. He smiled heartily, clearly here to resolve any misunderstanding. Chuzheng halted his steps, his gaze fell on Tu Fugui's jovially round face, and he returned the courtesy. Great Saint weighs his words heavily, being entrusted and fulfilling tasks is a duty, how can it be blamed? The junior understands. His tone was calm, showing no concern for past events. Moreover, right now he doesn't have the qualification to go up against a great saint. The other party offered a way out, it was wise to take it. Being unforgiving will only push both sides into an awkward position, possibly bringing unnecessary trouble. Tu Fugui was somewhat surprised, the smile on his face became more genuine as he handed over a storage ring and stepped aside. This modest gift, I hope you accept it smilingly. Great Saint. Chuzheng did not take the storage ring. There was not a hint of jest in his expression, as he spoke quietly. Xueqing needs no one else beside her, including that jade-faced young master from the Song clan. Matters like this should not be done going forward to avoid trouble. Some news had already spread all over Lingbai City, even if he didn't want to hear it, it had reached his ears. Previous matters were largely due to Tu Fugui's influence. Tu Fugui's expression paused, as he met Chuzheng's gaze, feeling a slight chill in his heart, unable to maintain his smile, nodded to mask the awkwardness, understood. Chuzheng said no more, nodding slightly, he led Jingping and Chuan quickly through the courtyard entrance, their figures soon disappeared into the crowd. How strange. Tu Fugui scratched his head with a light click, full of puzzlement. I thought it was one-sided love, but who knew the feelings were mutual, yet how could this be the outcome, what a sigh. He shook his head slightly, thinking of his son who joined the Xueqing sect, his face resumed its previous smile, humming a tune, he turned and left. At the end of the day, he's not the one feeling uncomfortable, so why should it concern him? Just as Yun Tianji previously mentioned, less than 2 years after Chuzheng left Spiritual Wall City, the news of the heaven burial ceremony had spread throughout the near-immortal realm. This stirred 1,000 waves. For cultivators without clan support, this was undoubtedly a stairway to heaven. If they could shine in the legendary heaven burial ceremony, even gaining entry to the heaven burial palace, it would mean a leap from carp to dragon. If one survives, with heavenly fate as protection, at that time all 10 great ancient clans would extend an olive branch, allowing departure from the mire and providing an opportunity to touch the supreme path, standing alongside ancient clan prodigies. Soon, one of the 10 great ancient clans, the Su family, sent an envoy to the immortal realm. With the envoy's arrival, the selection matters for the heaven burial competition spread like a storm. After discussions with the Linxian 3 clans, the Su family envoy ultimately set the competition date for 20 years later. For cultivators who often go into seclusion for centuries, 20 years passes in the blink of an eye. Yet, for those wanting to stand out now, it is undoubtedly the final sprint stage, requiring one to raise their battle power at any cost. Amidst this fervent wave sweeping the upper realm 4 heavens, Chuzheng led Jingping and Chuan away from the noise to find a secluded place, setting layers of restrictions to begin yet another seclusion. The abode was deep and the stone walls were cold. Chuzheng sat cross-legged at the core of the spirit vein, his aura settled like an abyss, his Dao integration perfection realm meticulously polished, flawless, mana rushing like the Yangtze River, divine sense condensed like tempered steel. Yet, that step, that final threshold between celestial and mortal, lay like a chasm, blocking his way. Without the guidance of the tribulation chi that should have descended, he felt always short of that final stride. Originally, according to routine tribulations, he would naturally step into the heavenly immortal realm. But now, the laws of heaven and earth seemed particularly stingy towards him, the anomaly, making that crucial step difficult to take. Like owning the key to unlock the door but unable to find the invisible door's location. In a mere instance, over a decade quietly passed in sitting and constant attempts. Chuzheng didn't stubbornly kick against the boundary of the realm, he focused most of his energy on studying the law-breaking rune. Among the various great divine skills in chi refining, many are now beyond his reach, requiring time to explore, and some divine skills are still laborious for him to use. In the current near-immortal realm, immortal path cultivators dominate the mainstream, their protective immortal light, their magic treasures, and immortal techniques are based on pure mana and divine sense. If he wants to break through in the upcoming Heaven Burial competition and seize those precious spots, his greatest reliance may still lies on the lawbreaking rune. Over these past years, he has immersed himself fully, continuously deducing and analyzing, making significant progress compared to before, but it needs verification. During seclusion, Chuzheng wasn't entirely cut off from the world. Jinping and Chuan occasionally went out and brought back some news to this barren land. The most notable piece of news regarding Xueqing caught Chuzheng's attention. She had officially entered the martial path 8th realm, achieving the status of martial saint and swept through all opponents in the same realm in the near-immortal realm with an unbeatable stance, assertively claiming victory. The martial pavilion had prematurely granted her the qualification to leave the near-immortal realm and a direct entrance ticket to the Heaven Burial ceremony, sparing her the need to participate in the bloody preliminary selection, directly granting her the opportunity to compete for the final Heaven Burial Palace quota in the border wilderness. When the news arrived, Chuzheng was in the void engraving runes with his fingers, which slightly paused. He remained silent for a moment, a complex light flickering deep within his eyes. Since that day onward, Chuzheng no longer shut himself away in seclusion, choosing to travel and explore. With the Heaven Burial competition imminent, time was running out for him. Waiting idly, the realm won't break through by itself. He needed pressure to force the stagnant bottleneck to loosen. Chuzheng walked out from the secluded cave after more than a decade, this time without taking Jinping and Chuan. He roamed the land of falling leaves heaven, seeking a mysterious opportunity. He didn't conceal his trajectory, openly displaying his aura like a beacon in the night, soon attracting the attention of some living creatures. Ultimately, a figure blocked his path. Who dares to trespass in our clan's domain? It was a true immortal, with a majestic aura, protective immortal light, akin to a god descending to the mortal world, full of authority, blocking Chuzheng's way. Chuzheng's calm eyes brightened slightly, his long-settled yuan qi began to surge violently, boundless heaven and earth primordial qi converged towards him from all directions, vehemently. At that moment, the tightly closed immortal ascension gate finally budged, revealing a slit. The untouched threshold for many years, in this instant, showed fluctuations, making Chuzheng understand the reason in a moment. A qi cultivator, after all, is not a path that can be cultivated through seclusion. He still needs the grinding of tribulations. Now that the tribulation qi is absent, he needs to find the opportunity to undergo tribulation himself, which means initiating it actively. Chuzheng slowly raised his head, looking at the figure in the sky wrapped in dazzling immortal light. The war blood in his body, long dormant, began to boil again. The qi refining lineage, Zhengchu, comes here to seek instruction. I hope you won't hesitate to teach. You are only at 7th order perfection, and yet you want to slay an immortal? The true immortal standing midair suddenly turned cold, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't rush to make a move, but raised his hand to take out a jade page, throwing it in front of Chuzheng. Sign the life and death contract, lest you die here, and your elders come looking, causing further trouble. The implication was clear. This wasn't a practice bout but a fight to the death. A name was already signed on the life and death contract, Zhengchu. Chuzheng's fingertip exuded a drop of crimson blood, merging into his own vital qi. Using blood as ink, he signed the 2 words Zhengchu on the life and death contract. Once the blood words settled, they instantly merged into the jade page, turning into a fierce blood trail. At the moment Chuzheng signed his name, the true immortal known as Zhengchu's eyes suddenly focused. Not wasting any words, he lightly pressed down with his palm towards the place where Chuzheng stood, indifference written in his eyes. As this palm descended, the color of the sky and earth abruptly changed. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, the vast life force of heaven and earth was grasped by an invisible giant hand, madly surging into the hand's seal, especially the wood elemental essence of the heavens, which was violently active like never before, turning into a huge azure palm, condensed to the point of reality. The palm lines were clear like the rings of an ancient wood, exuding a boundless and endless life aura, yet within this aura was the suffocating presence of destruction. The azure palm covered the sky, blocking out the sun, surrounding the hand seal with countless blazing and violent azure lightning bolts spontaneously born, like billions of thunder serpents roaring and raging. The thunder light was dazzling, illuminating the mountains and rivers over 100,000 miles in a cruel azure hue, the destructive pressure like a substantive tsunami crushing down first, below the mountains and forests silently turning to dust, the earth cracking open. A true immortal's casual actions could pluck stars and capture moons, and the power of this palm strike seemed like Zhengchu intended a sure kill, giving Zhengchu no chance at all. Facing this heaven-destroying palm, Zhengchu seemed unaware, slowly raising his head, his gaze penetrating the turbulent spiritual energy, locking onto the figure in the sky wrapped in dazzling immortal light. He exhaled lightly, without even activating divine skills. At the moment the azure palm was about to press down, he directly raised his hand, bringing his fingers together like a sword. At the fingertip, a dizzyingly complex illusory talismanic pattern suddenly lit up, bursting with dazzling golden light. Break! The law-breaking rune at Zhengchu's fingertip, born from years of painstaking cultivation and comprehension, specifically to counter immortal Tao power, broke free like a golden lightning bolt, flying out in an instant. At the moment the golden rune touched the enormous azure hand seal, an unusual sound suddenly exploded. Sizzle, the enormous azure palm, which had gathered the life force of thousands of miles of flora and violent lightning, suddenly halted, and then the wood elemental immortal power and the violent lightning composing the hand seal instantly disintegrated. Its fundamental energy structure suffered irreversible destruction. Wherever the golden rune passed, the azure hand seal silently melted away like snow in the sun, disintegrating rapidly, turning to void in the blink of an eye. The whole process was unimaginably fast. Almost the moment the golden rune flashed through, the terrifying hand seal that covered the sky was torn open with a huge hole, revealing Zhengchu's face filled with astonishment. Zhengchu's pupils narrowed suddenly, feeling in that split second that the immortal power he had cultivated for thousands of years, vast and pure, upon contact with the golden rune, melted away like snow in boiling water. There was even a backlash surging along the connection of immortal power, impacting his immortal essence, causing a momentary clog in the originally smooth flow of immortal power. What kind of divine secret skill is this? At the moment his mind was in tumult, Zhengchu had already made his move. Not missing this fleeting battle opportunity, he shot into the sky, the law-breaking rune enveloping his entire body, like a sharp arrow, piercing straight towards Zhengchu's chest. In one round, having shown a disadvantage, Zhengchu's eyes flashed with fury, killing intent boiling in his eyes. Without hesitation, a radiance flashed from his brow, summoning an immortal treasure. It was a war spear, its body flowing with multicolored light, entwined with dazzling immortal patterns, stabbing head-on towards Zhengchu. Before the spearhead arrived, the immortal light traversed 10,000 miles, the void instantly cracking, spreading endless fissures. Zhengchu did not dodge in the slightest, raising a fist to engage directly. The law-breaking rune, surrounded by dazzling golden light, directly met the spearhead. Crunch! At the moment of contact, blinding golden light exploded at the pinnacle of the sky. The immortal pattern array on the war spear couldn't withstand even a single breath before shattering inch by inch, dissolving completely from its foundation. Amidst sharp and ear-piercing clanging, the entire war spear was shattered by Zhengchu in an instant, breaking into countless pieces, scattering across the four directions, creating countless dazzling trails. Even under absolute suppression of realms, Zhengchu still received significant impact, his body violently shook, chi and blood surging. Crack! From deep within his body came a crisp sound that only Zhengchu himself could clearly hear, like the crack of spring thunder, echoing clearly throughout his limbs and bones. The thick heavenly gate that separates celestial and mortal realms was finally, in this moment, completely broken through by him. Boundless heaven and earth primordial chi surged in from all directions through every crevice in the void, almost leaping with excitement as it rushed forward. The heavenly immortal gate is open. His life-bound immortal treasure was shattered. Zhengchu coughed up blood and his face instantly turned pale, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. This immortal treasure was meticulously crafted over many years by him, forged with rare immortal material, yet before Zhengchu, it couldn't even withstand a single punch and was forcibly shattered. Perceiving Zhengchu's aura surging again, Zhengchu's expression changed instantly. Raising his hand he said, "Hold on." Zhengchu seemed to not hear him at all, Without any pause, Yuan Qi within him surged violently as he raised his fist again. Law-breaking rune burst with dazzling golden light, directly striking Zhengchu's immortal body. Pfft! Zhengchu's protective immortal light was instantly pierced through, his entire being exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. His primordial spirit along with him was utterly annihilated. If he hadn't signed that life and death contract, there would have been some room for maneuver, but having signed it, naturally, he would not hold back at all. Chuzheng stood mid-air, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, the immortal power within him slightly surged, his emotions gradually stabilized. Eighth order, he finally crossed over. Reaching this step, he finally had the qualification to touch heavenly fate, which is also the threshold to enter the Heaven Burial Palace. In an instant, Chuzheng felt immensely satisfied. He finally seized the opportunity for breakthrough realm. Qi cultivators, if not burdened with tribulation qi, can only actively invite tribulation, only then can they find the chance for breakthrough realm. This was the path of a qi cultivator, seizing heavenly life for oneself. How could it be traversed by closing oneself off to the world? At the place where Zhengchu fell, all life force was completely drained, leaving only a barren scorched earth and the lingering ripples of laws in the air. Chuzheng's aura was like a drawn sharp sword, growing increasingly formidable. He raised his hand to summon the floating life and death contract imprinted with the blood oath and aura of both parties. It fell down, and with Yuan Qi at his fingertips, he casually wrapped Zhengchu's remains and buried them. Having done all this, Chuzheng's figure flickered, returning to the place of secluded cultivation. After briefly communicating with Xingping Chuan, he transformed into a stream of azure light, speeding towards the extreme eastern land of the Linxian realm. By the reckoning of time, the heaven burial competition is about to begin. Time cannot be delayed any longer. Chuzheng sped along the way, seeing many cultivators hurrying somewhere. The entire Falling Leaves heavenly city was boiling over because of the heaven burial competition. It was a banquet for all ambitious individuals, countless hidden dragons, exceptional hermits, and even some top talents of sects and families were now emerging from all directions, their target directly Heavenly Abyss City in the extreme east. There was the largest junction where Linxian realm and the vast boundless great universe converge, also the most ancient gateway. This time as the heaven burial ceremony commenced, Heavenly Abyss City became the center of the storm, gathering many formidable beings from various Taoist orthodoxies. This scene gathered the talents of the time, making Chuzheng feel somewhat familiar. He sped along the way, consuming immortal jade, frequently utilizing the transmission arrays between great main cities. Took several days before he truly arrived at the gigantic border city shrouded by chaos law. Not yet truly close, an immense yet chaotic mixed breath had already surged to greet him. Rather than calling heavenly Abyss City a city, it was more like a great realm forcibly constrained between broken mountain ranges, pieced together from countless bizarre buildings, suspended in the void, receiving starlight, as a realm of its own. At this moment, this gigantic city was already inundated by an unimaginable crowd. On the vast plains outside the city, various flying boats, chariots, and mythical beast mounts were densely packed, banners fluttering, representing the aristocrats and ancient sects from all over Linxian realm and even from some small worlds near the Linxian realm. Those small worlds did not qualify to participate in the heaven burial competition, could only seek a slim chance through such great realms like Linxian realm. The imposing terrifying aura was like beacon fires in the night, interweaving and colliding. The air was filled with an immensely oppressive yet extremely exciting agitation. Inside the city was even more congested, shoulder to shoulder, the wide streets nearly able to accommodate stars, yet still absolutely packed. Various cultivators in strange attire shuttled among them, some covered in scale armor, some with wings on their backs, some enveloped in law's aura. The complexity of Taoist orthodoxies far surpassed what Chuzheng had seen in later generations. Thus seeing, the number of second-fold immortal martial cultivators seemed not to be too many. Chuzheng stepped into the city, instantly a buzzing filled his ears. Cries of vendors, sounds of quarrels mixed with mythical beast roars, magic treasures buzzing, blended into an ear-splitting din. Chuzheng walked slowly amidst the surging crowd, his expression calm as water, his gaze sharp, silently sweeping over each cultivator he saw along the way, evaluating their aura, orthodoxy, and potential threat. Here, 8th Order creatures were common sights. Quite a few younger cultivators with slightly weaker cultivation were also brought by elders to observe the ceremony. Suddenly, Chu Zheng's steps briefly halted, his heart abruptly chilled. Among the chaotic aura, he sensed the Heavenly Destiny Origins aura. This was an aura he was all too familiar with. Now this Heavenly Abyss city has ancestral realm present. Chu Zheng's steps momentarily paused. Without much thought, he went directly towards the very center of Heavenly Abyss city. The registration point for the Heaven Burial competition was set there. A heaven-reaching jade stele towering over 100 zhang stood at the center, its surface mixed with numerous divine soul auras. This registration had no conditions or restrictions, simple and brutal, yet fair, recognizing only cultivation level. As long as one reached the 8th Order as cultivator, regardless of background, regardless of good or evil, could step forward, leave their name and a divine soul imprint on the stele. Likewise, before leaving an imprint, one must also sign the life and death contract. In the matches, fists and feet have no mercy, divine skills have no feelings, casualties are not accounted for, all consequences must be self-borne. Chu Zheng silently joined the queue, slightly thoughtful. This time, Linxian Realm's competition was unprecedented in scale, but eventually, only 900 slots would be selected. From 8th Order 1st layer to 8th Order 9th layer, each realm 100 people. Linxian Realm originally had 1,000 slots, but 100 of these slots were pre-reserved by the Linxian 3 clans. Ultimately, these 1,000 people would represent Linxian Realm's countless sect and family forces, heading to the cosmic edge to participate in the Heaven Burial ceremony. And this is merely the beginning. In that desolate, deadly land, they must engage in even more brutal and bloodier battles against true paragons and exceptional individuals, and even monstrous fiends fostered by horrifying forces from myriad heavens and realms as well as the 10 great ancient clans. To vie for those only 10,000 slots leading to the Heaven Burial Palace. Based on past records, each time the Heaven Burial ceremony opened, the number of cultivators gathered from various realms numbered at least in the tens of millions, perhaps even more. Ultimately, truly stepping into that forbidden land where the master of heavenly fortune was buried, would be only 1%, or even 0.1%. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a meat grinder for geniuses, a gamble on fate for chief fortune, its brutal massacres defying words. The queue moved slowly forward. Finally it was Chu Zheng's turn. He stepped forward, forced out a drop of blood at his fingertip, signing the 2 characters Zhengchu again on the dark golden contract paper exuding cold law fluctuations. His divine soul subtly moved, a wisp of primordial imprint had been captured by the contract paper. The elder in charge of registration, without raising his head, mechanically handed over a bone tile engraved with a number, speaking softly, 8th Order 1st layer, next. Chu Zheng took the bone tile, cool to the touch, pitch black throughout, engraved on it the number 4562. This was still only the number of 8th Order 1st layer cultivators, surely there would be many more afterward. Chu Zheng slightly raised his head, gazing towards the starry sky above. Clusters of indistinct light shadows suspended in midair, there were newly opened small worlds there. For cultivators initially entering 8th Order, their blows can already shatter stars and break moons. 8th Order perfection could collapse a star domain with a single hand, average arenas could no longer accommodate their battles, worlds had to be opened up as battlegrounds. Only 3 days left until the Heaven Burial competition opens, his bone tile would randomly draw his opponent. Now all he had to do was await quietly. Center of Heavenly Abyss City. A teahouse named Tingqiao Pavilion stands majestically. This building is not constructed of ordinary spiritual materials, but rather carved entirely from a single piece of inked jade. It is wholly black and glossy, engraved with arrays, containing the essence of the heavens and earth, creating a small world that can calm the mind and spirit. In a secluded elegant room on the top floor, the scent of tea lingers like tangible spiritual mist, flowing slowly. 3 figures sit around a tea table made of 10,000-year-old soul-nourishing wood. At the main seat is the city lord of Heavenly Abyss, with an aura as deep as the sea, seemingly enveloped in the light and shadow of time and space. His cultivation has reached the realm of Taoist master, on par with an immortal Tao immortal monarch. To govern such a significant city in falling leaves heaven, naturally, requires unfathomable strength. To his left is an elder in a star nebula robe, a special envoy from the Su family, with a gaunt face, whose eyes open and close as if the stars are born and perished within, his aura restrained yet exuding the noble dignity of the ancient clan. He seems not entirely present in this space-time, his figure sometimes solid, sometimes illusory, surrounded by the elusive fluctuations of space-time law. This is an immortal monarch who has already entered the space-time domain. Sitting below the special envoy of the Su family is a young man in blue clothing. Though young, the bloodline aura flowing around him is pure and powerful, enough to indicate an extraordinary identity. On the tea table, a jade token projects countless tiny light and shadows, twinkling like stars. Each light point represents the information of a talented cultivator who stands out in this grand contest, with numerous annotations and evaluations beside them. Among the seedlings of this falling leaves heaven, there are indeed a few good ones. The city lord of heavenly abyss speaks with a calm voice. The ice soul Xian body of the northern cold domain has grasped some true intent of the cold ice law, and has crossed the 5 elements great tribulation, a promising talent. And there's a little ascetic monk whose physical body is refined comparable to an ancient Buddha golden body, and his telekinesis is exceptionally pure, following the path of the ancient ascetic monks, quite remarkable. The envoy from the Su family nods slightly, pointing to one of the brighter light points. This young girl from the Lihua Palace is also not bad. Her fire control technique is close to the realm of divine skills, though her temperament is a bit impulsive. In the discussion, as the light and shadows flowed, another name was mentioned. Its corresponding light point was exceptionally dazzling, even surpassing the previous few people. It's a pity, these people cannot compare to the newly promoted martial saint from the martial pavilion, Xueqing. The city lord of heavenly abyss's tone carried a hint of clear admiration. This woman is truly extraordinary. Her insight into the martial path is astonishing. It is said that she has gained the favor of an ancestor in the martial pavilion. If she weren't participating in this grand contest, she would be one of the most favored candidates for the top spot. Xueqing. The originally quiet Su Menghan, upon hearing this name, her hand holding the cup suddenly trembled. She suddenly looked up at the city lord of heavenly abyss, her breath a bit rapid. The person you just mentioned, is she called Xueqing? Snow of snow, clarity of clear? The city lord of heavenly abyss glanced at her, nodding, indeed. He reached out and gently tapped, unfolding an illusory figure in midair. Menghan, do you know this person? The special envoy of the Su family was a bit surprised. Looking at the familiar figure in midair, Su Menghan's expression changed unpredictably, and she replied softly, had a brief encounter in the lower immortal world. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, with a hint of resentment, and she couldn't stop cursing in her heart, Yun Tianji, that scoundrel. In a moment, she understood the crux of the matter. If Yun Tianji hadn't intervened back then in the lower realm, obstructing her at every turn, with the Su family's resources, they would have long since brought that 2 talented individuals back and nurtured them carefully. Now Xueqing is renowned in the near immortal realm, shining brightly, which should have been the supreme assistance belonging to her, Su Menghan, but was all ruined by that scoundrel. Su Menghan took a deep breath, suppressing many distracting thoughts, and said nothing more, quietly drinking her tea. The city lord of heavenly abyss did not dwell on the matter, speaking softly. This time, the martial pavilion places exceptional importance on the heaven burial ceremony, and with Xueqing's presence, not just ordinary elders have come, it seems a true big figure has arrived, possibly a great martial emperor himself. The great martial emperor, at the perfect martial emperor realm, just one step away from the ancestral realm, even within a top 10 ranked ancient clan like the Su family, such powerful beings can be counted on one hand. Hearing these words, Su Menghan's expression suddenly shifted, and she began searching through the countless tiny light and shadows projected from the jade token. Quickly, she found the person she was looking for and pulled out a piece of information from the light and shadows. Zhengchu, bone age, 101, Qi refining lineage, 8th order first layer early stage, noticing her actions. The two people beside her looked over, both with slightly moved expressions. Qi refining. The city lord of Heavenly Abyss was somewhat surprised. I haven't heard of it before, but at such a young age, to step into the Eighth Order is rare, nearly comparable to a half-step emperor. It's a pity that he's not of the same path as me, otherwise I would consider reopening the sect gate for him. The special envoy of the Su family glanced over and shook his head slightly. Without clan support, without heavenly fate, practicing an external path, no matter how strong the talent, reaching perfect Eighth Order is the end of the road. He sighed lightly and concluded, just entering Eighth Order and daring to participate in such a grand event, overconfident and lacking self-awareness. He may not survive this grand contest. Upon hearing this, Su Minghan's eyes flitted slightly, recalling her previous encounters with Zhengchu, and she had different thoughts. Coming from such a place in the lower realm, with no background support, to climb to this point, he must be a dragon among men. Chapter 791-519, Su Family, Sun-Eroding Cry _2. Even if it's the perfect Eighth Order, bringing them into the clan, giving them some share of heavenly fate, might enable them to rise like a dragon, far surpassing those in the clan who only have the blood but are just waiting to die. Her thoughts shifted slightly, a sense of motivation stirring within her. Xueqin was already part of the martial pavilion, favored by powerful figures. Now she had to consider how to bring Zhengchu under her wing. The two were not together now, obviously something had gone wrong between them, perhaps this was her chance. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Many small worlds above the Heavenly Abyss city were fully activated, turning into independent battlefields separated by countless layers of space barriers. In the vast starry sky, thousands of giant light screens hovered, projecting the intense battles within each small world in real time, eliciting exclamations and cheers from countless cultivators below, their sighs rising one after another. Chu Jing held his token, feeling a slight spatial pull from it, and in a flash of light, he was transported to a desolate small world. The earth beneath his feet was crimson, cracked everywhere, with traces of battle still evident, the fluctuations of laws not yet settled. A pale and fierce sun hung in the sky, emitting a scorching and deathly light. His opponent was already waiting there. Not a human creature, its figure was 3 feet tall, flowing all over with divine radiance, dazzling and as if forged from dark red divine gold, angular, filled with explosive power. A metallic luster flowed over its body, talismanic patterns faintly appearing, exuding a terrifying aura, its energy fluctuations vast as the sea, shockingly at the perfect Eighth Order first layer. In terms of mana's depth alone, this creature before him surpassed Chu Jing, who had just broken through to Heavenly Immortal, by tenfold or even dozens of times. Anyone who stepped onto the Heaven Burial competition battlefield was a peerless genius from their realm. Those old cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan dared not wade into this 9-1 life muddy water. The moment Chu Jing appeared, no words were exchanged, not even names, as the creature had already made the first move, its molten gold eyes suddenly lighting up, murderous intent shocking the world. Roar! It let out an inhuman roar, shaking the entire small world as it stomped forcefully, and the crimson ground exploded. Amidst the sky-filling dust, its figure transformed into a dark golden streak of light tearing through the void, charging straight at Chu Jing, throwing a punch, its pure physical body compressing the void, creating a thunderous crack, the void wrinkling, rolling out wave upon wave. This physical strength was much more terrifying than that of ordinary martial cultivators. Chu Jing's pupils narrowed, but he showed no fear, as Yuan Qi surged within him. Law of heaven and earth. A low shout, and Chu Jing's body expanded with the wind, mysterious and ancient Tao patterns appearing on his skin's surface, Qi and mana within him merging, instantly manifesting a Dharma true body. A Dharma form of 100,000 feet loomed, its momentum soaring, bringing with it an ancient aura like that of the primordial times. Faced with such an opponent, law-breaking runes were no longer effective, only direct confrontation was an option. A gigantic hand seal descended from the heavenly dome, the 3-foot golden body, before the Dharma form, was like an ant. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, the dark gold creature knocked back by the powerful recoil, coughing up dark red divine blood, like magma. Injured by one blow, yet without any pause, it charged back again, clearly using a secret technique, its talismanic patterns glowing with divine radiance, its aura soaring once more, summoning piercing gang winds. The ground exploded for tens of thousands of miles, charging straight at the Dharma form's chest. Clang! A sound like gold shattering resounded. Chu Zheng's chest shook, forced back half a step, his blood and chi churned. The dark gold creature was similarly injured, cracks appearing faintly on its body, yet it still did not retreat, nearly frenzied, even burning its life origin, pushing its combat power further to the extreme. Bang! In a flash, they had already exchanged over 10 rounds of blows. The successive shockwaves from their collisions tore through the void, the surroundings crumbling, cracks spreading in the void, towering murderous aura enveloping the area. The entire small world was almost turned upside down, the space filled with chaotic law currents. In the successive clashes, the flow of yuan qi within Chu Zheng became increasingly smooth, even amidst the slaughter, steadily advancing, his aura growing ever more immense. Bang! The dark gold creature was once again knocked back by the Dharma form's giant hand, piercing through the void, flying for tens of thousands of miles. This time it could not charge again, its form slightly stiff, a faint cracking sound emerging from its body. Tiny cracks surfaced from its limbs like a spider web, the divine runes on its body finally unable to withstand the colossal strength of the Dharma form, snapping like taut bowstrings, releasing dazzling war blood like a rainbow. With a slight pause in expression, it stood in midair, letting out a sigh. The next moment, its massive dark gold body seemed to lose its restraint, collapsing with a bang, shattering into large chunks of flesh, falling across the battlefield. In these brief breaths of slaughter, it nearly gave everything, its essence burned almost completely. Chu Zheng slowly withdrew the Dharma form, returning to his original state, his face slightly pale, his breath somewhat disordered. Law of heaven and earth, though extremely powerful, capable of supporting him to fight upwards, consumed a lot of energy as well, and without the repair panel supporting him, it would be difficult to maintain this great divine power for long. But this confrontation pushed his cultivation forward considerably, much more effectively than closing himself off in seclusion. In the central square of Heavenly Abyss City, the spatial ripples had just risen, yet to dissipate, when Chu Zheng stepped out once more, the mana surging around him gradually subsiding, his expression calm as he walked into the crowd. Chapter 792-519, Su Family, Sun-Eroding Cry _3. The square was still bustling with people, some of the living creatures' gazes fell on Zhengchu, mixed with a hint of strangeness. From the moment Chu Zheng entered to the moment he emerged, it was all over in just a dozen breaths. Such speed in determining victory was truly astounding. Chu Zheng seemed oblivious to this, turned around, and left this noisy place, preparing to wait for the next battle. As he glanced inadvertently at one corner of the square, his gaze paused slightly. There, a few figures had gathered, their physiques were equally tall and robust, their bodies flowing with dark golden divine radiance. At a glance it was evident they came from the same source as his opponent earlier. At this moment, they were cautiously gathering some dark golden fragments, their movements gentle. A dark gold creature, over 2 meters tall, with a figure that could vaguely be identified as female, was crouching over the unrecognizable remains, her broad shoulders shaking violently, her throat filled with suppressed sobs, full of grief. Brother, her low sobs were swallowed by the clamor of the square, like water into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. Such a scene was not unusual outside this vast azure-like chaos of Heavenly Abyss City, almost ubiquitous. The victor's jubilant cheers mixing with the wails of the defeated's family and friends constituted the cruel undertone of the heaven burial competition. Chu Zheng walked away slowly, the murmuring of some cultivators intermittently reached his ears. Isn't that the remnant from the flowing gold realm? Yes, the lineage of dark gold divine blood, their ancestors once shone, creating ancient myths that swept across their domain. Alas, the bloodline has been thinning over generations, and their domain resources are nearly exhausted. They probably won't last much longer. The one inside just now, called Jin Xiao, is said to be the most outstanding talent in their lineage in a million years, probably aiming to enter the Heaven Burial Palace, seeking a share of heavenly fate to restore the glory of their ancestors. Bad luck, It was said that Jin Xiao was a strong contender to win this competition. I even bet 100 immortal jade on him to win. Hey, what a pity, his fortune wasn't strong enough, running into a brick wall in the first round. What divine skills did that person use earlier? Even such a divine body couldn't withstand it? Never seen it. Chu Jing listened silently, his steps uninterrupted, his gaze lingered on the towering woman crying over the corpse for a few breaths. At this moment, he finally understood why that person had been so frantic, even to the point of risking his life. Bearing the last hope of their tribe, they came to restore the glory of their ancestors, with no way back. The heavenly fate within the Heaven Burial Palace was the last hope to step into the 9 realms, even into the space-time domain. If failed, then death. Chu Jing slowly withdrew his gaze, his face devoid of any emotion, neither the pride of victory nor the pity. This is the way of struggle. On this path of vying for heavenly fate to achieve Qingzu, there is no right or wrong, only life and death. If today's strength wasn't enough, it would be him dead in the small world, and even in this heavenly abyss city, there wouldn't be anyone to collect his corpse. With this thought, even the last ripple in his heart completely calmed, he stopped lingering, turning to merge into the surging crowd. At the pinnacle of the heavenly dome, above countless battlefields, stood 2 silhouettes. One silhouette's muscles coiled like dragons, its bones resembled sky-supporting divine pillars, the dark golden skin flowed with immortal divine radiance, faintly imprinted with martial arts battle patterns. His gaze swept across the battlefield, watching the departing figure of Chu Jing, his eyes flickered slightly. Is that him? Yes. Xue Qing, standing beside, nodded. His talent is no less than mine, he's more suitable in planning things through. What he pursues is not martial path, he cannot enter the martial pavilion, that half of heaven's fortune, I cannot give it to him. Sun-Eroding Cry shook his head slightly, but I can promise you, if trouble arises in the future, I'll help him once. In this heaven burial ceremony, you no longer have the necessity to participate. Once the heaven burial palace opens, at least hundreds of years will pass, the cold star is about to reach the end of its lifespan, maybe only 200 or 300 years, you just need to wait patiently to inherit heavenly fate. I want to see it. Xue Qing was silent for a moment, then nodded in response. I won't enter the heaven burial palace, just wish to take a look. The heaven burial ceremony is far more perilous than the current preliminary selection of the near-immortal realm. She felt a bit uneasy about it. Chapter 793-520, Cosmic Edge. Chu Jing's battle with the dark gold creature, though brief, was noted by many attentive onlookers due to his victory over a stronger opponent. Even in the heavenly abyss city, teeming with strong figures, it stirred quite a noticeable ripple. Inside a private room, the Su family envoy watched Chu Jing's fight through the light screen. A trace of disdain flitted through his aged eyes as he said indifferently, the side door left road is not the right path. Relying on some secret techniques, this child may be fierce for a while, but it's difficult to ascend to the pinnacle of the great path. His words were filled with scorn towards the side door left road. Beside him, Su Menghan slightly furrowed her brows and shook her head slowly. I think he is an unpolished gem worth carving. Before she finished her words, her figure transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging into the void and vanishing without a trace. On the edge of the square, just as Chu Jing was about to leave, a figure appeared silently in front of him, dressed in blue, surrounded by an aura of pressure. Zhengchu? Su Menghan scrutinized Chu Jing, her gaze sharp, as if to see through him inside and out. We finally meet again. Fellow Daoist Su. Chu Jing greeted with indifference, without much care. It's the heaven burial competition now, even the Su family wouldn't make a move on him at this time. There are things that clans shouldn't overdo. The heaven burial competition is the only path to ascension for bottom-tier cultivators. If that path were to be blocked, it would backfire. Zhengchu, perhaps there were misunderstandings between us in the past, maybe we can talk again. Su Menghan got straight to the point, saying seriously, join my Su family, and I can offer you heavenly fate, assisting you in achieving the Tao. You know what that means. Her posture still held the inherent pride of the ancient clan's prodigy, and the terms offered were extremely generous for a loose cultivator. In the current great universe, she was confident that no one could refuse the olive branch extended by the ancient clan. Chuzheng paused, raising his eyes to look at Su Menghan. A three calamities true immortal, with vigorous vitality and incredibly young bone age, not much older than Yun Tianji. At such an age, with such cultivation, she is likely an absolute core direct lineage within the ancient clan, with talent that is terrifying. However, Chuzheng merely glanced over her, his expression unchanging. He didn't even bother to respond to Su Menghan's words, merely shook his head slightly, then bypassed her without hesitation, continuing on his way. Su Menghan's expression froze momentarily, turning to shock. She, a proud blood descendant of the Su family, offering heavenly fate to recruit a loose cultivator, was outright rejected. Furthermore, this was the second time. Her expression darkened instantly, turning to watch Chuzheng's departing figure, her gaze clouded with uncertainty. This scene was witnessed by Xueqing above the heavenly dome, taking it all in. Seeing Su Menghan intercept Chuzheng, Xueqing's cold eyes narrowed instantly, a barely noticeable glint of frost flashing. When she saw Chuzheng reject and leave without hesitation, the frost in her eyes eased slightly, yet her gaze towards Su Menghan remained cold. She tilted her head slightly, whispering, "Martial ancestor, please carve out a piece of void for me, I wish to speak with him." Sun-Eroding Cry said nothing more, extending his hand to lightly trace across the void. Shas, the void emitted the strange sound of jade pieces being torn, like curtains parted on both sides, revealing a bizarre, chaotic glow, instantly enveloping Xueqing and the still embarrassed Su Menghan in the distance. The next moment, both were forcibly pulled into the temporarily carved silent space-time domain. Within the void, devoid of up, down, left, right, no light, no sound, only the most primordial chaotic flow trickling slowly. Su Menghan, abruptly dragged into this place, was initially startled. Upon recognizing the plain white, cold Xueqing across from her, her startled expression instantly calmed, her face solemn. "Xueqing? Is it your doing? What, has the martial pavilion grown so tyrannical as to meddle in others' recruitment of followers? The Su family and martial pavilion lineage are near mortal enemies, something not hidden within the great universe." Su Menghan's heart sank slightly. To silently drag her here required at least a being of the space-time domain, at least a martial monarch, or even a martial emperor. Xueqing silently regarded her, her gaze calm and terrifyingly cold. "You should not target Zhengchu." Su Menghan froze, then as if hearing the world's biggest joke, she snorted, "What business is it of yours? Is this person of your martial pavilion? Does my Su family require your briefing to recruit someone?" Xueqing was unmoved by her words, her tone remaining calm. "I'll remind you only once." She leaned forward slightly, her eyes clear as a cold spring, staring directly at Su Menghan, with no hint of jest. "If you persist in your folly, you can try counting how many lives you have enough to lose." With that, she turned straight away, leaving the sealed space-time area, her figure disappearing. Above the heavenly dome, the Su family envoy's body stiffened, his forehead and spine drenched in cold sweat. "Su Tianjun, pays respects to martial ancestor." Perceiving Su Menghan's aura vanish, he hurried over, but he never expected to encounter Sun-Eroding Cry here. This fiend, who had recently slain the Su family's old ancestor, is now the universe's second strongest being following ancient ancestor blood tea. In an instant, he felt his entire body go numb, lacking even the courage to speak. Sun-Eroding Cry glanced at him, eyes calm, lifting his hand to undo the space-time lock, returning Su Menghan back to where she was, having promised Xumi Sheng, "I will not break my word to leave your Su family lineage." He wished to establish the immortal path, consolidate the clans. "The human race cannot accommodate two Taoist orthodoxy now, so I had to kill him. Ultimately, we all belong to the human race, and should now watch and help each other." Chapter 794-520, Cosmic Edge, Part 2. Su Tianjun remained silent, bowed, and then turned to leave. At the edge of the square, Su Menghan was somewhat shaken, looking around. It took a long time to calm his agitated emotions. Su Tianjuan's figure slowly emerged, looking at Su Menghan. He asked, "Who did you just see?" "Xueqing." Upon hearing this, Su Tianjun let out a light sigh. Go back then. He said no more and turned to leave. He never expected that Xue Qing's talent was so monstrous to attract the presence of the Sun-Eroding cry. With such a powerful entity backing her, Xue Qing's rise is already set in stone, likely to become a prodigy dominating an era on the martial path. This time, the progress of the Heaven Burial competition was far more intense and swift than Chu Jing anticipated. The gathered talents were too many, each match was a hard battle, the losers were eliminated, and the winners moved forward stepping over their opponents' corpses. In less than half a month, Chu Jing fought 10 battles, facing opponents who were descendants of the great emperor from the demon race, inheritors of ancient cultivation secret techniques, and even martial cultivators, but for him, he encountered little obstruction, forcing his way through with the numerous divine skills of a Qi cultivator, carving a bloody path. These 10 bloody battles made Chu Jing's cultivation soar almost madly. The tempering and the slaughter allowed his cultivation to surge upward by more than 10-fold, nearing the perfection of the 8th order first layer. Finally, Chu Jing was welcomed by his last competition. If he won this one, he would emerge from nearly 10,000 talents, entering the final list of 100, gaining the qualification to go to the Cosmic Edge and participate in the final Heaven Burial ceremony. In the desolate small world, Chu Jing stood on the shattered ground, with an aura that was condensed and heavy. The repeated fierce battles did not make his aura weary, rather it became sharper, honed through blood and fire, like a divine weapon about to be unsheathed. This last duel was against an immortal path cultivator of the human race. Within a few breaths, his opponent stepped through the air, Qi strength surging around him, his aura reached the perfection of a first tribulation true immortal. He stared at Chu Jing, his gaze cold to the bone. In these days, Chu Jing's reputation had already spread nearby, which he had heard of, but today, the victor would certainly be him. Remember, the one who kills you today is Yuan Jianchen. A cold smile emerged from the corner of his mouth as he announced his name. Before his words even fell, he suddenly raised his hand, his fingers formed like a sword, swiftly pointing to several hidden acupoints around his body. Buzz, a violent aura erupted from his body. The heavens above seemed ignited, infinite fiery clouds gathered out of nowhere, rolling and boiling. The scorching high temperature caused the tens of thousands of miles of void to boil. At the critical moment of this final duel, he didn't hesitate to invoke his own immortal tribulation, fire tribulation, attempting to break through in battle and directly ascend into the second tribulation true immortal realm. Using the absolute advantage of the great realm, invoking the majestic heavenly might, to completely crush Chu Jing, this strange variable, into dust. Outside the battlefield, Su Menghan, who had been diverting attention keeping an eye on Chu Jing, saw this scene and his expression changed instantly. The suppression of a great realm was already an insurmountable chasm, let alone at such a critical moment when heavenly power like the immortal tribulation descends. Even if Chu Jing had more strange methods, against absolute power and heavenly might, it was likely hopeless. Even martial cultivators who specialized in physiques and were skilled in reversing the martial path rarely dared to clash head-on with a tribulation crosser under the immortal tribulation. Reaching this point has not been easy. Su Tianjun slightly shook his head, let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with indifference. He had already concluded that Chu Jing's road ends here. Yuan Jianchen's move, though risky, with his Yuan family's foundation and the preparations made in advance, had a high probability of successfully crossing the tribulation, at which point crushing Chu Jing would be no more than a flip of the hand. Yuan Jianchen had clearly made ample preparations as well. Around him surged a water-blue protective immortal light, the extremely rich heavenly mysterious water transformed into overlapping cold water screens, protecting him at the center, vigorously resisting the terrifying tribulation fire descending from the heavens, which infiltrated every gap. He contended with the tribulation fire while looking at Chu Jing with a cold and mocking gaze, seeking to find fear on his face. However, the panic and confusion he expected did not appear. Chu Jing's expression from start to finish did not waver the slightest. He slightly shook his head, with a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, courting death. To invoke heavenly tribulation at such a critical life and death battle, Chu Jing had done such a thing before. But that was with the repair panel as an absolute shield capable of backing up any accident. Without that heaven-defying foundation, acting in such a way is undoubtedly putting oneself in a perilous 9-death-1-life situation, where any slight mistake could lead to tribulation fire backlash, resulting in the obliteration of both body and soul. Moreover, it was right in front of him. At the instant the fire tribulation descended, Chuzheng moved. He didn't even unfold his Dharma phase, instead walked leisurely, advancing towards Yuan Jianchen, who struggled in the tribulation fire and Xian water, and then slowly raised his right hand. A sword-like finger emerged, and at his fingertip, an extremely brilliant golden talismanic pattern suddenly lit up, the light not blazing but imbued with the annihilating true intent, causing myriad laws to wilt. Break! A condensing to the extreme golden finger gang burst forth from Chuzheng's fingertip, piercing through the void instantly, dismissing the heavenly and mysterious waters barrier around Yuan Jianchen, tearing through the majestic heavenly might and violent tribulation fire. At the moment the finger gang shot forth, Yuan Jianchen's pupils shrank sharply. He felt an unprecedented breath of death, frantically driving immortal essence. His protective immortal light flashed to the extreme, while his water screen surged to intercept. Sizzle, the golden finger gang touched the incomparably tenacious heavenly and mysterious water barrier, which disintegrated in a flash. The heavy protective immortal light behind it did not even last a single breath before silently puncturing a hole. In the blink of an eye, the golden finger gang had already passed through all obstacles, striking right at the center of Yuan Jianchen's forehead. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Yuan Jianchen's expression was completely stiff, transformed into ultimate shock and disbelief. The immortal power in his body, which he tried to resist with, halted abruptly, then disintegrated at a terrifying speed, completely dissolved, along with his divine soul origin, which swiftly vanished under that annihilating power. In the heavens above, the vast fiery clouds that had been locked onto Yuan Jianchen seemed to lose their target, roiling violently for a moment before slowly dispersing. One exchange. It perhaps wasn't even an exchange. From the moment Chuzheng raised his hand to the point the finger gang was shot, to the disappearance of Yuan Jianchen's aura, the entire process took less than a breath. Yuan Jianchen's just invoked second tribulation immortal realm had not yet truly been set foot into when he perished. Seeing this scene, a normally indifferent Su Tianjun abruptly leapt from his seat, his face almost pressing against the light screen, the previously calm eyes now filled with unprecedented shock and terror. His foundational skills far surpassed the ordinary, and during that lightning-fast moment of Chuzheng's action, he clearly saw the entire process. At the instant before the golden finger gang reached the target, Yuan Jianchen had instinctively channeled his protective immortal light to the fullest. The density and strength of that light far exceeded that of an ordinary second tribulation true immortal, even containing defense divine power within. However, such powerful defenses didn't last even a single breath before that golden finger gang. It wasn't shattered by brute force but thoroughly disintegrated from the fundamental energy structure level. It seemed as if that kind of power was born to end all immortal laws. What kind of divine skill is that? Su Tianjun muttered in a loss of words, his face for the first time showing astonishment along with a hint of indescribable gravity. In the battlefield, Chuzheng slowly retracted his finger, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground rapidly losing all radiance, turned around, and left. He had already obtained the qualification for the heaven burial ceremony. Aside from that, he was not interested in anything else. After the last match ended, Chuzheng soon received a message to gather at a boundary gate above Heavenly Abyss City. A few days later, the grand procession was fully assembled. Crossing into the boundary gate, after several transfers, nearly half a month later, Chuzheng finally reached the destination of this journey. Cosmic Edge. Chapter 795-521, Cruel Rules. The heavy and wild aura surged in like a tide, pressing slightly weightily on Chuzheng's divine soul. Chuzheng's eyes swept around, a hint of faint surprise flashing in his gaze. The current cosmic edge before him was entirely different from what he remembered. There was no ancient boundary standing towering in later generations to ward off and isolate the two realms. As far as the eye could see, it was a shattered starry sky extending into endless distance. At the end of the starry sky, there appeared a massive celestial chasm seemingly splitting the entire universe apart. The chasm was not in a state of void but filled with a space-time barrier flowing with billions of complex rune lights. It was an extremely ancient spatial temporal wave, seemingly separated not by space, but by eternal time. Beyond the barrier, dense and indissoluble yin-chi rolled continuously, like billions of imprisoned fierce beasts ceaselessly assaulting the space-time barrier. On the barrier, brilliant divine light occasionally flared, from varied sources including immortal light, traces of martial path, and totems from the wild fierce beasts, collectively forming an indestructible defense line, firmly blocking the world-destroying evil chi on the other side. The vitality of the great universe and the stillness of the universe were completely separated by this celestial chasm and barrier. This was the boundary of the universe and the venue of this heaven burial ceremony. Stepping out of the boundary gate, Zhengchu stood on the remnants of the stars, looking around. The excitement of the heaven burial ceremony was not beyond his expectations. Instead, under this vast, endless starry sky, which left the stars dull and fragmented, human figures appeared sparse, even somewhat bleak. In the field of vision, those cultivators who emerged from the same boundary gate, along with those who had arrived earlier and not yet dispersed, totaled merely a few 100,000. For a ceremony famed for gathering prodigies from the myriad heavens and realms, this was not considered many. However, Zhengchu soon noticed an anomaly. Far away in the starry sky, faintly visible boundary gate illusions were still suspended, scattered like stars. Clearly, the cultivators participating in the ceremony did not enter from the same entrance, but were dispersed and distributed. Amongst the crowd from the near immortal realm, he did not see the figure of Xueqing. She presumably took the route of the martial pavilion. Just as he was contemplating, a cultivator clad in jet-black battle armor arrived by space shattering, with an aura as deep as an abyss, the battle armor covered with dazzling starry patterns that glittered brilliantly. Star Moon Ancient Clan, Xing Rui, here to welcome you all to the Border Wilderness battlefield. His gaze swept over the cultivators gradually gathering near the boundary gate, his voice like a grand bell, clearly reaching everyone's ears, as he began to explain the basic rules of the heaven burial ceremony. This heaven burial ceremony will last for 10 years. As Xing Rui spoke, Zhengchu roughly grasped the basic rules of this heaven burial ceremony. The rules were not complicated: hunt down evil demons to earn points, and those with the highest points would be deemed the winners. There would be no platform competitions as in the past. Yet one stipulation within it cast a shadow over Zhengchu's heart. Points are permissible to be seized. Not only could one earn points by demon hunting, but defeating other living creatures allowed one to plunder all their accumulated points. This meant that on this battlefield, everyone was both a hunter and a prey. Evil demons were to be killed, but the cultivators around were moving treasure troves of points. Certainly, hunting evil demons could earn points, but ambushing other cultivators to seize their hard-earned points was undoubtedly much faster and easier than doggedly killing evil demons. Especially in the later stages, preying on the weak was the best strategy for quickly accumulating points. During the ceremony, you may not give up or withdraw halfway. If any of you fear death, you may leave now. Xing Rui added a remark, his expression indifferent as ice. After surveying the group and seeing no one respond, he proceeded to explain the detailed rules. To ensure fairness, the Border Wilderness battlefield has been divided into 5 space-time battlefields by the ancient ancestors using supreme divine power, each isolated with variegated laws intensity. Except for Battlefield 1, which only those of the 8th Order 9th layer can enter, the other 4 their laws do not allow a cultivation difference exceeding 1 great realm. Zhengchu was assigned to Battlefield 5. This battlefield is only for creatures of 8th Order 1st layer and 8th Order 2nd layer and evil demons. A cultivator achieving a breakthrough will be automatically repelled by the field's rules into the next higher level battlefield. In a certain sense, this was meant to ensure basic fairness, preventing some prodigies from being crushed by high-level cultivators due to low cultivation. In practice, those who reached the heaven burial ceremony were at least 8th Order 1st layer perfection. In this 10-year life and death struggle, breakthroughs were almost inevitable, and Battlefield 5, where Zhengchu was, would soon turn into a meat grinder of 8th Order 2nd layer cultivators. Ultimately, only 100,000 can enter the Heaven Burial Palace, but part of that quota has already been pre-distributed. Firstly, the 10 great ancient clans each took 3,000, making 30,000 spots instantly predetermined. Besides the 10 great ancient clans, including powerful families like the Yun family, they comprised 8,000. In other words, the remaining 62,000 spots are left for various forces to contend. From Xing Rui's words, Chu Jing learned the exact number of participants in this heaven burial ceremony. The total number for this ceremony, though slightly less than before, still exceeded 8 million. 8 million, competing for 62,000 spots, the probability of being eliminated has exceeded 99%. This is truly 1 in 100, even more brutal. ssnovelfire.net. The only good news is that the true elite of the 10 great ancient clans will not participate in the ceremony, so the strongest opponents will not choose to enter. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing remained expressionless, yet his heart felt a chill. The ancient clans and many large families almost took away half of the spots, leaving the remaining ones for these 8 million living creatures to fight for with their lives. This is the law of the current great universe. The heavenly fate within the Heaven Burial Palace is the only remaining chance for a rise. Even if they are unwilling, they must seize it. Very soon, Xing Rui finished introducing the basic rules and handed each cultivator a jade token to record points. This process was not unfamiliar to Chu Jing, as the future Immortal Alliance did the same, clearly inheriting the practice. During the brief wait to enter the designated battlefield, Chu Jing could clearly feel the countless gazes cast in his direction. After a while, several cultivators from the near Immortal realm, who once had a brief encounter in Heavenly Abyss City, hesitated for a moment but still approached proactively. The leading figure, a middle-aged man with a kind face and solid aura, cupped his hands toward Chu Jing, speaking sincerely, "Daoist Zhengchu, I am Qing Wenjiao of the Qing family from the near Immortal realm." He pointed to several companions beside him. These are also fellow cultivators from the near Immortal realm. The border wilderness battlefield is perilous, with strong evil demons and unpredictable human nature. We wish to partner with Daoist so we can look out for each other. The efficiency of demon hunting can also be higher. What are Daoist's thoughts on this? The others also nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation. Chu Jing's previously demonstrated strength was evident to all. Having such a strong ally would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival. Chu Jing glanced at them, his eyes lingering on their faces for a moment, then shook his head slowly without any hesitation, his voice calm. "I appreciate the good intention, but I am used to traveling alone, sorry." With that, he gave them no chance to respond further, turned around, and moved to the side, closing his eyes to rest. The expressions on Qing Wenjiao and the others' faces stiffened awkwardly, but they dared not speak out in offense and ultimately backed away reluctantly, looking for other partners. Chu Jing understood the principle of mutual benefit but knew that with human nature being unpredictable and profit as the priority, this battlefield would soon turn into a chaotic killing field where trust would become the most extravagant thing. He couldn't, and absolutely wouldn't, entrust his back to companions he couldn't fully trust, who might stab him in the back for points at any moment. Although traveling alone was dangerous, at least he only had to deal with enemies in the open and not always be on guard against hidden threats. It's unknown how vast this space-time battlefield is. If he could meet Xue Qing in it, it would certainly make things much easier. Soon, the brilliance near the boundary gate intensified, the force of teleportation began to surge, and the gathered cultivators were transported in batches into the space-time battlefield. Chu Jing tightened the jade token in his hand, his figure disappearing into the white light near the boundary gate. On the other side, an even older, giant boundary gate covered with totems was humming and emitting blazing white light. Moments later, the light faded, and over 1,000 figures appeared. Unlike cultivators from other directions, these cultivators had blood energy like dragons, strong physiques, and pure, domineering martial arts. True blood flowing around them, mostly wearing battle armor. Standing among the crowd, Xue Qing, dressed in a pitch-black outfit, was inconspicuous among the many martial cultivators. Evidently, this group knew the rules of the Heaven Burial ceremony in advance and, without much delay, directly took the jade tokens and dispersed, entering the spacetime battlefield. Upon stepping into the spacetime battlefield, a deathly silent and cold universe enveloped them. Before Xueqing's eyes appeared a truly vast starry sky, with stars blinking near and far, and nebulae slowly rotating like veils, impressively magnificent. However, this beautiful starry sky was now filled with a pervasive, uncomfortably cold evil qi, like an invisible thin veil, omnipresent, eroding blood energy, polluting divine souls, causing every cultivator to instinctively tense up and circulate their blood energy in resistance. This spacetime battlefield was unimaginably vast, almost like a small universe. While many martial cultivators were still adapting to the environment and observing their surroundings, 5 strong auras approached Xueqing directly, 3 men and 2 women, all of martial saint second layer cultivation. They wore the uniform of martial pavilion core disciples, with composed expressions and swift, decisive actions. The leader was a woman who appeared just over 30, with a charming face marked by the traces of experience, her gaze sharp like an eagle's. She came before Xueqing, cupped her hands in salute, her posture low, her tone filled with genuine respect. "Miss Xueqing, I am Qin Kenyu, Outer Pavilion Steward of the Martial Pavilion, assigned by the martial ancestor to lead 4 comrades to ensure your safety in this battlefield. We are at your command." The other 4 also bowed in salute, their expressions solemn. Xueqing's gaze swept across the 5, instantly sensing the pure blood energy and the experienced battlefield aura within them, undoubtedly martial cultivators, without false identities. Additionally, there weren't likely to be many who knew of her connection to Sun-Eroding cry. After a brief consideration, she nodded slightly, "Thank you all." In this vast battlefield with cruel rules, having a few strong and reliable allies from the same faction was naturally more beneficial than harmful. She was confident but never arrogant. Seeing Xueqing's consent, a slight smile appeared on Qin Kenyu's face as she stepped aside. "Please, Mississippi." Xueqing said no more, casually choosing a direction, transforming into a streak of black light and moving forward first. Qin Kenyu and the others immediately followed closely, their movements like lightning, tacitly forming a simple protective formation with Xueqing subtly in the center. The 6 figures quickly disappeared into the deep starry sky intertwined with starlight and evil qi, vanishing from sight. Mere moments after their departure, 3 piercing space-shattering cries resounded sharply, arriving at the spot where Xueqing had stayed. The newcomers were also 3 martial saints, 2 men and 1 woman, their cultivation slightly stronger than Qin Kenyu's group, all at second layer perfection. They wore the mystic black battle armor unique to the Martial Pavilion's law enforcement hall, with fresh bloodstains on the armor, indicating they had just experienced a fierce battle. The leader, with a square face and tightly knitted brows, scanned the remaining traces of aura around them with a severe expression. He suddenly reached out, grabbed in the void, and drew a martial cultivator about to leave over, sharply asking, "Did you see Miss Xueqing?" The cultivator, startled by the unexpected situation, recognized the law enforcement hall's armor and immediately bristled, not daring to delay, quickly pointing in the direction where Xueqing and the others had left. "I saw her, not long ago." The martial ancestor seemed to have sent 5 second-realm martial saints to protect her, and they went in that direction. At this point, a hint of envy crept into his tone. Being so valued by the martial ancestor, personally sending protection, was indeed an honor. 5 second-realm martial saints? The questioning martial saint from the law enforcement hall furrowed his brow into a knotted frown upon hearing this, turning abruptly to his 2 companions, his eyes filled with doubt. Did the martial ancestor send someone else? Absolutely not. The orders we received were for the 3 of us to protect Miss Xueqing at all costs. We've never heard of another group. The 2 accompanying martial saints from the law enforcement hall also showed shocked expressions and shook their heads simultaneously, eyes full of equal confusion. The stern-faced female martial saint emphatically stated, these were orders from Sun-Eroding martial ancestor himself. For this entry into battlefield number 2 to protect Miss Xueqing, only the 3 of us were sent. How could there suddenly be 5 more? What did those 5 look like? The square-faced martial saint hurriedly inquired again. The cultivator, slightly overwhelmed by the tension from the trio, did not dare delay and roughly described the general appearance and aura of Qin Kanyu and her group. After hearing the description, the expressions of the three law enforcement hall martial saints turned extremely grim. Pursue quickly. Chapter 797-522, Hanging by a Thread. The moment Chu Jing stepped into the number 5 space-time battlefield, the dizziness from the time-space transition had not completely faded, and an extremely familiar aura instantly flooded into his perception. The evil chi of the vast universe. Chu Jing's eyes slightly narrowed as he instantly recognized the essence of this aura, which was not much different from what it would be in the future. However, unlike before, this time, his body had lost that seemingly innate immunity to the evil chi of the universe. Wisps of chilling aura penetrated the protective divine light, seeping into his skin, bringing a subtle yet distinct prickly pain. The evil chi entered his body, moving like a living creature through his veins and flesh, stalling vitality wherever it passed, and his body was being eroded by a slow yet stubborn force, gradually mutating. This is one of the reasons why the true core elites of the 10 great ancient clans do not come to the spacetime battlefield. Regarding this, Chu Jing's face showed no sign of surprise. The reason he could previously ignore the erosion of evil chi and even transform it into a benefit was likely due to the repair panel. The repair panel completed a layer of invisible filtering and transformation between him and the evil chi of the universe. Now, as a pure chi cultivator, he naturally could no longer avoid it. However, Chu Jing did not feel worried about this. Not being able to do it now does not mean he won't be able to do it in the future. After all, the evil chi of the vast universe is, at its core, merely an extreme variation of yin chi in the world. Its energy, and thus has its operational laws, its structural essence, it's simply that the nature of this yin chi is extremely violent, contrary to the vitality and yang chi that living creatures require, thus appearing deadly. As long as time is spent deconstructing it, a method to utilize, even control it, will surely be found. Chu Jing no longer dwelled on the yin chi, his figure continuing to move, heading deeper into the stars. Soon, ahead in the twisted starlight background, 3 figures suddenly lunged forward. Chu Jing glanced over, his eyes slightly shifting, 3 8th-order first-layer evil demons, without any human race. A 6-legged black spider, an evil dragon, and a humanoid creature, but with a long tail trailing behind, covered entirely in scales. These evil demons, compared to those Chu Jing encountered in the future, are essentially no different, all transformed from living beings that fell into the great universe. Looking at the current great universe structure, the chance of encountering the human race is minimal, far less common than in the future. Faced with the charging evil demons, Chu Jing's expression remained unchanged, his fingers like a sword, suddenly shooting out dazzling thunder light from his fingertips. Chi 3, the thunder, pure young and pure firm, like heaven's punitive whip, instantly tore the stars apart, blazing white electric snakes wildly danced, striking the bodies of the 3 evil demons in an instant. The power of the thunder naturally had extreme restraint against these evil demons. The few evil demons couldn't even scream as they twisted violently and dissolved like snow in boiling soup in the raging thunder light, finally bursting into pieces, dispersing into yin chi. The jade token emanated a warm feeling, the points changed. Chu Jing glanced over, his mind completely serene. Name, Zhengchu, points, 300, current ranking, 197,421, the points increased by 300. In the number 2 battlefield, at least 1 to 2 million cultivators, a rank of 190,000 is very close to the front, but it's clearly not enough. The number of spots in the number 2 battlefield is only a total of 12,400. In the final stage of the 10-year period, quite a few living creatures may start hunting cultivators from other Taoist orthodoxy, which will surely cause dramatic changes in the points ranking. He must at least stabilize his ranking in the top 100, even the top 10, to ensure he won't be instantly squeezed out of the top 10,000. After sorting through his thoughts, Chu Jing no longer lingered, heading deeper into the stars. This expanse of stars is truly vast, containing heavens and earth, encompassing no less than thousands of star domains. Searching for evil demons will also take some time. The vast sky, boundless, mighty silent, with only the occasional meteor streaking through, dotting this frigid darkness. 5 powerful blood energies firmly protected the central figure, advancing toward the deeper area where the evil chi was more concentrated. Xueqing was guarded by Qin Kenyu and his 5 companions, traveling along exceptionally smoothly. Occasionally encountering a few wandering evil demons, there was no need for her to act. Qin Kenyu and the others would swiftly outcharge them with thunder's momentum, instantly wounding them to near death, then respectfully signaled Xueqing to move forward, collecting points. Such thorough care caused Xueqing to frown slightly. This feeding with all risks removed, pampering her to the palm of their hands, made her feel an inexplicable discomfort. No need for this, please handle it yourselves, everyone. When Qin Kenyu once again delivered an evil demon to her, Xueqing directly refused his goodwill. Qin Kenyu's smile remained unchanged, gracefully waving his hand, allowing his companion martial saint to completely annihilate the evil demon. Progressing onward, unwittingly, the surrounding environment grew increasingly silent. The other living creature's aura, which was occasionally felt, had already vanished. The starry sky seemed to become a cold cage, with only the dense evil chi swirling and rolling all around, oppressively suffocating. In this hauntingly unnerving silence, from behind a shattered star, a figure slowly emerged, coinciding with the 6 people on their journey. It was a young woman appearing in her early 20s, her looks could even be called pretty, her skin pale to the point of colorlessness, wearing a slightly tattered long gown, looking almost no different from ordinary people, her gaze devoid of any emotion, only sheer deadness, surrounded by thick evil chi swirling around. Chapter 798-522, Hanging by a Thread 2. This is an evil demon who has reached the 8th order second layer. Its spiritual wisdom is evidently not low. Looking at the 6 individuals with strong blood chi before it, especially Xueqing who is being protected in the center, greed flashes in its eyes, yet it instinctively feels a sense of danger, hesitating for a moment, not daring to rush forward impulsively. Qin Kenyu's gaze sweeps over the evil demon, then looks at Xueqing. A respectful smile once again appears on his face. Miss Xueqing, the strength of this evil demon is acceptable, it's just perfect for you to practice your skills and move your muscles and bones. This time, Xueqing did not refuse, having been protected like this for so long, her hands were itching for action, and this evil demon before her was just the right target. Without saying a word, she steps forward, as if the starry sky beneath her feet is crushed by invisible colossal strength, causing subtle ripples. Her figure instantly tears through the sky, barehanded, a jade palm presses down. The chi blood power refined to the extreme erupts with a bang, the blazing hot blood chi reflects, resembling substantial red mist, instantly igniting the frigid starry sky. The overwhelming pressure makes the surrounding starry sky emit groaning sounds as if it could collapse and cave in at any moment. Her cultivation is a whole great realm lower than that of the 8th order second layer evil demon, but this move is earth-shattering, without even using a weapon, dominating and fierce to the extreme. The evil demon perceives the threat, letting out a piercing howl. Evil chi around its body surges madly, transforming into countless black sword shadows, shooting towards Xueqing while its figure retreats violently, attempting to widen the distance. However, Xueqing's movement is quicker, like a ghost, sticking close, as chi blood surges like a dragon. Fists, palms, legs, and feet, every part of her body transforms into the most terrifying weapon of slaughter. Under the starry sky, each collision erupts with deafening roars, shattering those countless black sword shadows. Her fighting style is extremely simple and efficient, utilized to the utmost, leaving no excess. Each strike directly targets the vital points, embodying the most fundamental understanding of the martial path. In just a few short rounds, the 8th order second layer evil demon is completely suppressed by the storm-like attacks, able only to defensively parry, with most of the evil chi around its body scattered, directly forced into a desperate situation. This scene causes the faces of the 5 martial saints, including Qin Kenyu, watching from behind to slightly change. As they exchange glances, the hidden disdain in their eyes turns into an incredulous solemnity and shock. Even known for their combat prowess and skill in fighting across realms, martial cultivators have never seen such a crushing defeat of a higher great realm evil demon by someone with a whole lower great realm's strength like Xueqing. With the exception of the true Son of Heaven, no second case can be found within the martial pavilion. In an instant, the battle is nearing its end. Xueqing seizes the flaw, raises her palm to transform into a saber, with chi blood power capable of obliterating stars wrapped around it, aiming directly for the evil demon's head. If this strike hits, the evil demon would be dead without doubt. Just at this moment, a sudden twist occurs. All of Xueqing's mind is focused on the evil demon before her, as she puts her full effort into the attack. An intensely concentrated intent to kill suddenly erupts from behind her. The timing of the attack is so cunning and ruthless, chosen at the moment her breath changes, with the target aimed straight at the back of her head. Xueqing's hairs stand on end, an intense sense of death crises over her as if drenched in ice water. In that critical moment, relying only on combat instinct, she sharply tilts her head away. Swish, a chilling blade light, almost brushing her ear and cheekbone, sliced through horizontally from below her eyes. The fierce and unmatched blade aura instantly tears through the protective blood chi, leaving a deep and bone-revealing terrifying knife scar on her exquisitely beautiful cheek. Warm blood instantly gushes out, staining her garment red. However, this was merely the first strike. Almost simultaneously, for additional long-intended killing moves, like blood-red lightning bolts, from another 4 directions, sealed off all her escape routes, thunderously blasting forth. Thud. A dark red long spear entwined with terrifying chi blood pierces her chest and abdomen instantly, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, catching the tiny flaw exposed due to her dodging the blade light. The spear tip protrudes from her back, bringing forth a splash of tragic blood flowers. Xueqing lets out a muffled groan, her body trembles intensely, piercing pain and a violent energy surge explode within her. Only then does she see the assailants who launched the ambush. Qin Qinyu, along with the 4 martial saints behind him who had just displayed faces full of respect. At some point, the 5 of them had silently spread out, forming a perfect encirclement, completely sealing off all her escape routes, with not a trace of respect or smile remaining on their faces, only an icy and bone-chilling intent to kill. Kill. Qin Qinyu wields the still blood-dripping long saber, his voice cold as Millennia-old ice, completely devoid of emotion. 5 figures, like a wolf pack that has coordinated seamlessly for years, leave Xueqing no chance to breathe, just as she staggers from the perforating spear and her chi blood surges. Attacks strike from all directions once again. Qin Qinyu's long saber flashes cold light once more, aiming straight for Xueqing's neck, so fast that only an afterimage remains. On the left, a gigantic axe as heavy as a mountain cleaves fiercely with the force to tear through stars, while simultaneously a great halberd stabs from the right aiming for her ribs and vital points. Behind her, 2 martial saints charge with bare hands, sealing off her last escape route. In a flash, a heavenly net-like deadly trap takes form. Boundless chill and fury fill Xueqing's eyes instantly. She suppresses the near soul-rending agony in her chest and abdomen, as well as the searing knife wound on her face. With a fierce look in her eyes, she doesn't bother about the protruding spear. With a flip of her hand, a battle saber is already in hand. Around her, essence blood burned like a flashback in time, and a mournful saber light across the stars burst forth like a blood-colored full moon, erupting with her at its center, pushing across the star sea. The 5 martial saints surrounding her clearly did not expect that even after such a severe injury, Xueqing still had such power for counterattack. Their expressions changed slightly, forced by this desperate strike to temporarily step back. Taking advantage of this moment, Xueqing reversed her grip and slashed at the evil demon momentarily stunned by successive changes. Pfft! As the blade light swept across, a pale, beautiful head with a look of astonishment soared into the sky. The headless body was instantly eroded by the fierce blood gang contained within the saber aura, turning into flying ash. The next moment, Xueqing forcefully grasped the long spear piercing through her chest and abdomen. Gritting her teeth, she pulled it out fiercely from her body. Blood gushed out like a spring from the massive wounds in front and back, dyeing the starry sky red. The intense pain made Xueqing's body tremble uncontrollably for a moment. Yet her eyes remained astonishingly bright, filled with murderous intent, as she turned around and locked onto a martial saint with deadly focus. Ignoring everything, she burned her essence yuan and transformed into a mournful blood-colored meteor charging directly, with the battle saber in her hand, which had just tasted the blood of an evil demon, erupting with a chillingly fierce aura. Facing Xueqing's frenzy-like assault, the unarmed martial saint, seeing the long spear that originally belonged to him in Xueqing's hands, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. In haste, he dared not face it head-on, instead madly circulating his essence blood. His footsteps quickly retreated, revealing a hint of panic and haste in his figure. The originally perfect encirclement instantly revealed a gap. "Don't retreat, block her." Seeing this, Qin Kenyu's expression changed instantly. In battles between martial strongmen, once you lose momentum, life and death can be decided in an instant. This moment of panic and retreat was, without a doubt, a fatal flaw for an expert like Xueqing. In an instant, Xueqing's gaze turned cold, and the ice at the bottom of her eyes exploded, shattering into a sky-piercing cold light. She gripped the blood-stained long spear tightly, the tendons in her arm bulging like coiled dragons, channeling all her remaining strength, along with an unstoppable martial path force, into this throw. Die! A thundering roar exploded beneath the starry sky dome. The blood-colored long spear transformed into a blood-colored rainbow tearing across the starry sky, emitting a shrill scream that made divine souls tremble. The martial saint in retreat felt his pupils shrink to needlepoint, sensing an unprecedented breath of death. He wanted to dodge, but the inertia of his backward movement had not yet disappeared when the spear shot towards him. The blood-colored long spear pierces through his chest with unerring precision, the terrifying force carrying his body backward, crashing through several meteors before finally nailing him dead to a massive dead star. The spear's tail vibrated violently, emitting a long, mournful hum. The martial saint was nailed firmly to the meteor, his eyes bulging, his vitality burned away completely by the fierce blood gang entwined on the spear, retreating like a tidal wave, his body slumped, and he fell silent forever. A master at the second layer of martial saint, in one swift encounter, was cross-realm counter-killed by Xueqing, who was a whole great realm lower and heavily injured, nailed dead beneath the starry sky. At the same moment, the encirclement was torn open with a massive gap. Xueqing did not pause at all, her figure like a blood-colored kite with a broken string, fleeing frantically into the depths of the starry path at astounding speed, leaving behind trails of shocking essence blood that dyed the starry sky along the way. Qin Kenyu's face turned utterly sullen, eyes filled with shock and fury. Without rushing to pursue, she raised her hand to capture a wisp of Xueqing's blood dispersed in the air, rune patterns flickering at her fingertips, instantaneously refining it into more than 10 tracking jade talismans emitting faint blood light. Her expression cold, she handed most of the talismans to another martial saint beside her, beginning to arrange. "This chapter is updated by novel fired, net the three of us will continue the pursuit. To prevent us from missing, you must immediately deliver these talismans to the Su family and Feng family, revealing Xueqing's whereabouts and that she has suffered fatal injuries. Also, send the information to several other ancient clans not on good terms with the martial pavilion, I believe they will gladly handle it." As the instructions ended, she no longer lingered, leading the other two martial saints to follow the trail in pursuit. Their mission was to ensure, at all costs, that Xueqing would be completely buried here, using whatever means necessary. Soon after they departed, 3 profound black figures, like black meteors, arrived beneath this starry sky. Seeing the war blood scattered in the starry sky, the expressions of the 3 martial saints from the law enforcement hall changed instantly, not daring to hesitate. They burned their overwhelming essence blood without reservation, forcibly tearing apart the surrounding evil chi, continually pursuing along the remaining traces. At this moment, the hearts of the 3 were filled with anxiety, unable to conceal the panic in their hearts. From entering the space-time battlefield, all circumstances had already changed invisibly. First, someone intercepted them, followed by Xueqing being led away by a group of unknown individuals, evidently well prepared in advance. They could even guess a little about who might be acting behind the scenes. Cold Star martial ancestors, half of heaven's fortune, how many martial emperors inside the martial pavilion were watching? How could they possibly allow it to fall into the hands of a girl just over 100 years old and with no foundation? Within other ancient clans, rumors had already spread, and the news that the Sun-Eroding martial ancestor personally went to the near-immortal realm was also widely known. Now, within the entire Star Sea, both inside and outside the martial pavilion, there were simply too many people who wanted Xueqing dead, too numerous to count. If the situation escalates, even if they three reach Xueqing's side, they might not necessarily be able to protect her. The three martial saints from the law enforcement hall dared not be negligent and hurriedly pursued along the faint trace of blood qi left by Xueqing in the starry sky. Xueqing was enduring hellish torment, desperately escaping while draining the last of her essence yuan. The terrifying penetrating wound in her chest and abdomen brought excruciating pain with every circulation of blood qi, as if countless red-hot steel needles stirred her organs. The deeply engraved knife scar on her face burned fiercely. Although the bleeding had barely stopped, it still sent waves of throbbing pain. However, she had become accustomed to being severely injured and did not find it particularly unbearable at this moment. She casually took out a few spirit pills and put them in her mouth. The pills quickly dissolved, and the vast medicinal power flowed like sweet spring water into her nearly dried meridians, barely stabilizing her impending collapse and struggling to repair her severely damaged organs. However, the long spear from before obviously carried a blood poison that was eroding her body, and her injuries remained so severe that she could barely breathe. She needed to find an absolutely safe place to retreat and completely purge the toxins to heal her body. But she clearly had no such opportunity now. The three relentless killing intents behind her were not only relentless but were closing in rapidly. Blood qi continued to leach uncontrollably, and even with spirit pills forcibly sustaining her, Xueqing was genuinely on the brink of death, her life's flame flickering weakly, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed in the chase. This piece of starry sky seemed endless, only filled with eternal silence and cold. Xueqing's speed inevitably slowed, her deteriorating injuries and the depletion of blood qi preventing her from maintaining her previous headlong escape. In a chaotic star domain filled with numerous broken stellar remnants, she was eventually caught up by Qin Kenyu and his two companions. The three of them surrounded her in a triangular formation and attacked without a word. An extremely intense battle unfolded in the Star Sea, stirring up a tide of blood. Xueqing squeezed out the last bit of potential within her, burning the already scarce essence blood. The blood-colored saber light she wielded remained unstoppable and sharp. The source of this content is Velfire.net. The saber light leaped across the Star Sea, shattering countless stellar remnants into dust. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The blood qi around Xueqing seemed to transform into tongues of fire licking the starry sky. She took a harsh blow from Qin Kenyu, her neck torn open, barely avoiding decapitation, but the blade in her hand had already sliced across another martial saint's throat. The head, propelled by the boiling war blood, soared high, spilling a gruesome blood flower under the starry sky. Another second-realm martial saint met his end in the Yellow Springs. But Xueqing paid a heavy price for this, staggering backward with the massive wound on her neck that almost stopped bleeding, her strength sapped to the extreme. Her blood nearly drained, struggling to even stand, old injuries and new wounds erupting simultaneously, bringing her to the brink of total collapse. With yet another companion's death, Qin Kenyu and the last martial saint's eyes burned with even more killing intent, and they pressed Xueqing without pause. Outrageous! The thunderous roar suddenly boomed from the distant starry sky, as three violent streams of blood qi soared into the sky like wolf smoke, tearing through the starry sky and approaching at astonishing speed. At the forefront was a great man with a square face, clad in the mystic black battle armor of the law enforcement hall. Though not yet arrived, he had already punched through the air. Fist gang condensed with a tangible solidity, as if an eternal divine mountain crushed across the starry sky, slamming towards Qin Kenyu and his companion. The momentum of the fist was immense, locking the surrounding void, forcing Qin Kenyu and his companion to turn pale and retract their weapons to desperately circulate their blood qi in defense. Boom! Deafening explosions detonated, a scarlet storm swept through, shattering the starry sky, grinding the endless stellar remnants into dust. Qin Kinyu and his companions' figures shook violently, their blood chi churning, driven back repeatedly by the force of the punch. 3 figures landed in front of Xue Qing, shielding her behind them. Seeing this scene, Qin Kinyu and his companion exchanged a look without hesitation, turned, and left. The 3 people swept their cold, electric-like gazes over them but chose not to chase, instead quickly turning back to look at the blood-soaked and faintly breathing Xue Qing. I am Dang Jingbua from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Martial Pavilion, ordered by the Sun-Eroding martial ancestor to ensure your safety, miss, and I apologize for arriving late. The great man with a square face flashed a hint of fear in his eyes, unhesitatingly taking out several jade bottles from his arms, all filled with premium healing holy medicine, and handed them over. Xue Qing covered the knife scar on her neck, not taking the elixirs, retreating half a step, her blood-stained face showing no joy of rescue, her gaze swept across Dang Jingbua and the others with scrutiny and wariness. Having the earlier example of Qin Kinyu's group, she dared not easily trust any helpers claiming to be from the martial pavilion. Dang Jingbua, seeing this, understood her wariness. He could fully comprehend Xue Qing's caution, withdrawing with his 2 companions 10 more steps, genuinely showing no harm intended, his expression growing graver. Miss Xue Qing, I know you have doubts, but the situation is extremely urgent now. Within the space-time battlefield, news of your whereabouts might have already spread, and many forces want you dead. With just the 3 of us, if faced with a large group, it would be difficult to ensure your safety. After all, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands, and with the news leaked, their situation had become very dangerous. Thank you. Xue Qing was too drained to say more. Not wasting this precious moment to catch her breath, she sat cross-legged, taking out a large piece of fierce beast essence blood from her storage magical artifact which radiated vast energy, along with several potent treasure medicines, directly putting them in her mouth, running her cultivation technique, and wildly devouring and absorbing them.